All right. Oh, yeah, last little bit is here, and then here, and then here. Okay. This is an audio check. Audio check. All right, we're clear. All right, let's go live. Alright guys, we are officially live for Hurricane Landfall for Melissa. As you can see, Hurricane is guaranteed for a landfall here. Let me make this just a little bit bigger. There we go. And we're talking about probably within the next few hours here. So next 2 to 3 hours, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, depending on wiggles and wobbles. But some really just bad news across the board. We're basically just covering what's happening around the island. But if you look at the live camera in Flatbridge, you can already see we have an extensive amount of extreme flash flooding going on in the island, and it, of course, is only going to continue to get worse. Looking at the live radar right now, the eye wall is completely formed, and actually didn't really go through an eye wall replacement cycle last time. It is kind of all one chunk that merged together with a new eye wall, and is possibly stronger than ever. Looking at recon, we'll have to wait for a new flight through the center, which we should get here pretty soon. We haven't had a flight through the center in a while here, but we are just nearing landfall. If you guys are just joining in, welcome to the stream. We are now in basically emergency broadcast mode, and it's going to be a pretty long day overall. We have a Category 5 hurricane that is guaranteed now to make landfall just off the coast of Jamaica. We're talking about 50-ish miles. Let me get an exact reading on that for you guys. We're very close. The strongest winds are basically approaching, especially the southern portion of Jamaica as well. Let me get a Google AI weather. So welcome in. We have been talking about this day for about a week now. This day where a major hurricane could possibly make landfall in Jamaica. And now we are basically certain that we're probably going to see landfall around the Black River Treasure Beach region, depending on wiggles and wobbles. So right in this region here, I think we're talking about, that's the main place. We're moving about northeast, about 7 miles per hour. So about the fastest the storm has ever moved, which is, obviously insane. We're about, let me get a little bit better of a measurement now. Let me see how close. We're about 35 miles off the coast of Jamaica from the center. However, the strongest winds, the hurricane force winds, Cat 5 winds, are now making their way onto the island. The Cat 5 winds are right along the eye wall. But the actual hurricane force is across most of the western portion of the country now. You can see just extreme amount of wind, the actual full-on storm here. Let's see if we can pull on visible. It is a monster. Also notice how we've grown in size over the past couple of, I guess, the past 12 hours. The actual hurricane has grown in full size, which will add to more storm surge and whatnot. And looking at our live cameras around the country here, starting off with live camera in Kingston Harbor, given by Sea Jamaica here. You can see some very hefty conditions here. Winds and waves are pounding against the city here. However, I want to point out this is the furthest point away from the actual hurricane. I mean, look at this monster. It doesn't get more better for presentation than this. And welcome to stream, everyone. If you're ready for the Landfall Hurricane live stream, if you don't mind giving a like and a follow, just so we get the word out. We are answering questions throughout this landfall process. I'll be walking you through what is exactly going on. Right now, we have a strong Category 5 hurricane, 175 mile per hour sustained winds. It will pass, but man, it will do some extensive damage, especially along the eye wall. We're talking about all native trees being destroyed. along there. Almost every structure structurally failing along where the eye wall is. That's according to the National Hurricane Center. Basically, the most dire situation happening now in southwest Jamaica as a landfalling hurricane will probably be coming into the Black River, the Treasure Beach, the White House region. Kind of between there, somewhere exactly there is going to see the exact point. However, you can see the actual eye is getting fairly large now, and the actual hurricane force wind stretches all the way across the Jamaica. I mean, you can see what's called gravity waves, the waves throughout the actual storm here. You see how you go the up and down waves? That's signifying extremely strong hurricane. It's basically not slowing down whatsoever. That's why we're fully anticipating a Category 5 hurricane for here. Now let's answer some questions as we continue to watch this region. Top right of your screen, that's actually Flatbridge. If you were here last night, we still were able to see Flatbridge, and still we saw some accelerating water. Notice the absolute massive amount of flash flooding happening through Flatbridge right now as well. And right now we are currently sitting at Cat 5, 175 mile per hour sustained winds. And question is, what can you explain what the mathematical limit is for a hurricane? That's a great question. Thank you guys for the donations, and Nicole, Rachel, and I think that's one. Let me get that one princess. Thank you guys for the donations. Very kind of you. Mathematical limit really goes to the full effect of there are equations to solve for kind of a theoretical limit for hurricanes. It mostly is based off of kind of the warmth of the water. The energy in the water feeds directly for the potential strength of the storm. The warmth of the water, this storm has basically peaked for strength. It is reached its top capability, basically the perfection of meteorology, a terrifying perfection at that. How many hours until landfall? We're talking about 2 to 3 hours. We're moving about northeast, about 7 miles per hour, around 30 miles from the direct center. Coming over Jamaica, you can tell we are very close. It is going to be just a matter of time from this absolute monster to continue to go over. And we're talking about the worst of the worst winds. And we're also talking about power outages. I'm sure many of our friends in Jamaica who were on here yesterday or last night are now not with us because of the internet and just general power problems, which is not surprising. You can see hurricane force winds overspreading the island now as it continues to work its way to the northeast. Yeah, power outages are already happening. I'm not surprised because the winds are only going to get worse and worse and worse. The worst of the worst winds are making their way onto shore right now, with being right around the center. Recon is about to fly into the center, so we're going to get a brand new look into what the actual... Yeah, look, Recon is about to enter the center of the hurricane. We're going to get a brand new look of what the actual wind speed is. This will be landfalling Recon, so they'll be in the eye of the storm during landfall. If people are actually in Jamaica, if they get in the eye, which mostly there will be at least some people who do, you can see right through the eye. They actually will see the hurricane hunters fly through it. So they'll have a little moment of calm, but they might see the actual hurricane hunters fly from out of the eye wall and into the eye wall, which would be an incredible and scary kind of look there. Flooding is certain. Yeah, I mean, look at the north or the kind of top right camera there over across the way on the live stream. That is Flatbridge right now. Flatbridge is completely underneath water, and that river is only swelling with time here. If we go back in time from last night, that bridge was completely out of water. Now it's completely underwater. As confirmation, yes, there are birds currently trapped in the eye from getting sucked into the storm and really having no way out. They're about to all land down on the southeast coast of Jamaica as well. Waiting for a new refresh on both our screens. We'll hold our refreshes for right now. And a look at the latest National Hurricane Center forecast cone, accepting a Category 5. Asking for a Category 5 hurricane for... Alright, right now we're forecasting Category 5 hurricane. That's basically written in stone. It's actually forecast to be a Category 5 hurricane throughout the entirety of landfall. It's so strong, so well organized. The current prediction is a Category 5 hurricane throughout landfall and out the other end. So that's how it's going to be kind of happening there. Is you're going to have a very strong hurricane. And obviously looking at satellite presentation, we have no signs that this thing is stopping. No signs this thing is weakening on approach. You can see perfectly symmetrical storm and perfectly symmetrical eye. The worst case scenario is indeed happening right now for Jamaica, for the southwest corner corner of Jamaica. And basically the western and central portion of Jamaica will be hit very hard, but the entire country will be getting at least some sort of significant impacts as well. Recon planes are manned, and they're large planes. They are manned by some brave men and women who are currently helping us out. We're currently live on both platforms today. We're currently live on TikTok and YouTube, so you go check us out on both those platforms. We'll be live throughout Landfall, so if you want to hop out and come back in, you're welcome to do so. We'll be answering questions all day into the evening. I like how it says shelter in place. That's mainly saying you do not want to go outside. Do not go outside during this, because we're talking about the very high winds. If you guys also wouldn't mind liking the stream so we can get the word out there. We just hit 2.5 thousand likes. Let's see if we can hit 5,000. We're expecting the landfall to be within the next 2 or 3 hours here. You can see we're still moving relatively slowly, but a little bit of a wobble to the north. But we are getting there faster than what we were, just 6 hours ago. The current movement is 7 miles per hour. I believe that is northeast. Yep, 7 miles per hour, northeast as of 8 a.m. It's a brand new update just 30 minutes ago. Moving relatively quick compared to what the storm has been moving like. But still, it will take many, many hours to move actually across Jamaica as well. Not expected to hit the United States. I don't know about 30 minutes. It's not really right now. So we're using a little bit of math. The exact center is about 35-ish miles off the southwest coast. You have to keep in mind the technical landfall means the center of the eye. So you have the eye. The eye can go over. The actual center of the eye is what we consider landfall. So the actual eye wall is making landfall relatively soon here, probably within the next hour or so. The actual center of the eye crossing Jamaica, I think we're talking about 2 to 3 hours for the actual storm coming up. Right now the movement is 7 miles per hour northeast, with wiggles, also being there. So keep that in mind. You have to consider what technical landfall means, and technical landfall is the center of the eye. The current eye width is around probably we're looking at right now 15-ish miles across. So a relatively small eye, and it's kept that same sort of width between 12 and 15 miles throughout its lifespan. We have not had an eye wall replacement cycle on this thing, meaning we have had no weakening. The storm, usually the Cat 5s, they go through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, where an outer band takes over. If you look at our kind of live radar imagery here, an outer band takes over the inner band, but man, the inner band has been beating up any outer band that has happened. So look at that. That is what is approaching. This is where the worst of the worst is. We're talking about basically tornado-like strength within the center of this eye that is making its way towards the country. That is wrapped around right here. I mean, look at that presentation. You can see those gravity waves, the outer spiral of the hurricane. This presentation of a hurricane is incredible. You don't see this ever. Had it strengthened since yesterday around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Current strength is sitting at around 175 mile per hour sustained winds. I actually put that up on text here. Give me 1 moment. There we go. Okay, so let me change this text, because time to landfall is a little bit relative. You can see it on the thing here, and Kelly with a pretty good take there. It's unfortunately literally a perfect storm. Has it hit yet? I mean, it is. Jamaica is getting absolute beaten right now. So if you want to say hit, Jamaica is taking on some serious conditions right now. Landfall is expected within the next 2 to 3 hours. So we'll be live throughout landfall. But man, we have multiple cameras throughout the country. So let me know if you want to see any of the specific locations I can try to get to. I have noticed a lot of cameras in the southwest corner of Jamaica have gone down, not surprisingly here, if you look at the current satellite imagery as well. Current conditions, 175 mile per hour winds. Just putting this up here. Cat 5. All right. Let me move that. Where did that go? And there you go. Just so for other people who are joining, we have those things there. And someone said, you're finally live. Yes, we are back live, and we're answering questions. We're going to be walking you guys through this process of landfall of Melissa. Unfortunately, I was really hoping for any sort of backing out. But we're getting a question on YouTube: will the eye wall explode, and how long will you linger? How long will it linger over the island? So first question is: will the eye wall explode? Honestly, looking at the presentation right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the eye remains shape-wise throughout the entire process of landfall, which actually would be insane. Mainly saying that because, I mean, look at it right now. It is interacting a lot with land. You can see there is a lot of land in its way right now. The eye is still perfectly symmetric eye. Really not surprising here. Actually, this is kind of a surprising fact that we've seen virtually zero weakening throughout the process of landfall. We're still about 2 to 3 hours of landfall right now. Again, landfall is when the center of the storm touches land, which will be about 2 to 3 hours. This thing shows no sign of weakening as well. Oh no, I mistyped, of course. I figured thank you for that shout out on the. I set this up really quick, so I do apologize for that. Let me get that in. Thank you, Aaron, for that. And so basically, this storm is the worst case scenario, shows no signs of weakening. And looking right now, even in the eastern side of Jamaica, look at the top right of your screen. That is flat bridge, completely underneath water from flooding wise. We'll keep that a little bit larger here. We have multiple cameras around here. Also want to show you guys what Kingston's currently looking like. This is the outer band. So this is the kind of the best case scenario for the eastern side, the kind of the country, and the winds are whipping. The surf is the worst we've seen. Large waves. This is basically just like, a tiny portion of the full strength. Your Kingston's over here. Look, it's not even inside the main hurricane as well. So this thing is around the eye wall. It's going to destroy native trees, and this thing will linger around the island for at least, I think we're talking about hours, maybe 4 to 6 hours, just because of how slow we're moving. Of course, if it accelerates, then we're talking about a little bit less time. But the main thing that concerns me right now is, obviously, we're about 30 miles off the coast. So the eye wall is about to hit. And additionally, we just get a new recon flight. 893, no way. Really? We'll take a recon. Recon just flew into it. Let's take a look. And recon 893, that is correct. Someone just said in chat, this is the strongest Melissa has been. Wow. That is a shock to me. Melissa's currently interacting a lot with land. This is the strongest. This is one of the lowest pressures ever seen not the lowest pressure, but is one of the lowest pressures ever seen in a hurricane before. And they're not fully in the eye yet. I don't think they were fully in the eye. So we might get even a lower pressure than 893. If you guys are just joining, we have a new pressure located in the center of Melissa, 893. That is with land interaction. That is absolutely insane. We're talking about wind speeds absolutely outrageous here. Zero signs of weakening. Actually, signs of strengthening right next. That's kind of adding insult to injury. It is strengthening even with Jamaica in its way. Absolutely insane. Flooding is becoming a major issue. Looking at the top right of the screen here, you can see this is flat bridge. This is the worst flooding I've seen during the entire event, which is not surprising. Still expecting an extreme amount of rain if you look at our live radar. But if you guys are just joining us, a big picture story right now, just joining us, the hurricane hunters just right now, a couple minutes ago, flew into the center of the storm, 893 pressure, and we're not even at the lowest point possibly yet. Look at this rating. That reading right there is absolutely bonkers. That is for central pressure, and if for reference, 893 is I might do some. If anyone can help me out, because obviously I'm kind of tending to the stream here. Can anyone look up what pressure that beats us for lowest in Atlantic Basin? I know it's probably in the top 10, at least maybe even top 5. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. 893 is the lowest pressure by far we've seen across this storm here. Exactly. This hurricane is basically like a tornado. And if you guys are just joining us, 893. Let me update that on our graphic. We might even see lower here in just about 10 minutes from our next update point. 893 millibar and Cat 5. So even more crazy. If you guys thought things couldn't get more crazy, unfortunately, Weather can be surprising, and as a meteorology student, this is incredibly surprising. This thing is the lowest pressure ever was 882, so we're getting pretty close. And 882 was Wilma, yeah, okay. And that's historic landfall. I mean, 882, landfall-wise, in 893 is insane. So Milton was 895 for reference, so now we're kind of pushing lower than Milton. Thank you for that reference, just so we get some reference points. But if you guys are just joining the brand new data point, that might go even lower. Central pressure right now is 893. Someone said this could be number 1 or number 2 intense hurricane in terms of pressure at landfall. Number 1 was Labor Day hurricane at 932. So this could be easily number 1. Oh, someone said 892. Okay, sorry for that correction there. So the lowest pressure on landfall was 892. We are really close to that, and if we get a new scan here, we might see an even lower pressure as well. Again, we are thinking about everyone out in Jamaica. We probably lost a lot of connection with a lot of them, especially the ones who are going to see the worst of the worst. And if you're just joining us, the brand new update that just came in from Recon just flew into the storm. 893 millibar pressure, the central pressure. That is the lowest we've seen all storm. That means the storm is the strongest right now. The actual National Hurricane Center will probably start doing hour by hour updates, so we should get another hour update by 9 a.m. They might start doing hour by hour update just because we're getting so close. For reference, surface pressure is about 1,200, 1,015 millibars. We're now at 893. That means more than 10% of the atmosphere has been evacuated from the center. That is incredible for reference. That is absolutely insane amount of evacuation of air. And I honestly am in disbelief that this thing is strengthening when it is interacting with land. It is basically acting like Jamaica is not there. That's how bonkers this storm is. Absolutely insane, causing widespread flash flooding even on the eastern portion of Jamaica. The southwest corner of Jamaica is going to get a direct hit. Talking about kind of landfall areas between the Black River, White House, and Blue Fields, that kind of region right here on this corner right here, I think is the most likely to see landfall within the next 2 to 3 hours. That entire region, though, you can see how wide the eye is. Stretches for eye impacts. I think the actual eye. Remember, landfall is just a point because that's the center of the storm. The eye is probably going to stretch from Savannah, Lamar, all the way through Watchwell to Treasure Beach. We're talking about massive eye and massive, absolutely destructive conditions as well. Answering your guys' questions throughout the day. Welcome to stream if you guys are appreciating this kind of forecast here. We woke up pretty early, been watching this all morning. If you guys wouldn't mind giving a follow and a like just so we can spread the word. And the biggest story I have for you right now, just brand new off the press. This is just going to be new information that's going to be released. 893. Yeah, central pressure was just measured 893 from the National Hurricane Center flying into the storm. Yeah, this is Air Force Recon. And look at that. They're doing a little dance. Look at what in the world. They are circling. They just circled the eye. Let's see if we can pick the lowest number. 893 seems to be our lowest number out of that. But look at, they did a little circle. They must be taking videos. It must be incredible in there. Absolutely insane. 893 seems to be our lowest pressure within the center of the storm. I think they did that to try to find the lowest pressure possible within the storm. And that's kind of a thing they do when, they really try to get some photos and videos so everyone in Jamaica and everyone around the world can see possibly one of the most strongest hurricanes of all time, and also the strongest hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica. If you guys are just joining us, 893 central pressure measured yet again. So really not surprising here, and it looks like 893.4 is our lowest right there, unless someone else sees something lower than that. Central pressure, yeah, it's kind of looking around 894, 893. So multiple readings of 893. That was not a fluke. And you can see it's pretty quiet just in the center of the storm, just a few knots, and especially right here, just a few knots that way. So all the circling around as they just did a full circle around the actual eye of the hurricane. You can see in the top right here, or top of the left, excuse me. As well. Kingston, how they looking? Right now, looking at the live camera in Kingston, they're getting battered, but they're really not getting the worst of the conditions, which is some good news as well. If you guys are just joining us, 893, that is a central pressure of the hurricane. So the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm is. and we are expecting Cat 5 landfall and Cat 5 conditions throughout the entirety of this system. And someone said Cat 5 landfall predicted for Cuba. I think it's very much in the cards because this storm is not weakening. It's actually strengthening right now, basically over Jamaica. Some incredible things. This has not happened. Land usually makes hurricanes weaker. Look how symmetric we're looking, and looking at the central pressure that they just read in the center of the storm. 893 is extremely and historically low. It is not the lowest, but for landfall, I think it is basically currently. Someone else said on YouTube that this is going to be tied for the lowest pressure-wise landfall. Now they're going to do more passes, so we actually have chances to get lower or higher. So this is not the landfalling pressure just yet. We still got about 2 to 3 hours before landfall, so don't go anywhere. If you guys wouldn't mind liking the stream, let's try to get to 25,000 likes so we can get the word out that we just got a measure from the National Hurricane Center and the Air Force Recon that we have the lowest pressure yet for Melissa. A terrible metric. I mean, this thing, it's sad to see because if you wanted everything to go wrong, it basically is going wrong, and that's why we are live right now. That's why we've been warning about the storm. That's why we prepared, because we prepared for the worst. Well, unfortunately, that worst case scenario is here, sitting at 893 central pressure, the lowest pressure it has been. And current landfall predictions are around 2 to 3 hours from this exact point. And keep in mind, guys, landfall counts, and thank you, Trish, for that large donation. Landfall counts as the center of the hurricane, the exact center of the eye making landfall. So even if the eye actually touches, that's not technical landfall. Keep in mind, technical landfall, which is what I'm going to go with here in rainy day weather, and that's how the National Hurricane Center also does it, is the exact pinpoint center where that makes landfall. The actual eye wall is just about an hour away from actual landfall as well, actual making it onto land. And the eye wall, again, is the place of where the strongest winds are. Looking at our live radar here, live radar, you can see the eye wall incredibly fully encased, no signs of weakening, actually signs of strengthening as it still interacts with land. An absolutely insane kind of commentary on here. This storm has not gone through an eye wall replacement cycle. It basically is giving, to put it in layman's terms, a middle finger up to what is physically and what we think is possible for hurricanes. It's breaking the records. It's insane. I've honestly, all the hurricanes I've looked at back in the past and all the hurricanes I've witnessed throughout my life, this is rare. This is in rare terms. This is in rare company. One of the most historic hurricanes of all time as it makes landfall. An 892, 893 millibar central pressure, and that is with land interaction. It is still, I still can't get over that fact. Land interaction strength is absolutely insane to me as well. Katrina was an epic hurricane, but Melissa might be talked more about. I mean, it's really hard to compare catastrophic hurricanes. They kind of live in their own bubble, right? This one will be talked for a long time. And someone's saying nothing will happen. Wow, that is quite... I'm just going to mute you for the entire stream because we're not even playing that game. Obviously, if you look at the camera, that is Flatbridge completely underneath water. If you look at Kingston, which is on the outer bands, mind you, this is going to be the best looking place in Kingston. And look at that. Wind is battling this camera here. And this is not even hurricane force winds. Quadruple these winds you're seeing right now on camera. And that is what Hurricane Melissa is producing at the center. United States, no threats. And thank you for the kind words, part the seasons. Thank you guys for the donations as well. Trish, Electrica, and Mara, I believe that's Meryl. Thank you guys for the donations. And also Honeybee, appreciate that. Very kind of you guys. We'll be live throughout the duration of landfall. If you're just joining us, because we just got a new batch of people, we're live both on YouTube and TikTok today. Brand new news is the hurricane is, yes, still strengthening. According to the latest recon, that just due to a full loop-de-loop within the center of the storm, I know, pretty insane. Inside that storm, inside Melissa, the latest reading is 893 central pressure. We're still waiting on drop sounds to get the exact kind of surface level pressure, but 893 is the extrapolated pressure at the surface. An incredible benchmark. The strongest the storm has been in its entire lifespan, and it is still strengthening. even with land. So that is insane. Getting a little bit of bots, so we'll have to mute those. Bear with me. So the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, I mean, this will be the worst hurricane by wind speed by far. I mean, if you look at Hurricane Gilbert, I think it was like a 130, 140 mile per hour. I think it was 130, 120 mile per hour sustained winds. This is going to be 175 mile per hour sustained winds, if not more, upon landfall. Yeah, the planes are specially built for landfall or for these hurricanes. It is a marvel engineering. It does help to think that hurricanes do fly, or planes fly about 400 to 500 mile per hour on their own. So it is challenging and lots of turbulence, probably the worst turbulence you can think of. But structurally, it is physically possible to fly into these bad boys. This one would be very bumpy, though. I can tell you the videos I've been seeing is insane. Where will the tailwinds reach out to? Yeah, wind in the UK are bad today. So this actually has a chance to make it all the way over to kind of the Europe region, because that's how kind of the full lifespan. We're talking about the next 7 days, though. Montego Bay said get some information to broadcast. So yeah, welcome in from Montego Bay. I'm actually surprised you guys still have internet and connectivity. Things are going to continue to degrade there. You might actually get the outside of the eye wall, so expect extreme conditions for everyone. Right now, the current kind of estimate for landfall is about between 2 and 3 hours. Remember, landfall is when the exact center of the storm crosses over land. You can see we're getting very close. The actual southwest communities are now seeing the outer eye wall as well. So Treasure Beach is basically in the eye wall. Treasure Beach is probably experiencing up to 150 mile per hour winds as it continues. Right now, the current estimates in strength is 175 mile per hour sustained winds. Current conditions at 893 central millibar pressure. This thing is still strengthening. So kind of going through the towns here, we're talking about catastrophic damage across anywhere this hurricane is going to come across. So even if you're inland, we're going to start talking about other places that might see this. Santa Cruz, Middle Quarters, Christina, Albertown, Brownstown, Runaway Bay. Kind of this sector here in the central portions, these parishes within my cursor here, within these blue zones, we have the chance of seeing the eye wall. That's where the extreme winds, including Montego Bay, depending on how far northward we go. Montego Bay, I don't know if you guys are going to see the eye wall. I also don't think you're going to. I don't think you're going to see the actual. You're not going to get it in the eye if you're looking towards that. It is a possibility. I mean, the eye is about 20-ish miles across, 18 to 20 miles across. So think of that swath. The strongest winds, remind you, is just along the eye. That is where the strongest 175 mile per hour sustained winds are. It'll be right around here. You'll be hearing some incredible wind gusts. It'll sound like a freight train is coming through your region. And because the storm is currently moving at 7 miles per hour northeast, also, yeah, a good point by someone, is this storm has grown in size a lot over the past 12 hours, which is a common theme with hurricanes that stay at high strength for a while, is they get larger and larger and larger to defend their inner core. It might seemingly seem like the core has become smaller, or the eye has become smaller, but the actual outer shell of the full hurricane force winds has become larger. Montego Bay has a chance of seeing the eye wall, unfortunately, at least some very strong winds. I don't think you guys you have the chance of seeing the eye wall, 175 mile per hour sustained winds, but you're going to at least see Cat 2, Cat 3, major hurricane status winds, just because you're going to be so close in proximity. So at least a Category 3, Category 2 winds. You're going to be a little bit later today, probably around the 2 to 5 p.m. range, because, of course, the eye wall has to make landfall and then make its way to the north. Bad news I have for everyone, though, on Jamaica, unfortunately, is the storm is not weakening. Virtually, it is strengthening, according to the latest pressure readings by the National Hurricane Center hurricane hunters. Those brave men and women are actually still circling the hurricane. Wow, they are just doing full loop-de-loops. I think they're actually trying to measure the tendency of the pressure. See, we got another reading of 894. See if we got anything else. 896 around the edge. So I think they're just doing basically a full scan of what's going on. Excuse me. So welcome to the stream, everyone. We're getting towards the kind of the threshold for possible record, second to record of the tsunami stream. So welcome to the stream. If you guys wouldn't mind giving a like and a follow, we're giving We're answering your guys' questions throughout this time. And man, just a quick shout out. If you guys wouldn't mind liking the stream, ask us so we can get more people here, so we can get the information out to people as well. We have live cameras around the country. If you look at the top right, we have Flatbridge there, flash flooding ongoing, and currently we are analyzing the brave men and women who are currently circling the eye of the storm. If you looked very closely, which is probably not going to show up on satellite, they are right here. They are at no man's land, someplace that only a few can say they've been, in the middle of a Category 5 hurricane. And if you're just coming in, brand new news is the hurricane is unfortunately still strengthening, with a new pressure, central pressure found of 893 millibars as well. 893. And you can see right now 894, 894.3. So they're still kind of circling around to see any more recon points. You can see they're right in the center. They're really trying to look for the lowest pressure. And I also think they might be doing that to see if it's if they can have any virtual sight of weakening as well. They still haven't gotten to the northeast quadrant for the winds. I think there is another one about to enter as well. So we're gonna have 2 hurricane hunters throughout this entire stream, which is some great news because we'll have some valuable data as this thing crosses on. But also for my friends in Jamaica, if anyone is still able to have internet within the region that's gonna get hit, which would be extremely surprising. Once the hurricane makes landfall, you actually might see the hurricane hunters, which would be an insane photo or just visual opportunity. The hurricane hunters fly out of the eye wall, circle around in the eye while you have perfectly calm conditions, storm around you on all sides, and the hurricane hunters fly back out. That is conceivably possible with this type of storm because of how large our eye is, sitting at about 20 miles wide and proximity about 2 to 3 hours before landfall as well. About 2 to 3 hours before landfall. Keep in mind, the technical term for landfall by the National Hurricane Center is the center of the storm moving over land, the exact center. So pinpoint center, not even if the eye clips it, that's not technical landfall. It has to be the center of the storm. I'll give you guys the exact moment we'll make a landfall, and by the National Hurricane Center's figures, as well as kind of the figures here. Will it be still 20 inches of rain, or has that already come? We're talking about even more rain. We can look at the latest update by the National Hurricane Center, see how much rain we still have in the forecast. And looking at the forecast, this is rain to come. It's been upped from the latest forecast. So in the eastern portions of Jamaica, we're still expecting an additional 1 to 2 feet of rain. I know you've been hearing that for a while, but that's on top of what everything that's happened. Across the central portions of Jamaica, we could see 1 to 3 feet of rain, stretching up into the high amounts of rain, up to possibly 30 inches of rain in central portions of Jamaica. So things are already flooding. Unfortunately, look at the top right of your screen, guys. That's Flatbridge. That's the worst flooding I've seen so far this event. Unfortunately, the region is predicted to get even more rain on top of what we've seen as well. Let's go to so here's Flatbridge, kind of the dual camera. You can see the same thing. And we can go back to our radar here to get some more insight of what's going on. Someone said I survived Andrew in 1992. It was terrible. This is much worse. Pray for Jamaica. We are thinking about Jamaica. We're praying for Jamaica. I just, if you have any tips, because I know we probably have people in here with tips during a Category 5 hurricane. And if there's anyone from Jamaica, let me know if anyone here is watching from Jamaica and where your region is, just so we can get a kind of a feeling for who still has internet power, who has internet, and still who has power left. I don't think there's going to be many people, especially in the areas we're talking about, unfortunately, who are going to have power. I mean, that's not really a surprise. Got a lot of Montego Bay, Kingston. I mean, that's not too surprising because both these regions are a bit far away from the exact center just yet. I do expect Montego Bay to get some extreme conditions. We got a lot of kind of spread out here. Not seeing is anyone really close to the center. I don't see any areas that are really close to the southwest corner of the center here. Which, I mean, I'd be absolutely shocked if anyone is as well. Someone said St. Elizabeth, heavy winds and rain and no electricity. Thank you guys for that kind of report there. Appreciate you all being here. Again, we'll be live throughout this process of landfall. I have my breakfast right here. I have my caffeine right here. We'll be with you guys. I checked back on our kind of records here. We've been live for over 30 hours for the past 7 days, warning people about this storm. It just comes as a fear of mine throughout this entire week. This fear has been realized as we're still seeing Hurricane Melissa strengthen. If that sounds crazy to you, it sounds crazy to me. Even with land interaction, take a look at this latest hurricane forecast or latest hurricane hunters. Their latest pressure reading was an 893 hurricane. They should be exiting pretty soon here. They only circle for not too long after they get some photos, videos for everyone in the public, the world even, because the world is watching right now. And look at the actual hurricane hunters. Also, a little bit of question here. If you're watching right now from outside of Jamaica, where are you guys currently watching? I'm just curious to where everyone's currently watching from as well. I mean, this thing is just an absolute monster. It is, unfortunately, perfection. It is maxed out the the amount of problems we can have. Got Belgium in the chat. We got Australia in the chat. We got Sweden in the chat. We got Florida in the chat. Canada, North Carolina, Chicago, Pennsylvania. Shout out to Pennsylvania. Texas, New York City. So all around the world right now. Utah, the United Kingdom, California. Welcome in from everyone watching across the world. I know you might be also watching in terror and interest. We're here to answer your questions throughout the process. Don't feel shy. The chat's going to be a little chaotic today. I can admit that. That's just going to be because, of course, this is the biggest event in meteorological kind of presence we've had in a few months, just generally. And this is probably one of the headliners events for the entire year. And this will be the strongest hurricane to hit Jamaica of all time. It's just what we're aiming towards. 893 central pressure, 175 mile per hour sustained winds still, and no sign of weakening. Welcome in. I'm glad you guys are all here. And let's get some questions answered. Really appreciate it. I mean, I think I saw people from every region of the globe here, so I really appreciate you guys being here. If you guys appreciate this live stream and appreciate the kind of interactive thing, this is a very rare chance we get live expert analysis, but also kind of you can see or you can have your questions answered here. It's a little bit of a unique event. If you guys want to support me, if you wouldn't mind, I just ask for likes so we can get more people in here, get the word out. I'm a solo creator on Any Day Weather. I run all platforms across YouTube, TikTok, and any other social media platform you're on. We are live right now on YouTube as well, so if you want to hop over there, that's up to you. We're only at 846 subscribers, so if you want to help out that, really appreciate the support, though. You guys being here and being interested. And think about Jamaica, pray for Jamaica. This is times we're going to be keeping an eye out, and then they're going to need help. So also keep an eye out for kind of future resources as well to support our, we are one globe, one, we got to act like we got to have empathy here as well. And remember, these people throughout the chat, let's be respectful. And this is, unfortunately, as a meteorologist, you kind of talk about what is the max capability of storms, and this one is reaching it, unfortunately. Latest update from the hunters was 893, 180 mile per hour plus winds. Well, let's see if they updated. I think we might be doing hourly updates on the National Hurricane Center website, so would not be surprised. Not just yet, but thank you. I'll wait for official update from the National Hurricane Center, but I wouldn't be surprised if we've been upped even more, guys. Just remember, unfortunately, if you're just joining us, the storm is still strengthening. We have a Category 5 hurricane. That one is no doubt 175 mile per hour sustained winds. As of the latest update, might have a little bit of a stronger one. And we do have a 9 a.m. update of a 180 mile per hour hurricane. Man, can this not get worse? It is incredible. And yes, I think that is now official, guys. Wow. Oof. It just sometimes you get chills from updates like this. This hurricane is currently over land, and I believe has just been upgraded to 180 mile per hour sustained winds. Now is becoming one of the most strongest Atlantic hurricanes of all time. It is not the strongest, but is getting up there, and will be the strongest. I can say that for sure now. Will be the strongest to ever hit Jamaica. In the recorded history of 180 years of our records, the storm surge near Savannah Lamar, that is a good question. So Savannah Lamar, the good news is for storm surge wise, which they're got to take the good news where you can get it, is I think you're going to be on the west side of the eye wall. It's really going to be close. So depending on where the eye wall is, remember, onshore flow is the name of the game for storm surge. On the east side of the eye will be the worst of the storm surge. The west side of the eye will be less storm surge. Because of the offshore flow. Lamar is really in a kind of rough spot, or Savannah Lamar is in a rough spot where I'm not too sure exactly. We're talking about negative storm surge, so we're talking about storm actual ocean recession. But if we continue just northward and then we have the eastern side of the eye wall, unfortunately we're talking about catastrophic storm surge on the eastern side of the eye wall. between 15 and 30 feet of storm surge, especially with our hurricane still deepening in pressure, 180 mile per hour sustained winds. If you guys just joined, yes, the storm just got upgraded again. 180 mile per hour sustained winds, 893. We'll be live covering this historic event, and I really hope for something to change, but of course we're only about 30 miles off the coast of Jamaica. I mean, the main goal of the stream is to really educate everyone on exactly what the process is going to be happening. Educate or try to help out the last people who still have power in Jamaica. So we're trying to answer your questions as most efficiently as possible. I do apologize if I don't get to your question as soon as possible. Of course, we have over 2,000 people here and probably going to just continue to get more because, of course, this event is becoming very high end. And we're talking about 2 to 3 hours before landfall. Just a quick reminder, landfall technically means the center of the eye. So not even just the eye. The center of the eye has to cross over land. If you guys are just joining us, this hurricane has just been upgraded to 180 mile per hour sustained winds. So we were at 175. We just went over 180. Even the more significant thing is we are now sub 900 pressure. This is all happening with land interaction. That is the most mind-boggling thing. Is hurricanes hate friction, and land is friction for them. Land is a ton more friction than actual ocean water. Ocean water is pretty flat overall. So look at this. We're talking about a sustained landfall, possibly the highest we'll see in our lifetimes for Jamaica. I don't want to jinx our future here, but we are reaching the peak of hurricane intensity as well. And kind of a good point here with someone asking, does this count as category 6? It also just got a new update, so we'll go to that as well. The difference between 175 mile per hour winds and 180 mile per hour winds, damage-wise, is basically inconceivable. It's basically catastrophic damage no matter what, no matter how high we get. That's why category 5 is set at 157 mile per hour sustained winds. Anything above that is kind of the same impacts. It's still extremely bad, to put it blunt. So unfortunately, that's just kind of how we're sitting here. A new update by the National Hurricane Center if they want to load. I think it's just a midterm update, so we can go to the home. Maybe they posted it over here. And there we go. Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters find Melissa stronger as the northern eye wall is approaching southern coast of Jamaica. 9 a.m. position update. Let's see. Do we have that actual advisory update statement? So here's the update statement. Let's read it together. This was brand new by the National Hurricane Center. This is a rare update. They only do hourly updates when we're talking about a historical event, an hour by hour, and we're approaching landfall. So I'll read this to you guys just so you don't have to bore yourself with the reading. And here we go. The eye of Melissa is nearing the southern coast of Jamaica and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours, which we've been saying, next 2 to 3 hours. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take action now to protect your life. Residents in Jamaica should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Melissa. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. An Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft has just found that Melissa is still strengthening with maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour. For reference, that's 290 kilometers per hour. Estimated minimum central pressure based on aircraft data has fallen to 896 and officially is below 900 millibars. For reference, 896 is one of the lowest pressures ever recorded in a hurricane. I just want to really note that this is incredible on itself. Even if this was in the middle of the ocean, this is incredible because this hurricane is dealing with land right now, and it does not care. Dealing with land, shelter in place. The storm will end. Remember that. Keep that in mind if you're here. The storm will end. You're just going to have to fight through it, defend yourself against this absolutely monster of a storm. That is a brand new update by the National Hurricane Center. We've officially been upgraded as well. Someone said, I found you on YouTube. Yes, welcome into the YouTube. This is going to be the strongest hurricane ever, and it actually still might strengthen. We actually might have even a stronger hurricane upon landfall, according to the latest trends. And we'll have to wait for the next recon flight to get into the center. I think they're exiting the center. Yeah, they're just about to exit the center. So look at that. This recon is really just sitting in the center. And look at that. We just had one. So if this thing's just to really point out, a new reading in the storm, 892. So we've dropped. dropped a bit. Even from our latest update just about 10 minutes ago, we've dropped from a new reading. 892 found in the hurricane. I don't think I see anything else lower than that. 892.3 really showing, unfortunately, the storm is still strengthening. I don't know how it's doing this, honestly. It baffles me overall. I am going to kind of look at your guys' questions. We're going to put on the here we go. Put that on your screen here for you can see how close we are proximity wise. The eye, remember the eye wall. Melissa will be retired. That is a 100% for sure. Melissa will be retired. I can tell you that. And I'm gonna quickly, because I haven't had breakfast yet. So if you guys want to chat amongst yourselves, let's do another question. Let's lighten the mood a bit. What about someone say something nice about Jamaica in chat? Just while we can, I want to lighten the mood just a bit. Overall, because, you know, in this situation, it's not good, right? We'll put it bluntly, it's not good. But hopefully everyone's in their safe place, and let me just quickly have a little bite to eat as well. Thank you guys all for that. Really appreciate it. Sure it's helping out. You know, let me finish chewing, actually. You know, like in disasters like this, you have to lean on each other. So, someone said you deserve a snack. I appreciate that. So keep in mind throughout this process that we have to lean on each other. There's going to be a very long road to recovery after this. Not to jump the gun already, but I mean, look in this storm. The fate is sealed. So keep in mind, you know, let's lean on each other throughout it. They're going to need help. We'll see what happens. You know, we'll have the damage survey and see it is. And getting a good question as well. He keeps playing the pressure. Why is this so significant? Why is 893 millibars so significant? And if you don't know, that's kind of a reading for how much air is basically above you. So if you think of an air column, how much air is above you? Hurricanes tend to have, or always have, lower pressure at the center. That is because they evacuate air. They're general dynamics I won't bore you with. But think of it as a vacuum, right? A vacuum cleaner has low pressure, obviously, at its nozzle. That creates kind of an inward motion, an acceleration of wind. Again, this is kind of a rough kind of interpretation to kind of grasp it. So a lot more complicated than this overall. But the hurricane is very efficient right now of getting air out of its center. It's evacuating air up and out of its center, which is causing, at the surface, inward movement of wind. And right now, this hurricane has achieved basically the most efficient air removal possible. You have to have a very strong hurricane, very well organized to remove this amount of wind. And overall, 893 is historic. It is going to be possibly the lowest landfall, lowest pressure landfall almost of all time. I believe someone did, someone can fact check this, but someone did inform me the lowest landfall of all time on record is a Labor Day hurricane at 892. 892 was our Labor Day hurricane, which that's back before hurricanes had names. 892. This right now has an 893 measured in the hurricane, and it's still dropping. So this does have a chance to be the lowest pressure hurricane, which means one of the strongest hurricanes. The pressure, and MB stands for millibars, great point as well. So the lower pressure there is, the more suction there is, you know, kind of loosely, the stronger the winds are around the center, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now as well. 180 mile per hour winds. If you guys haven't been here before that update, we got upgraded just about 10 minutes ago. The storm got upgraded. Still, biggest crazy thing with this is usually hurricanes weaken with land interaction. Melissa does not care. Let's look at the top right. That's actually Flatbridge. So we'll go big screen on this. Oh my gosh, look at Flatbridge's chat. Try to ignore that flashing and kind of the. So this was given by Jamaica. This is public information, so you're free to go on this yourself. It's Flatbridge, Jamaica. You just search it up in your browser. I'm sure you'll see it. There's over 5,000 people here as well. Taking a look for the larger view of this one. There is a bridge under here, which you don't know the full history of. I can fully give the breakdown. I'm not gonna kind of go on too about it, and also I don't have like the full background of history. But yeah, Flatbridge is completely underwater, and for reference, this is the most flooding during this as well. Okay, it looks like my OBS just disconnected, so hopefully my YouTube folks are still there. Okay, good. Yeah, we're still there. Good. So yeah, the storm surge is only starting to grow as well. No landfall. Yep. Again, a reminder, guys, landfall counts as the center of the eye. So not just the eye. The center of the eye has to cross over land. Landfall, we're looking at about 2 to 3 hours, maybe a little bit less now when we're stretching towards the 2 hours now. We're moving about 7 miles per hour northeast. Still pretty slow. And I am expecting the eye to remain intact throughout the entirety of landfall. So if you're anywhere in this kind of region here, maybe a little bit easier to see. Anywhere in this kind of region here of Jamaica, you might have a chance of getting in the eye. Montego Bay, I wouldn't, because I know there's a lot of people from Montego Bay, I wouldn't say that's very likely. You'd have to basically have a full northward trend happen, which is possible. But still, so far, we're still on that northeast kind of route there. Thank you, Coconut, and thank you, Rain, for donations. Really appreciate that. That goes directly to support me. We will be storm chasing in the Central Plains. Just a quick shout out for next year. We'll storm chasing in the Central Plains, and all the donations help to go fund that as well. Appreciate that. At Catherine is very bad right now, so that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think the latest update is we're moving very slow. I think the latest update was 3, but they haven't updated the graphic yet, so we'll have to wait for that. They must be drawing it out right now. I don't have the exact movement just right now. Unless someone else saw it out. Latest update was 7, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's moving even slower right now. It seems to be a bit stalling right now. To see if any hurricane hunters have gone into it, welcome to the stream, everyone. Hopefully you're doing as well as you can. Our hurricane hunter has just left the eye wall after circling it for about 30 minutes. They must have been holding on tight, going around in circles around the 12-mile eye wall and radius, getting pressure readings, very important pressure readings for everyone. You can see almost the entire time they are flying, which is, I'll zoom in just a bit here. The entire time of being inside the center of the storm, we are sub 900 millibars for pressure-wise. So that is incredible. Also, take a look at this. Look how warm it is in the center here. So right here is where the center of the storm is, where they're flying around in circles. Take a look at this. This is a 20 degrees Celsius in the center of the storm. Outside the storm, it's 10 degrees Celsius. So about a 10 degrees Celsius change between the outside of the storm and the inside of the eye. So it'll be very warm in the eye, very dry in the eye. Actually insane. I mean, look at that. We got a very warm eye, and that is also expected. If you've ever seen the movie where there's like huge hurricanes, oh man, I think it's The Day After Tomorrow, if someone wants to correct me. What they say, like the hurricane, the center of the eyes get really cold. Well, it's actually the opposite of that due to some thermodynamics and overall. Someone said nothing is happening when, boy, you are not looking at the radar or the satellite just yet then. Rich, where you are if it's very, very calm. Yeah, The Day After Tomorrow. Yeah, The Day After Tomorrow, that movie bugs me a ton because, you know, it's very warm in the center of hurricane. It's not cold. This is the day before yesterday. Can't change course. 0% chance of avoiding Jamaica. Unfortunately, we had 100% chance of landfall. We're either going to move north or east. And obviously, you can see our proximity right now really seals the deal. Thank you, Ice Queen. Thank you, Marble, for the donation. Thank you, Madam. Appreciate that. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with that, too. I really appreciate that ton, guys. What time is it going to reach Jamaica? The eye wall. We're talking about landfall. Remember, the center of the eye. I'm thinking the eye wall around the next 2 to 3 hours. What's up, Ethan Beagle on YouTube chat? How's it going? Hope you guys are doing all right on YouTube and on TikTok. We currently have about 200 times more people on TikTok than YouTube, but appreciate everyone tuning in. We'll be keeping an eye on both chats. So, don't disrespect The Day After Tomorrow. Okay, it's a good movie, but like the science bugs me a ton. Like, yeah. I digress, though. Right. Will there be a tsunami after the storm? No. Well, what's related to tsunami, which remember, I'll explain the quick difference here. I am expecting an extreme amount of storm surge on the eastern side of the eye wall here. It's actually already being witnessed, even all the way in Kingston. Maybe a little bit of a sea level rise, but places really close to the eye wall, the actual ocean will rise about 15 to 30 feet, especially since we're having strengthening still happening. For reference, what will happen is it won't be a big wave like a tsunami, though. That's a big difference between tsunami and storm surge. It'll be a gradual but aggressive rise in water level. So you have kind of a 1 to 3 feet rise in per hour, maybe a more rapid increase with the eye wall approaching shore. That is, all this wind is blowing onshore. You see all this wind directed right at the shoreline? It is actually blowing water physically towards the shore. That water then starts to pile up and pile up and pile up on the shoreline. So we're talking about 15 to 30 foot storm surge within this region as well. Guys, how bad, Melissa? About as bad as it gets, unfortunately. So right now, if you guys haven't been with us yet, or you're just joining, we're still sitting at we just got upgraded to 180 mile per hour sustained winds. And thank you, Swelum, for the donation. Really appreciate that. 180 mile per hour winds, sitting at sub 900 millibar pressure level now. Curious, what does the wind speed hit towards the red of the storm? That's probably strong tropical storm force winds. These are kind of convective cloud tops, so they don't directly correlate to wind speed. But it kind of gives you an idea where the highest winds are. The highest winds are wrapped around the center right now, going outwards with less strength. The entire island of Jamaica is experiencing tropical storm force winds right now, and it is only going to get more and more windy, unfortunately, as we continue our progression northeast here. Stick around, guys. We're expecting landfall within the next 2 to 3 hours. We'll be live throughout this entire process. If you guys wouldn't mind liking the stream, we got over 40,000 likes. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Let's try to hit 50,000 likes so we get some more people in here. Landfall will be here very soon. Let me know if you have any cameras or any regions you want to check out. Okay, we have Flatbridge in the top right camera, which I know you might be really confused. That's Flatbridge? Yes, Flatbridge is actually completely submerged underneath water, flooding right now. Also, we have a Discord below me if you have any content you want to submit as well. And please keep chat respectful. And keep in mind, we're talking about people's lives, their homes, their businesses, their friends, their family, their neighbors. That's the one thing I have to ask for you guys, is you guys remain humane in the chat, or you will be banned. There is a zero tolerance policy for disrespect this kind of event here, because I know the severity of the event, and it is not needed within this place. So yeah, that is Flatbridge. We've had Flatbridge on our live camera for the entire time, and if you even look, like, there is just debris. We'll go full camera on Flatbridge real quick. So yeah, full cam. We're a little bit zoomed in right now. Hopefully they zoom back out. This is from Flatbridge camera. See Jamaica on YouTube right now. Completely free use. So you're allowed to go on it as well, reposting their videos as well, just with credit to them. But looking at Flatbridge, that actual hut there. So this has been my little reference here. Is this hut has been like a few feet off the water. The water level is now getting extremely close to Flatbridge as well. So Flatbridge is starting to come in. This is Flatbridge. This is a famous bridge that it was built. Sorry for a quick pause. Let me grab my watch. A bridge that was built for about 300 years ago. It is underneath. You still can technically see where it is, because you see how it drops off. The actual bridge is right around here. This is Flatbridge. About to be no bridge. Yeah, that is possible. It is made out of like stone, so it's pretty powerful. But obviously the water is extremely powerful as well. What is the physical limit of if a hurricane? I don't know exactly what that is pertaining to, but I mean the physical limit right now, if you're looking at it, it's reaching it. Physical limit, there's really no drawn out physical, speed limit of hurricanes technically, but we start to really lose the balances of forces for physical kind of capability around the 180 and plus mark, 175. Any like Cat 5 hurricane is really hard to sustain itself, and it's very rare to see. But there is no such thing as a physical limit, right? It is completely natural. It's happened forever. Just sometimes you get all the ingredients lined up to be the perfect storm. Not to be cliche. This thing is, unfortunately, the perfect storm right now. 180 mile per hour sustained winds. We're now sub 900 millibar pressure, so we're dropping in pressure, which means a stronger storm. And that is incredible because we have pretty good land interaction, which usually slows down storms. This thing Melissa does not care, unfortunately. Melissa is still got a completely symmetrical storm, so you can see the actual storm is symmetrical, and the actual eye is also symmetrical as well. Got a great question. Why is it still moving so slowly? Well, a little bit of reference here. Hurricanes are like cars without steering wheels. They really don't decide their steering currents. And the main reason we've started, you might be wondering, well, why is it moving so slow? And also, why do we were moving west for days, and then we started moving northeast. Why'd that happen? Well, a trough of low pressure up to the north, and apparently someone just did the nerd emoji, which I will take as a compliment in this sense. With low pressure up to the north is a giant magnet for the storm, though. The low pressure is only gonna have more and more kind of effect on the storm. So there's just think of a low pressure, trough of low pressure. For simple terms, think of it as a magnet for the hurricane. Other than that, during the past few days, there's been no interaction with other high pressures or low pressures. It's just been basically sitting and barely moving. And now we are finally getting something that's interacting with it. It's just the side effect is it is drawing it right into Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas. How long will it last? So I think general impacts let's look at the latest forecast cone. This will be helpful. Which one is it? It's playing game. Let's go to our 3-day. So I think we're going to be out of Jamaica by extremely late tonight, which is some good news. So we're talking about one more day, do 24 more hours. This thing is over. They're going to move into kind of Cuba eventually here tomorrow, kind of tonight. Honestly, we might get a major hurricane landfall currently predicted at 2 a.m. Wednesday. This actually has the capability of being a Category 5 as well, just because the storm is so strong and has not weakened at all. I'm anticipating the eye to remain intact throughout the entirety of landfall. That might seem pretty crazy, especially if you know a bit about hurricanes. But according to the latest trends, and especially since we are gaining strength even with land activity, I am expecting that eye to remain intact. So if you are anywhere within the western portions of Jamaica, you may get into the eye. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that you probably don't want to be happening. But keep in mind that it's also a good reminder that once the eye comes, observe it. Really, I actually recommend observing it, taking it in at least for a few minutes, because it won't last too long, probably about an hour at maximum. Take it in, because you deserve a little bit of a break. Take a breather, maybe survey a little bit around your place, make sure there's no very dangerous objects laying around, and then go back into your shelter before the next eye wall comes, because it's just as strong on the other side of the storm as well. So the eye feeling I have not been in the eye yet of a hurricane. It's on my bucket list, to be there on site. But you just try to take it in as well. For people who have been in the eye of a hurricane, let me know if you have been in the eye of a hurricane in chat. I bet it is a surreal experience, but also just a good reminder that the storm is nowhere near over. You're just at the halfway mark. But then again, you are at the halfway mark, so that's also something to celebrate if you get to the eye as well. There will be people who do not see the eye and remain in the high winds for the entirety of the storm. Those are the very unlucky few. How warm is the water south of Cuba? We're talking about 88 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit before the storm started. Irma was a really sick eye. Thank you guys for sharing your insight here. Nope, not expecting any United States impacts. It's pretty much guaranteed. This is the third strongest hurricane. I believe that's in the Atlantic Basin. I think that sounds about right. So the latest update, guys, is Melissa has now strengthened to 180 mile per hour sustained winds. It is now officially the third strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Basin. Let me know if anyone thinks that is incorrect. I think that was a chatter who said that, so I can go verify that in a little bit here, but I think that is true. Hurricane Melissa has now reached the third strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Basin as well. I heard a seventh. Is this that with Lee? Was that the new update? 180 mile per hour winds. Keep in mind we've been upgraded since about an hour ago, about 30 minutes ago. I'll let you guys do the research. If anyone can say what the top 2 hurricanes are. Yeah, this will be the strongest hurricane that Jamaica has experienced by far. I don't think this is. I mean, I see you're in Houston, and this type of weather is normal. I mean, this is just generally not normal overall. I don't think that's the main point, though. Labor Day 2. Okay, so yeah, Labor Day 2. I like how they used to like name them after Labor Day. Like, it's really confusing to kind of get pinpoint of like what hurricane actually was. But yeah, thank you guys for that insight. 185 is the record for landfall. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that, honestly, because we've been trending in that direction. Let's see if we got any recon in the area. Welcome to stream, everyone. Thank you for hitting 52,000 likes. Really appreciate that. What in the world is going on? I don't know what they were doing in their outer eye wall here, or that outer region here. So our recon is doing a little bit of a circle, a go around, and this one is having a party somewhere in the sky. I don't really know exactly. I think they might have gotten their instruments ready, or maybe making a drop sound. So we got that. Here is all the work that the National Hurricane Center has been doing over the past week. You can see all the recon flights. These are all the paths and where all the high winds are. You can even see where our center is, where the highest winds are. Now I'm eventually making that northeast turn, which is something cool to look at. But also take a look at our this is our pressure graph. Let me zoom out just a bit. Look how we have trended over over the week, right? Look at just absolute bottom out of the hurricane. Now sitting at 89 point. It looks like the latest one. Wow, I didn't even see that one. 89.1 millibar, according to the estimate from our drop sounds. That is insane. You're still dropping in pressure, even with land interaction, guys. That is very rare to see. And if you guys are just joining us, we are about 2 to 3 hours, maybe a little bit less now, towards landfall, which official landfall will be when the center of the eye, which will be like right about here, makes a pass over land. I appreciate you guys your insight. Melissa recorded a gust of 241 miles per hour. I did see that as well. Pretty insane stuff we're talking about here. Wilma was 882 and Gilbert was 888. Thank you guys for that insight as well. And yeah, the storm is a monster. Thank you guys for having over 500 new followers to stream. We will be live throughout the day. So if you want to come back and you want to join the Rainy Day Weather family, or you're enjoying the overall stream or have your questions, if you mind giving a follow, I am a solo creator, so all those follows and likes go a very long way. And thank you, John Doe, for this. Is a really great job. Thank you for the kind words. That also, I really appreciate it. It helps me keep going. If you guys didn't know, I am a junior in college at Penn State for a student, or for meteorology, of course, in my junior year. I'm pretty busy, so I'm honestly going to be up all night tonight doing homework and also covering this. So at some point, it probably won't be a 24-hour, or it won't be a 12-hour stream. It'll be a little bit of a break, but all those likes and follows goes to show me that this is worth it to do. So I really appreciate that. It really helps me out. And it is my goal to do this full-time when I graduate, so you guys are helping me move towards that. Of course, the main reason, you kind of do that as well as you get more people here and make more of an impact. So I appreciate it. If you've been here throughout this week, welcome back. I appreciate you supporting me over this week. We've been on this storm since 7 days ago. First live stream about the storm was 7 days ago, and now we are here at the unfortunate kind of crossroads of what we said was possible, and unfortunately what is now here. All right, let's keep going. We are at 180 mile per hour winds, sustained 93 millibars as a Category 5 hurricane, just about 30 to 25 miles off the southwest coast of Jamaica. Current storm is really not moving over the latest 24 scans here, which would be around 15 minutes. So latest 15 minutes, really not seeing much motion out of the storm, maybe just a little bit of a wobble east. It was moving about 7 miles per hour a couple of like an hour ago from the latest update, but really struggling to move, maybe just a little bit of the east. I just, it doesn't get much worse, but the slower we go, the more it's going to be painful for the people in the southwest and the western and central portions of Jamaica. It's just because it's going to take a long time for this to get out of here, right? The damage will continue to get worse and worse as we have more and more here. So we want to tell Melissa, get out of here. You're evicted. Please get out. Unfortunately, the door is right through Jamaica and Cuba, but the sooner the better, right? I'm sure we're tired about talking this storm, and eventually this will be out of here. Thank you guys for helping out in chat, and I appreciate really the kind words you all said there. And let me see if I can go through. Thank you, Ice Queen, for the donation. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, the business girl, and thank you, Nelson Photography. Thank you for the donation as well. Very kind of you guys supporting me. How long until landfall? We're talking about 2 to 3 hours. It's kind of an estimate due to wiggles and uncongealed movement. Really, it is tough, right? The movement is not very uniform, so it's hard to tell you exactly when it's gonna make landfall. When it's like, oh, we're going this way, then we're stopping. It's like playing like red light, green light over here. We're almost at the eye wall. Honestly, we're almost at the 180 mile per hour winds within the eye wall. We are almost there in the southwest corner. So let's see who's going to see the eye wall first. Let's go to the Google AI. This kind of gives me my locations. Kind of ignore the tracks on here. Let me just honestly take it off. Maybe do the wet and that. Maybe take off the ensembles and cone. So this is kind of a predicted one. So right now, the first people to see the eye wall, because the eye stretches out from the center here. Treasure Beach, I think, will probably be the first to see the worst of the worst. It will probably be the first time it will be the first time people on Jamaica have seen a 180 mile per hour hurricane sustained winds. I think we're going to start seeing those impacts within the next hour or so. Remember, the official definition of landfall means the center of the eye making direct contact with land. The center of the eye is right about here right now, so even if we get the outer eye touching, that's technically not landfall. So you might get a couple of different opinions of what was considered landfall, but if you look at the specific definition of landfall, it is the center of the eye, which is a pinpoint for the definition here. Let's answer some more questions. Again, we are here to answer your guys' questions and generally give you updates on, obviously, our intensity that has grown just from the latest 1 hour of our stream, as well as kind of general details about what we're witnessing across the country. Live cameras around the country. Right now on the top right is Flatbridge. Yes, Flatbridge, the famous bridge, is completely submerged underneath water, and we're still expecting much, much more rainfall on top of that, unfortunately. Is it going to be as bad as they tell us? Unfortunately, yes, especially in the southwest corner and the western and central portions of Jamaica. It is still a Cat 5, and it actually is strengthening. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to walk over here and open my blinds. I feel like I need some light in here. It's getting a little sad. Okay, getting some sunlight in. Oh, and also standing up. I got to remember, someone remind me to stand up every so often. I don't want to stand for an entire day. I don't think that's very healthy. So I'll stand for just a second. How long until landfall? We're talking about 2 to 3 hours before landfall. This is like such a weird, back up. 2 to 3 hours before landfall. I guess I could move my camera up. All right, we're going to standing stream for right now. 2 to 3 hours before landfall, and you can see landfall. Remember, is the technical center of the storm making landfall as well. And if you're just joining us, right over here we have a new metric for you guys, which might be surprising, and it's surprising to me. 180 mile per hour winds. Found in the center of the hurricane with 893 as well millibars. That central pressure is still dropping, and latest update, I think it's going to drop again. We're waiting for a new Hurricane Hunter to fly into the center. That measure was about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So the new Hurricane Hunters that fly in, whoever gets in there first, will see if the pressure is still dropping, if we're still intensifying, which is honestly is insane, because we have land interaction, which usually slows down hurricanes. But Melissa right now does not care at all. Obviously, it's built an absolute shield around its eye, so I think current prediction is Cat 5 strength will be sustained, 157 mile per hour sustained winds across the entire island wherever the eye goes. So across the eye wall, which is hugging right where the eye is, this will continue to move northward. Right where this eye wall goes, everyone in that corridor will see about EF3 to EF4 tornado-like conditions for multiple hours. That is the worst thing, is you have EF4, EF3 conditions, so structures that are not well built will be destroyed. Any native trees within the swath will be also debarked or possibly or mostly snapped and broken in half. Vegetation will possibly take between 5 and 10 years to fully recover. That's the type of situation we're talking about, especially when we are still increasing winds here, guys. We are still increasing winds for this situation. 180 mile per hour winds sustained, an absolute monster of a hurricane, has the potential to be the strongest hurricane ever to make landfall in recorded history. I think it has that chance. It will be the strongest hurricane to ever have impacts in Jamaica. I can tell you that for a fact. It will be the strongest for sure. And what app am I currently using? I'm currently using College of DuPage Satellite and Radar. This is a public website. Very great one for satellite imagery. The eye is definitely coming in, the actual eye wall. So the eye walls, You see how there's like a ring of fire around the eye? This is like the kind of stadium effect. This is where the strongest winds are. So this is a kind of a good analogy here. You see where the red is surrounding the eye wall here? That's really where our highest winds are. That's where these 180 miles per hour winds live. They only live really close to the actual eye. And notice how that's getting really close to the southwest corner of Jamaica. So actual eye wall impact will probably be very soon. Unfortunately, I think we have zero contact with anyone on the southwest coast of Jamaica. So that's honestly not surprising. Power and communications issues were vastly expected to be completely lost, and wouldn't be surprised to see that continue to tick up across the entire nation as the storm comes across. So we're talking about very soon for that 180 mile per hour winds and possibly gusts into the 200 mile per hour range. A quick reminder on this kind of metric here, 180 mile per hour winds. What does that actually mean? That means if you had a wind an anemometer, which is what you use to measure wind, and you held it up, if you took an average of what your wind speed would be for 1 whole minute, the average would be 180 miles per hour or more. That's what it means. So that means during that time you're holding it up, you can have slower than 180 mile per hour winds, and you can have much faster than 180 mile per hour winds. But mostly, if you average out the entire thing, it's 180 mile per hour winds is the current average, which is insane. And also, we did have a wind gust up into the 241 mile per hour mark, so that kind of shows you, okay, the wind gust could be 200 miles plus. I don't think we get a 241 mile per hour marked wind gust at the surface, especially with friction. But a 200 mile per hour wind gust, especially at the surface, in elevated regions, is definitely possible. So 180 mile per hour sustained winds, remember that metric, means sustained winds for over a minute. Where if you guys are just joining us, we've been upgraded just a few minutes ago, or about 30 minutes ago now. Pressure is sitting at 893, extremely low pressure hurricane. I believe we've worked our way into one of the top 5-ish, top 10-ish, I can say top 10-ish lowest pressures in the Atlantic Basin ever, and it's still strengthening even though we have land interaction as well. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Glad you're all here to answer your guys' questions. If you mind giving a follow, we'll be live all day tracking and giving live cameras, live updates as well. Yes, exactly. Brooke put it the best way. The eye itself is super calm, but the eye walls around it are the beast. They are the worst of the worst. Getting questions of when will it hit? Again, remember that the actual hitting is already being committed by Melissa. Melissa is already impacting the entire nation. That's pretty obvious if anyone's there. The actual landfall metric, we're talking about the next 2 to 3 hours for the eye making and crossing over into Jamaica. That is subject to some sort of change. Generally, like the wobbles are going to cause things to change in time. And also we've slowed down just a bit. So it can accelerate, it can slow down. Melissa really has a mind of her own right now as she is kind of pushed around. I really want to let's go full cam on this because this has gotten more aggressive over just the past few minutes here. Look at this. We have a torrent of rain flowing over. Here's Flatbridge. You can actually kind of see where the outline of the bridge is right around here. There is a torrent of water coming across Flatbridge. We'll try to keep this as reference point. So here's a sign right here. So I'm going to remember where the water level is on that sign. We'll try to keep it a close eye. This is over in eastern Cuba. Or not Cuba, excuse me, eastern Jamaica. And they're getting pounded with rain. So even though I think they're going to avoid the majority of the extreme wind impacts in the eastern portions of Jamaica, the rain is only becoming worse and worse over there as well. Your question is, how wide is it currently? Like the actual hurricane or the eye, or something more specific? The actual hurricane, I can give you a little bit more definition here. Actual hurricane is about 300 miles wide. I mean, if you do outer bands, you can get a lot larger. It's kind of subject to your opinion. The actual full reach of the cloud deck for the hurricane is about 921 miles wide. So full interaction about 921 miles. For the eye is sitting around 18 to 20 miles wide right now for width. And the eye wall is just around that as well. So a relatively kind of average eye for size. It's not really big. It's not really super small. I think the most noteworthy thing about the eye, this system, is it has not gone underneath a eye wall replacement cycle yet. And I don't think it will. That's another crazy fact, is usually these strong hurricanes are not sustainable for that very tightly packed eye. However, Melissa has basically shown us that she did not need an eye wall replacement cycle, which is when an outer ring develops around the current really fast eye. The outer ring then gets stronger than the inner eye, or the inner eye, and the inner eye dies out. The actual hurricane gets wider in width, but the top end wind speed goes down. This has not happened, and it's not going to happen before landfall. If we look at radar, there's just no chance. We'll get a refresh here so we can get the latest update. And radar is down because everyone is trying to get to it. Just got to keep spamming it until you get in. At least this worked last night. Thank you guys for all those roses. Really appreciate it. Okay, well, we'll try it a little bit later. Anyways, I looked at the radar like an hour ago. There is no outer eye wall kind of taking over as well. Thank you, because I'm young and I want to be a meteorologist. That's great. If you have any questions, probably outside of a very busy stream, you can always DM me or join the Discord and ask me questions about college. I'm currently a junior in meteorology, so kind of follow the same track. Want to be a meteorologist since I was very young, and I really appreciate the kind words, Dazzle. And yeah, junior in meteorology here. Approximately how long will it stay in Jamaica? We're talking about. Again, the hurricane has been really tricky because it was accelerating really fast. Like, I woke up today around 7 a.m. and it really was. I woke up first forecast. I woke up at 5 just to check it. It was moving slow at 5, then I woke up at 6, and it was really moving fast towards Jamaica. I actually thought I needed a rush, but now it's moving a bit slower than it was. So depending on how fast it moves, I think we're talking about 4 to 6 hours of actual extreme Cat 5 winds over Jamaica. So a very prolonged event for Cat 5 winds, and I am expecting the Cat 5 winds to not weaken by much. I'm expecting Cat 5 winds to be sustained throughout the event, especially around the center as well. So an actual crazy kind of thing here. Yes, 893, that is a brand new update as a few minutes ago as well. You might be hearing a little bit of loud banging going on. I believe the garbage truck outside my apartment is emptying the garbage, so please excuse that. Oh my gosh, that's so loud. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's so loud. I do apologize. I've never streamed this early in the morning, so I've never had this problem. They'll be gone soon, don't worry. Got a great question. What do the different colors mean on this map here? So right now we're looking at what's called infrared satellite. So there is a camera basically floating up in space, looking down on our hurricane here. What is being shown is the temperature of the cloud top. So it can see the top of the clouds, and it measures the temperature, how cold, how warm it is. If you didn't know, the higher you go up in the atmosphere, the colder the atmosphere is. Think of a mountain, it's colder up on top of the mountain than it is at the surface. Same thing happens with clouds here. The higher the clouds go, the colder they get. Very, very, very cold clouds mean very, very strong thunderstorms and just general strong storms. The white being the most cold, next, and then the next up would be the black, then the red. So you can see extremely cold core, cold just general. This is what's called kind of a disk of overcast around the center. This is basically a protection device around our core, which our core is actually very warm compared to the outside as well. It's about 10 degrees Celsius more warm than the outside convection here as well. Any tips for this website? Just kind of poke around, try different buttons. Don't really have any tips for this exact website. And yes, so that's kind of the full explanation. Is we're currently looking at how cold are the cloud tops. It gives us a good idea of how strong, and also when you're kind of got a trained eye, no pun intended, you can identify how the storm is looking. And I'll lend you into some meteorology tips here. If you're looking at how strong a storm is, number one, take a look at the eye number one. So look how circular the eye is. The more circular it is, the stronger and more organized the center is. That is about as circular as it gets. And additionally, take a look at the convection around the eye. Look how circular that is, and symmetrical the eye is. You see, split into 4 quadrants. It looks the same on all quadrants. That is telling me this storm is about as strong as it gets. Do you chase as well? Yes, I do also chase, and will be chasing this kind of later summer after my semester ends. Guys, we are live both on YouTube and TikTok right now. I'll be answering questions, and it is predicted to be heading northeast. Right now, the current movement is northeast. I'll put up the forecast gun. We haven't had that up in a while. Here's the current forecast gun for anyone of my friends in Cuba and the Bahamas who are kind of trying to plan out on what's going on. A little bit of reference also, top right is currently Flatbridge, which is completely underneath water right now. Only expect to get more and more water there. Using that sign as our reference. So the sign is barely underneath water right now, but we're keeping an eye on that. And also there's a hut down to the bottom part of that kind of screen there if it zooms out the camera. So we'll keep an eye on both those things. And the web name for that, what I was just on, was called, if you look up COD and then satellite. COD, that's COD satellite, to see this view. You think Montego Bay could see the damage similar to, I don't know. I actually don't know what that storm is back in 23. I think Montego Bay definitely has the potential to see the possible outer eye wall. That would be my main concern for Montego Bay. You can see Montego Bay is right about here. If this continues at a north-northeast track, you actually might see the eye. We actually have just a bit of a little bit of a wiggle. So stay tuned. There is a chance to see the eye in Montego Bay, which would be the worst-case scenario as well. All right, let's get some more questions in. Welcome to the stream, everyone. See, we're inching towards 3,000 viewers. So if you guys wouldn't mind liking the stream and following, we'll be live all day. So if you even need to go out, you have work, you're sneakily watching the stream while you're working, make sure your boss doesn't blame me. And additionally, the likes help to get more word out that we're forecasting this. We have live cameras around the nation. Let me know what you guys want to see overall. Your questions, the main portion of this stream will be answering Q&A questions and also keeping you guys up to date of our current conditions. Current conditions, 108 miles per hour, 893, sub 900 millibar, which is extremely strong pressure at the center. Category 5 hurricane. Expected to be a Category 5 hurricane throughout the entirety of landfall as well. This is a serious situation, one of the most serious situations, if not the most serious situation for Jamaica relating to hurricane. It will be the strongest hurricane ever to make landfall in Jamaica in the 180 years of records we have, kind of the rough 180 years. Landfall is still looking around 2 to 3 hours, maybe a little bit less than that, maybe a little bit more than that. The main reason I can't give you an exact time is our motion is really uneasy right now. It's barely moving. You see where my cursor's holding? We can extend our satellite loop just a bit so we can get more of a motion out. But yeah, the motion is a bit hard to see as well. So we'll extend our satellite loop. So sometimes it's a little bit easier to see the actual movement here. But we got people on YouTube too. What's up on YouTube? Let me know what questions you guys have. And let me know, of course, TikTok. You're my #1 page. So we keep an eye on you guys the most as well. All right, only 3 other in history with lower millibar pressure. Yeah, that's really the significance here is if we look at our visible satellite, which hopefully will load here soon, just keep in mind that this storm is strengthening even with Jamaica as right next to the eye. Here's the eye. We are right next to it, and that's how close we are. We're actually getting really close now, eye-wise. You see, look how close we're edging towards. So we just got a new refresh, and there might have been a little bit of jump as well. Can you expand millibar? Yes, that is the amount of pressure, the amount of air above the column. So if you think of air being a column of air, if you go straight up above the eye, there's less air than there is outside the eye. So that is acting as a basically suction portion as well. What's your YouTube handle? Also subscribe over there. It is literally rainy.day.weather. Over on YouTube. It is the same logo, same everything, so you want to hop over there. I also can just paste a link here, actually. So, one quick second. I'll try not to play the audio, and you can post it over there. Oh, look. See, it's the first thing that comes up in the browser. It's nice. And here you go. That's coming up in chat. If you guys wouldn't mind subscribing, we are really close to 1,000 subscribers, so if you wouldn't mind helping out over there, really would appreciate that. Anyways, back to kind of the main thing here. Let's look at the new satellite loop because we're actually getting really close. I think the outer eye wall is now on shore. Look at that. You see how we're still moving northeast now? Okay, now we're getting pretty close. So I think we're less than, now we're about 1 to 2 hours. I'm gonna reduce our thing, reduce our full time until landfall. I'm gonna say about 1 to 2 hours. Of course, you know, if the island kind of recedes on the western side here, so that's going to impact exactly when the center of the storm comes over. But if you're just joining us, we're about 1 to 2 hours before landfall. Welcome to the stream, guys. What does the pressure indicate? Basically, strength of storm. Strength of storm, pressure and wind, they both are kind of synonymous with strength of storm. I appreciate you guys all following on the pages, and I see some more people here. I see people asking about different areas of Jamaica. Do we not expect all of Jamaica to be damaged? I am expecting impacts across all of Jamaica, at least in some sort. Now, I think there will be a vastly huge gradient on damage impacts. Eastern side, I think, mostly concerned out over there for the rainfall. Especially, look at the top right. That is a bridge completely underneath water right now. We are expecting additional 1 to 2 feet of rain in that region on top of what's already fallen. So that is concerning me over there. Of course, on the western side of the island and central portions of the island, I'm mostly worried about the rain, of course, surge, and wind. All that is all in the central and western portions. Montego Bay, I do want to point out, we'll freeze it on here. I think you guys have a more chance now to see the strongest eye wall and also the eye. If you are located in Montego Bay, I get ready for the eye in the region. And remember, guys, according to my latest estimate we'll look at the Hurricane Hunter as well as for the latest estimate, is the eye will most likely remain intact throughout landfall. So even if you are in Montego Bay, you might say, well, that eye is probably going to collapse before it gets there. Looking at latest estimates, especially with a 180 mile per hour and 893 millibar hurricane, it is very possible that Montego Bay will see the force of a tornado through the region due to the eye wall as well. We keep it in motion for you guys. So we have a long satellite loop here. We just updated it, and we have no examples of Cat 5 landfall ever happening in Jamaica. That's kind of how our benchmark is here. This is brand new territory for all of Jamaica. Seeing people join on YouTube and on TikTok. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you guys all being here, and hopefully you guys are doing all right and answering questions. Especially if you're in Montego Bay, it might be the last few hours before you, or last hour-ish before you can ask questions. I would expect power to start going on as well. Let's keep the comments on topic. Just saw one that was got me off guard. Will get weaker once it hits land. Matthew, that's kind of the idea. I think the peak winds of 180 mile per hour will start to degrade a bit. But honestly, the thing is still strengthening, even though we're right next to the island. We're about to get a new hurricane recon in, which we'll refresh to see if we get. Recon actually just went into it, so let's see. Together, 897, 894, 893.2. So the center pressure, 893.6, has not changed. This thing is still either strengthening or sustaining strength. Let's see if we can get our radar back. Nope. So unfortunately, the latest recon is showing that it's not slowing down. The pressure is still there, and the winds are still there. Let's see if we have the outer eye wall, northwest eye wall. This is a good one to kind of look at. And, man, whoa. Wow. That is one of the most craziest, like, kind of projections I've seen. Let's go to, there's 2 drop sounds in the northwest eye wall. Let's see which one's more impressive. This one is, oh, wait, actually, this one's probably more impressive right here. So this is what's called a drop sound. This one right here. Okay, this is what's called a drop sound. So what the Hurricane Hunters just did just a few minutes ago. So we're going to go over this brand new data just came in right here. What they do is they actually have a tube, a much larger tube than this, but this is just using an example tube with a bunch of kind of sensors on it. It has pressure, has temperature, has dew point, has wind speed, most importantly. What they do is they actually shoot this out the back of the airplane as they're flying into it, and has a parachute on it. They shoot it out in the eye wall, which is what we're looking at right now. It looks a little complicated, but I'm going to walk you through it. We're going to talk about this because this is brand new information. And then it floats down through the eye wall. A really crazy thing to look at is we look up here. This is the wind barbs at the top of where it is. So think of it, the drop sound is up here with its parachute. The wind speed is heading kind of out of the northeast, so it's moving this way, like that. As it goes down and down, it's actually flying around the eye wall in a circular fashion. So look, we drop down, it's now moving south, and then you drop down even more at surface level, it's moving southeast. So the drop sound moved all the way around, and where it moved southeast, an incredible kind of thing. It really also pointing out the wind barbs on here. We're talking about 165 knots at the surface, 147 knots. So a really, really strong hurricane, still supporting that 180 mile per hour winds as well. And just a quick reminder, the northwest corner of the hurricane is not the strongest one. The northeast corner is the strongest one for landfall. This thing is still sitting at 932 millibars, or excuse me, not 932, 893 millibars as well. 892 is really close. Yeah, 892, 893. And this won't hit the States. And it really goes to show this thing's not stopping, guys. And we are start thinking about, we're getting to the eye wall. Let's pause it because we are getting to the eye wall. This is it. The strongest winds on Earth right now are impacting the southwest corner of Jamaica. Let's talk about towns that are now experiencing that 180 mile per hour winds. They are about to eke into the eye, but before they get into the eye, they are going to have to go through one of the toughest challenges probably of all of their lives, including the regions of Black River, White House, Watchwell, and Treasure Beach. Put all those regions at current risk and at current capability inside the eye wall. And you guys don't know, that is where the strongest winds are located. They are now making their way onto the country. Doesn't mean official landfall just yet. Landfall is the center of the eye, making landfall as well. Additionally, Montego Bay could see a direct hit from the eye wall, which is something we've been discussing because it's a huge resort town, obviously, on the citizens and the trapped tourists. If you are in Montego Bay, prepare for Category 5 landfall within your region. Category 5 winds is very possible, especially if we continue this trend. We've gone very far just north. So far, Melissa has just been like, I don't really like going east. A little bit of a jump east there, but mostly been going north, mostly north-northeast. We're talking about landfall within 1 hour. I put landfall within 1 hour, maybe just above 1 hour of the exact center of the storm, making and crossing over into land. But right now, guys, we are seeing the worst of the worst winds. The northeast quadrant, which is right over here, is now officially hitting Jamaica with the highest winds ever recorded in the country. 180 mile per hour sustained winds. And I'm going to step away just for 1 second, guys. Let me say one question. So one more question, guys. Where are you currently watching from? I know we probably had a new people come through. So YouTube and TikTok, where are you guys currently watching from? I'll be back just in 1 minute to answer your brand new questions here and get some more updates as well. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Told you I'd be right back, and seeing some more people join in the stream as well. Welcome in, everyone. If you're just joining us, you are joining at, well, basically the perfect time, but unfortunately, catastrophic damage is being currently done to the southwest corner of Jamaica as the eye wall is officially taking hits on the region here. If you don't know, the eye wall is where the strongest winds are. And if you also weren't aware, our hurricane has been upgraded as the latest update. 180 miles per hour sustained winds, 893 millibars, an incredible storm. Pushing the limits of our knowledge of hurricanes. Currently sitting at, let's see what we got. 180 and 896 is the current National Hurricane Center standard, but we did see 893 earlier by Hurricane Hunter, so we'll keep that one up there. I'm looking at our forecast cone just for a general reference. No threat to the United States. However, Bermuda is also in threat. And, of course, Cuba and Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. Expecting a Category 5 landfall throughout this duration of the storm here. And honestly anticipating a Category 5 landfall throughout the entirety of the event and into Cuba as well. Again, we're not trying to panic people. We're just trying to give information out and answer people's questions. And honestly, we've lost a lot of power over there as well. Keep the questions coming, guys. Yes, the Turks and Caicos are currently underneath a tropical storm watch. And I'm kind of mainly focusing on Montego Bay for anyone who's still there, because we've had, honestly, the most people we've had so far, I think, just probably population bias, is anywhere on the western and central portions of Jamaica. Remain in your safe place. The wind is only going to continue to accelerate for the next about 4 hours, okay? So here's what's going to happen. Let's break it down. this eye is now making its way. Oh, I want the visible satellite here in a second. The eye is now making its way onto the country. Okay, so what's going to happen is before you get into the eye, you're going to receive, or you're going to slowly uptick in wind, and then all of a sudden you're going to really ramp up the highest wind. We're talking about the 180 mile per hour sustained winds around that kind of metric there along the eye wall. The surge will drastically increase along the coastline, and the surge is already ongoing. I bet the surge is already crazily high along the kind of the Black River and the Treasure Beach kind of region. Very, very high amount of surge happening there. Surge and wind will only continue to get worse until possibly you get into the eye. Montego Bay has a chance of getting into the eye. There you'll have a brief calm. I think depending on what angle the storm takes, your eye time will be around 1-ish hour overall, depending on how fast we start to accelerate. Here, 1 to 2 hours I'd say would be a good estimate for eye time. That will be perfectly calm. It will be very weird for you. That time is a good time to take a deep breath. Maybe try to get reorganized and see where your stuff is. Maybe check your neighbors briefly. But don't go too far away from your shelter, because guess what? On the back end of the storm is the same thing, but from opposite direction of wind. Keep that in mind too. If you've been sheltering from one direction of wind, the actual full direction of wind will shift completely from out of the east to out of the west. Remember that when you go from eye onto the opposite side of the eye as well. That's how things will start to happen, and we are expecting landfall within 1-ish hour, 1 to 2-ish hours. That's the kind of general region we've gone towards right now. Appreciate you guys all being here. If you guys wouldn't mind leaving a like for the stream to see what happened to our camera here. It's buffering. We'll try to get this back online for you guys as well. And whoa, guys. That water is definitely picking up more. I think our shack is intruding water. You see that now? Oh, man. Oh, it's buffering a lot. There's probably a lot of people on it. But that is where Flatbridge is. So even though the eastern portions of the country are not directly taking a hit here, I have a brand new update, though. Brand new update from the National Hurricane Center. You guys won't believe this one. We have officially been upgraded yet again to 185 miles per hour sustained winds. We are now expecting, this is one of the most strongest hurricanes of all time to make landfall. Pressure is sitting at 892. 892 is our official pressure reading, and new winds that were just found in the hurricane were 185. This storm, this is remarkable. If this thing was in the middle of the ocean, this would be insane. This thing is battling against friction of Jamaica, and it is just does not scare. It does not care at all. Look how close we are. We are right on top of Jamaica right now. The eye wall, so people are experiencing 185 mile per hour winds sustained, gusts well into the 200s. Look at this visible satellite, absolute monster. We're talking about 30 plus feet of storm surge, especially along the eye wall. Anyone along the Black River and Treasure Beach who are within reach of storm surge will unfortunately be in extreme trouble. Also, if you are Montego Bay, I'd be getting ready. Even if you have hurricane force windows, I'd say get ready. And do not be near windows during this event. Find somewhere. And man, look at this. Our live imagery. Let's go full screen on this. Look at this. This is from the eastern portion of the country. This is becoming a raging river. This is rapidly increasing in height. So flash flooding is also becoming worse in the eastern parishes of Jamaica. So worse across the board right now for everyone. We have a 185 mile per hour monster hurricane, one of the strongest of all time. Now reaching, it's not the strongest, but it's working its way towards, I believe we're now in top 5 strongest of all time. If someone wants to correct me on that, let me get that actually research here, because I want to get that research and history down for you guys. What is the strongest top 10 hurricanes by wind speed in the Atlantic basin? Okay, one second, guys. I'm getting the exact metrics for you. But either way, it doesn't have to have the record, right? You really get to see. This is unprecedented. I've never... okay, I do have a new update for you guys. This is now... Oh, that does not seem right, because I swear we have Patricia. I believe this is tied second for the strongest hurricane of all time. This is tied second with a few hurricanes. Now, I believe... I don't want to fully fact-check me on that, but according to my first-hand research, this is now tied for the second strongest hurricane of all time. Disregarding landfall, I think this will possibly be the strongest hurricane of all time to make landfall or very close to it, no matter what location. It is about, this is the peak. I don't, like, we are, that's basically it. 185 mile per hour winds, that's probably what we're going to have for sustained wise. And we're going to bring this back down to smaller size. I just want to show you that every region of Jamaica is getting impacts, even in the eastern portion. This is the eastern portion. Flash flooding is becoming a huge issue. And then obviously this 185 mile per hour stream as well. Someone said, I've watched Ethan progress over time since the tornado season. He's amazing. I really appreciate the kind words. And wow, you've been here for a while. You're definitely a veteran for that. I can give you a veteran badge. And guys, if you're just joining us, I mean, this is why we prepare for the worst, right? We've had many people come to the stream, and I've hoped this entire time. Yeah, I think the strongest is 190 for landfall. I've really hoped for this not to happen, but this is why here we say prepare for the worst. The worst is here. 185 mile per hour winds, sustained within the Category 5 hurricane. We're talking about 15 to 30 feet of storm surge or more along the eastern side of the eye wall. So areas like Black River, areas like Treasure Beach, they will not look the same due to the eye wall and due to the surge. It will be catastrophically different. And that's not to scare you, but that's just to kind of inform you of what to expect here. Montego Bay. The good news I have for Montego Bay is you still have a bit of a chance to reposition. If you think you cannot, hopefully you're in a structure that is well built to sustain against the record-breaking winds. Okay, you should be feeling at least somewhat comfortable within your shelter. This is your last chance to go and move if you can. Again, moving will be dangerous. I do have to say that, asterisk on that. Moving should be used as a last resort, but if you really think you can't sustain against 185 mile per hour winds, it might be time to move from Montego Bay. Get away from windows, even if your resort has told you they're hurricane proof. 185 is really getting towards the range of where we're talking about not being hurricane proof. It really doesn't matter. A 2x4 or a piece of metal moving at 185 miles per hour is like a missile. It's like a bullet. So really, the wind is going to be a major issue here. We're talking about trees. Wherever this eye goes, the trees will be destroyed. Power lines, power infrastructure will be destroyed for months to possibly years. And let's talk about this. I'm now going to answer some questions to help anyone who's in the path here. Let me get some questions here. If you need any advice for stuff, but unfortunately, we're strength-wise, you need to prepare like this is the worst hurricane of your life because it most likely will be. It will be. I think we can say that as well. When will it land? We're talking about landfall being within the next 1 to 2 hours. Just a reminder, technical landfall counts as the center of the storm. So the pinpoint center right here crossing over land. Where our outer eye wall, which just got refreshed, is starting to make its way onto land. And the highest winds are starting to impact Jamaica as we speak. Unfortunately, I've lost all communication with any of my contacts in the southwest portions of Jamaica. So I was trying to anticipate some people with some kind of accounts of what's going on. Unfortunately, out of all my contacts, I've lost everyone from the southwest corner of Jamaica, probably due to communication outages and power line outages as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. If you have cell towers, they're going to be ripped in half due to the winds. So it's really going to be impossible to get anyone's information from the southwest. Kingston, yeah, I mean, Kingston, you're all the way over here. So you're going to avoid that cat. I mean, it's not too bad in Kingston, but this is kind of for reference. This is what Jamaica's best is looking like right now. This is what is best case scenario. Look at the waves crash along the shoreline. Look at this camera shake and look at the waves. This is just about 1/4 to 1/5 of the power of what is happening right now over regions like Black River and the many places we're thinking about, like Treasure Beach and White House, about to take a direct hit from a Category 5 hurricane as well. Pressure is at 892. 892. If you guys wouldn't mind giving a like and a follow the stream just so we can get the word out here that we have a hurricane that is about to make landfall. Also, if you have to go anywhere, I'll be live throughout the day covering this storm, crossing Jamaica. I'll be live during almost the entire day. I am a college student, junior in meteorology, expert insight. So I've been tracking this throughout this entire week. If you've been with me or this is the first time, welcome to the stream. My main priority is answering your guys' questions, walking through residents and people who are trapped in Jamaica of what they can do within the next few hours that might be life-saving information, as well as get your full opinion on what kind of create a community of people to talk about this discussion in a respectful and efficient manner with something that is so important as a major hurricane, the strongest hurricane to ever hit Jamaica. I got a question of, do you expect casualties in an event like this? I unfortunately do. I don't want to speculate on numbers because that is very ineffective. I really just say, my main statement is I really hope everyone took the precautions to the highest extent. But right now, if you are in the track, if you are in here and you still have internet, remember, you're going to get through this. This storm will end. Mental challenge is also a big one with this. I know you're on you're on day 7 of thinking about this hurricane, and now it's here. Mentally, you got this. We are here supporting you, and on the other side, we will talk to you, and hopefully you'll have a nice story to talk about on the end of this. Remember to act fast, act accordingly. Remember about all threats on the table, including storm surge, rainfall, and of course, high winds. We're talking about tornado force winds. You should be in a structure where you think you can survive tornado force winds. It will be deadly to venture outside. Do not go outside anywhere in western or central Jamaica for the next at least 12 to 24 hours, of course. And I got a question is, did it make the skull yet, which is commonly seen in very strong hurricanes? Actually, for extremely strong hurricanes, the skull is actually not in effect because you have a perfectly circular region here. Perfectly circular is actually more dangerous than the skull effect as well. Someone said nothing can withstand Cat 5. Sorry to be negative. I mean, there's a lot of buildings that won't survive Cat 5. We're talking about structural damage being widespread and catastrophic failure. But if there is concrete, and especially something that's low to the ground, that is well built, it can survive Cat 5. So there is a way to survive it, but you have to be in a well-built structure, and you have to act accordingly to protect yourself. I really want to point out, top right of the screen, this is the far eastern portion of Jamaica, still experiencing with very, very deadly impacts. People should be 100% inside. Not only is the wind extremely deadly and dangerous, but the things flying through the wind at 185 miles per hour is also very, very deadly as well. Please don't spam. Okay, Dorothy, you're going to mute for that. Not all of Jamaica is underneath water. That's a bit silly. I lived through Hugo in '89. It was pretty frightening. Yeah, this is one of the most frightening storms, I think, of my lifetime. And it will be the strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica as well. Thank you, Taya, for the donation. Very kind of you. Appreciate that. And thank you, Cheer, for the donation as well. When does it make landfall? Within the next 1 to 2 hours. You can see we'll pause it right where it is at right now. So here it is right now. The outer eye wall is affecting the southwest. So right now, the southwest corner of Jamaica is experiencing 185 mile per hour sustained winds. We're also talking about extreme amount of storm surge, especially east of the eye wall. So right here, man, this is a really bad look because just take a look at this. The wind speed is going right into this corner, right into this kind of corner of Jamaica. That is all onshore wind of 185 mile per hour winds. So Black River, honestly, worst case scenario happening out for anyone in Black River. We're talking about 30-foot storm surge being possible from that direct onshore wind. And here's the latest out by the National Hurricane Center forecast cone. They don't have an updated kind of track on it just yet. We're going to keep it out on the update page. And our latest advisory, let's read this right now. This is the latest advisory. This is out just about 20 minutes ago. And this is from the National Hurricane Center. So I'll read it for you so you don't have to bore you. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. You should basically be acting like it's a tornado warning for reference. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. Again, the National Hurricane Center does not say that often. That is a very, very rare, as all caps, emergency alert, kind of a last call to action. If you don't act, they are saying may result in serious injury or loss to life. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall of Jamaica. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is to put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. An interior room without windows is ideally one where you can also avoid falling trees as well. That's a good point by the National Hurricane Center. This is a great point here, is if you are in a shelter, you still have any time to move. If there are trees near you, assume every tree is falling on you. assume that, because with 180 mile per hour winds, that's what's going to happen. All trees will be dying, will be snapped in half, at least the majority, and especially where the highest winds are. That is where we're talking about. NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft find that Melissa continues to strengthen with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure has fallen to 892, and based off of the NOAA and Hurricane Hunters, who are doing amazing work, they're risking a ton being inside here. So shout out to the National Hurricane Hunters. This answers some more questions. Here's a current live satellite loop. We are just on it, and you heard it from the National Hurricane Center. Basically, a tornado warning out for all of Jamaica. Remain sheltered in place. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. This goes out for Montego Bay as well, and out on western Jamaica as well for that region. Seeing some questions about far west Jamaica as well. Go to your safe place. Avoid windows at all costs and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Also get lower to the ground as well. There's people still outside in Jamaica, probably in the eastern portion. I have no communication, unless there's someone lying, but no communication has been found within the southwest corner and western corner of Jamaica, where the eye wall is. So remember, not everyone will see this at the same time. The people on the southwest corner are seeing it right now. Let's put this in motion so you can see how it's developing. Kingston, you are not expecting a direct landfall, and that's why there's probably people outside. Honestly, it's a silly decision to be outside, either wherever you are, because it's still dangerous no matter what. But in the western portion, it is deadly to be outside, 100% deadly. Unfortunately, all live cameras and communications have been cut with Southwest Jamaica, so I don't have any communications out there. Now, if anyone has any sort of link out there, I really have been searching around. I don't have any connection out southwest. I'm not surprised, because this is the strongest hurricane on record to ever hit there. If you do, feel free to join the Discord, either a link in my bio or a link beneath me. If you wouldn't mind sending any link, you won't be able to send any link to the TikTok live stream, but if you go to my DMs on, or you join the actual Discord link, you can join there and send it in. If people have Starlink, yeah, I mean, if people have Starlink, then they probably do, but I don't have any public information or public use information that I can use officially on stream as well. So we're talking about the kind of camera on the top right is the best we have. This is out in eastern Jamaica as of right now. Let me see, just a little poke around the Discord as well. Yeah, it's as best as I got currently, unfortunately. Let me just poke around just a little bit more on stream here. On the Discord. Okay, I don't see anyone else with information as well. So it's just how it's kind of going to roll. Oh, I lost the live camera. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So everyone, if you're on Montego Bay, I think this is the main region. And if you're on Montego Bay or the western portion of Jamaica, this is your last little bit of advice before you possibly lose communications with me. And yeah, I can post a Discord and chat while I talk about this. Keep in mind, you're about to experience what is equivalent to an EF4 tornado. Actually, pretty close to EF5 as well. So think of an EF4 tornado, but multiply the time that this is going to be. Multiply the time, as well as, and I'm adding the Discord link in chat. It will be pinned in 1 second. So this is Discord. If you want to join the Discord real quick, you tap that link. So multiply the width of the actual storm, and man, it's really getting rough over here. We're talking about a tornado that is 25 to 30 miles in width, and you need to act like it's a tornado. So go to the lowest level of your house. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. I believe that's over in western Jamaica. I think we're getting some questions about western Jamaica. I'm looking at different west end towards Orange Bay. I would recommend to shelter in place too. You should act as a tornado warning too. The outer eye wall could be getting towards you guys, especially if you continue going north, west, like the western region of. Do not go underground though. Make sure your shelter is number one. You can survive against flooding because there's going to be so much rain on top of this as well. But like if you have a place where you can go underground and avoid flooding, then I actually recommend it. Welcome storm chasing. So if you can go underground and you are, number one, avoid flash flooding. Avoid flooding, number one, is priority. Number two, think about the wind. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You want to be in a structure that can survive extreme wind. We're talking about 185 mile per hour winds. It is a tornado-like winds on this storm here. We're talking about one of the strongest storms of all time, and we're talking about one of the so like the don't go underground is like a little gray patch, right? Be your best advocate. I can't know your exact situation. If you think it's going to flood, if you think you're any portion of thinking about going to flood, then maybe don't go underground. But I would say as low as possible. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, it really is person to person, right? Person to person based off this thing. There's not a catch-all. Just remember the conditions: flash flooding and additionally wind. Those two things are the things you need to defend yourself against. Defend yourself, your friends, your family. As you continue to watch this hurricane, it's only going to get worse. And remember, it is kind of based on your location. If it's, flash flooding is very deadly, so you don't want to put yourself in a risk where you're going to be flash flooding, but also the winds will be immense. So don't put that. And also, last little tidbit is the southwest corner of Jamaica is experiencing extreme amount of storm surge. So you might have a kind of a crossroads in which you're trying to get low, but also as well as this kind of region here where you're having storm surge. If you're anywhere along the coast, I really wouldn't go underground because of storm surge. That's a good point as well. So underground really should be a case-by-case basis if you are 100% for sure certain of avoiding flash flooding. If you have any sort of thing about flash flooding, you should always have an exit route as well. We're talking about a hurricane that's producing tornado-strength winds, so keep that in mind. When if you don't have it underground, that's fine. Just get to a spot where you are hunkered down in a shelter in which you are basically acting as a tornado. Maybe put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible as well. So getting a little bit of a mixed communication here again guys, you have to think about it as this is acting as a tornado. I do get the risk for rain. It really is up to you, right? I mean, for full thing, just keep in mind the main thing that I can tell you and it can inform you is the extreme wind that's coming. We're talking about tornado force winds that are already being felt. The parts of the eye is starting to make its way. You can see this is where the highest winds are. So Category 5 winds are now intruding on. Let's see if we got any more recon. It's intruding on the island. It's not technically landfall yet because we have to wait for why. Oh, the storm is this plane is making an emergency exit again, I think. Unless they were just done for that, but this plane is moving and exit. Does anyone have information on this? This hurricane hunter is exiting the storm. Let me know if anyone has information on that. What's the website? Is this one? This is called College DuPage Weather Satellite and COD Satellite. So get to the lowest level area and please seek shelter as you were basically expecting a huge tornado. I mean, for putting it in kind of easier to understand terms, 185 mile per hour winds is insane, and flash flooding is becoming more and more of an issue, especially in the top right of your screen. Let's go full screen real quick. Full screen over in Flatbridge. Flatbridge is completely covered by water. This water is rising in level, and you can see it's still pouring here, expecting more and more rain as we continue onwards. Thank you guys for those follows. Appreciate that. We'll be live throughout the day. So if you guys wouldn't mind giving a follow and joining the Rainy Day Weather family. Also, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream, we're getting really close to 100,000 likes. I'll set that as a goal. I ask that just so we can get more people in the chat and so we can get more information out to everyone. The more information we get out to everyone, the more I'm happy about that. So we can continue onwards. Of course, lots of you in Jamaica and people who have been on the stream day in and day out have lost power and lost communications. And remember the things we've been talking about all week, guys. I'll be answering more of your questions as well. Yeah, just remember, people stop responding. Your loved ones in Jamaica, just remember that communication and power outages are very certain. So it's only a matter of when you're going to lose communications with them. I know it's tough, but keep that in mind to try to keep your spirits high, that the communications are most likely going to be cut off. Okay, Dorothy, you have earned yourself a mute for the entire stream because of saying that. When landfall, we're talking about the next 1 to 2 hours, maybe just beneath 2 hours now. You can see we're getting very close. Getting pretty close to landfall. And yes, we're not going to say stuff like that in chat, guys. This chat is going to be respectful. That's fine. Dorothy, you say that and then you donate? That's really odd. Okay. I'm not going to give out moderator right now. Sorry about that. Storm is moving slowly, going to pellet Jamaica for a while, unfortunately. Yes, Lexi, that's the exact point we're trying to make here as well. I mean, you look at the live satellite imagery here, and it is just crawling along. We've had a hurricane force winds within the outer southwest corner of Jamaica for at least an hour or so now, and now they're about to etch in theirself into the eye. We may have the first people in the eye for Melissa who are not hurricane hunters, as you can see here. Not 0% chance heading the United States. Excuse me. And you can see our coastline is right here, and let's see if I can't zoom in anymore, but you can see right there the eye is making its way towards there. So remember, just for technical landfall is when the center of the eye passes over land. So when the center of the eye, the core of the eye passes over land, that is when we'll have the full update here. We should be getting a new update from the National Hurricane Center at 11 a.m. So just in 24 minutes, we'll have a new update by the National Hurricane Center. We'll continue to answer your guys' questions. Welcome to Rainy Day Weather family. We're getting really close to that 100,000 like mark. And make sure you guys follow for more updates on this storm. Continuing onwards, I really appreciate you all being here and getting some great questions as well. Why is the eye wall still so well defined even though it's crossing land? That is a great question, and honestly, I don't have a pretty great answer for you. All I can say is the storm is so strong and has so much momentum behind it. It basically is not caring about the land. It's actually still strengthening, if you can believe that. The storm is still strengthening out here as well. And I just want to kind of point out, we've had a recon flight exit their area early. So something might have happened with the recon flight that was doing circles in the eye. We still have one recon flight left, so cross our fingers this recon flight can hold its ground and go into here. Right now the recon flight's doing looks like a wraparound around the outer edge to get the feeling of how high the wind speeds are across here. Hurricane force winds are being felt across many regions, and tropical storm force winds are being felt across the entire region as well. Someone else said it reached the G-force limit. Man, oh gosh, we're down to one Hurricane Hunter plane as well. I'm not a North Carolina Weather Authority. I am actually in Pennsylvania. So, for reference here, guys, now we're down to one Hurricane Hunter. Man, this really sucks because we're about to go over landfall. I believe this Hurricane Hunter probably changed their plans. They have a pass right when this makes landfall. That's kind of my guess right now. So we'll probably be waiting until the eye is almost over, and then the plane is going to make the hard right turn into the core. And actually, that's what they're lining up for, if I have to say that. They are lining up to, sorry for the quick switches, they're lining up to get to the northeast eye wall, which will be the strongest eye wall. They'll be there right at landfall. This looks like what they're lining up for. If you guys have just joined, we've just had a report that our Hurricane Hunters that are up here. Hurricane Hunters, they went in the eye and they went over G-force limits. So the hurricane was so intense, they've had to exit the actual hurricane. Now we are only down to one left for our Hurricane Hunter to get landfall data, and I think they're going to make use of it as they're stalling their approach. It looks like they're going to enter from the northeast quadrant, and yes, this is not fear-mongering. This is literally what is going on. I mean, that's just the way it is going to be. Sorry, I'm going to mute that. And yeah, we're getting some bots here. That's kind of what happens with really big streams. I do apologize for that as well. Yeah, it's TikTok. But back to the main point is we're down to one Hurricane Hunter. Hopefully we can get to that data. I think they will. And if you're just joining us, we are just mere moments away from landfall. We're getting towards less than an hour, towards that hour mark of where landfall will be. It looks like my live camera went down. Let's see if this will buffer. This is being stressed to the limits. And man, getting some intense kind of rain there as well. Okay. Go back to the TikTok here. And yeah, this is it's like watching a highway car pile up. It's pretty intense here, but we are still getting some contacts from people in Jamaica, answering some questions here. So if anyone's in Jamaica, please ask your questions. I really want to answer them the best as I can, as quickly as I can. Question is, what category is it right now, and how far from landfall? We are Category 5, 185 mile per hour sustained winds, extremely strong Category 5. tied second for the strongest in the Atlantic Basin, I believe, right now. And then currently we are about 20 to 10 miles off the coast of Jamaica. So we're getting very close as well. Which area will get hit the hardest? Right now, the southwest corner of Jamaica is going to get the worst. This is expected just to move northward. So Montego Bay, are expecting more of a northeast component, but really have not been seeing that as of lately. Let's see if we can give this a little bit of refresh here. Yeah, Montego Bay, Black River, and like these places are getting hammered right now. Black River, Fuller's Wood, Treasure Beach, New Hope, White House. These areas are getting the worst of the storm. And you can see on live satellite here where the eye is, we're getting pretty close to where Jamaica sits. Cuba is going to get hit in the east. East Cuba is going to get hit by possibly Cat 5 as well. And a Cat 5 is the highest. Is still moving very slowly. Maybe a little bit higher than the 3 miles per hour that was on the last update. Probably about 4 to 5 miles per hour, I'd say. Up to 7. I think the latest update was possibly 7 as well. It is like moving forward some and then slowing down a bit and then moving forward. So it's not just one consistent move. If you look at the latest kind of scan here, the latest like 30 minutes has been pretty far northward for actual eye wall. Pause it. We're at its latest scan right here. If it wants to pause, it doesn't want to pause for me. Cool. But yeah, you can see how we're moving northward pretty consistently now. Is it expected to maintain or remain a Cat 5 once it makes landfall? Yes. It is actually so powerful that it is very likely that we'll have Cat 5 among the entire landfall there as well. So, why does I want to talk about Cuba? Because Jamaica is taking a hit. Well, right now I'm focusing on Jamaica mainly because obviously they're about to see the storm. They're seeing it right now. And they're about to. Jamaica should be rushing their preparations to completion, especially in the eastern portions where you have hurricane warnings. I'll pull it up right now where they have hurricane warnings out for Jamaica, Jamaica and Cuba. So for Cuba, you have the entire eastern portion of the country underneath hurricane warnings and the Bahamas. So quick mention of them. Again, right now we're kind of going by play-by-play of the actual hurricane. 185 mile per hour sustained winds. And we should be getting a new update by the National Hurricane Center within the next, the next 18 minutes. Should be 18 minutes until we get a new update. If you weren't aware, the National Hurricane Center is now officially doing hour-by-hour updates because we are on a landfalling hurricane now. Take a quick sip of water. Keep those questions coming, guys. Thank you for hitting 100,000 likes. Really appreciate that. Again, if you want to continue to like the stream, really would appreciate overall because we can get more people there. It shows the TikTok algorithm is doing well, and I really appreciate the support. It directly helps me as a solo creator on the platform. Thank you guys for joining the Rainy Day Weather family. I'm sorry it's at this time. If you are in Jamaica, hopefully this information has been helpful. And again, the current National Hurricane Center kind of forecast and wording is very strong. I don't think we've gone over this in a bit, so we'll go over this again. One second. So this is brand new wording out by the National Hurricane Center about 40 minutes ago. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury, loss in life. So, there really is no way to undersell this, especially for the southwest portion of Jamaica. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall of Melissa. To protect yourself from the wind, the best thing you can do is to put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress or wear a helmet for added protection. That's a good line right there, too. I know this might seem desperate, but if you are in a place that is going to get the eye, if you have a helmet on hand or if you have a mattress on hand to protect yourself, one last area of protection, you might want to do this during your event here. Yeah, that's a good point there. Keep your shoes on if you need to rapidly move. You need to cover yourself with a mattress or wear a helmet for added protection in the eye wall. This eye wall is now making landfall within the country. So keeping that in mind, we'll refresh this page, getting a little bit of glitches there. So if you're in the southwest portion of, which probably no one is still have internet in the southwest, Montego Bay could experience the same thing. Montego Bay Later on, Montego Bay, I think it's Montego Bay. Later on, could experiencing that. That's probably what we're talking about within the next 2 hours. Montego Bay could be experiencing that same type of wind we're talking about by the National Hurricane Center, that you need to protect yourself. So that's by the National Hurricane Center. Last little bit of a warning on here is the NOAA hurricane hunters have just found that maximum sustained winds of 185 mile per hour sustained and 892 millibars, which is extremely low pressure as well. Do they think it will slow down again? Current estimates is it's going to sustain kind of its current momentum northward. Can you explain the pressure change in the last few hours and what it means? Zach, that's a great question. So pressure change right now, obviously the pressure is dropping. That means we're having a stronger hurricane. Generally, physically what that means is the air that's in the actual eye is being evacuated from the center. It's being pushed and basically shot out the center, which is causing more of a what's called pressure gradient force. Sounds complicated, but basically a suction force. Think of a vacuum. A vacuum inside, like, you know, the suction has low pressure. All the air wants to go there. Right now, this hurricane is still strengthening, even with the land interaction, according to the latest report. So the deeper pressure, the lower pressure means more wind for the hurricane. That's why we're up to 185 sustained winds, and that is why these numbers are starting to lose meaning because we're getting so high. Really, it is insane, right? It is crazy. All right, let's get some answers going. Really won't just answer more questions. What's the size in comparison to other recent hurricanes? This one isn't like incredibly large, but it has grown in size overall. I don't have time. I want to kind of focus on the now. We can kind of go over more of that, you know, in the past, but it really doesn't add into any context. For reference, this is definitely larger than Jamaica itself. How long will it sit over Jamaica? We're talking about 4 to 6 hours of direct impacts. 4 to 6 hours of direct impacts as well. Let me see if I still have a Discord link on. I have the Discord link if you guys want to join it. This is where you can issue your reports. You can discuss with other people in the chat as well. If you want to join the Discord community of over 400 people, it's a rainy day weather Discord. Join up if you want some more insight and kind of chat about the storm. A place where you can, there's a stream chat as well, where if you want to talk to other people, it's a good resource. So I put that in chat. It's pinned right now if you want to take a screenshot and use that. What time are we making landfall? About 1 hour from now, 1 to 2 hours from now, depending on how far we wobble. So if we wobble a little bit further west, we might make landfall along this coastline, but if we make landfall against the closer coastline, it will be sooner, obviously. What's the most damaging side of the hurricane? It'll be the eastern side, the northeast quadrant. But because of how symmetrical this hurricane is, all sides are pretty equally damaging. The eye wall, the northeast corner, will be the worst side as well. And that's why if we look to our recon data, that's why they're actually about to fly. I'm assuming they're going to cross over. Look at this. They're making a kind of a loop-de-loop around the hurricane. Recon will then make a turn towards the northeast corner, possibly giving us our last data point before landfall at pressure at landfall and wind speed at landfall. I believe that's why they're circling. If you guys were just tuning in, we have lost one of our hurricane hunters has backed out because they have exceeded their G limit. So they actually were in the storm earlier, and you can see they exceeded G limit, so now they are exiting the storm as well. They're exiting the storm. But we are down to 1. Hopefully this one can make it to the center of the storm before exceeding G limits. And for a little context, exceeding G limits means for the aircraft, it's rated for a certain amount of Gs or force. You know, Gs, like right now you're feeling 1 G or 1 force of gravity. I don't have the exact numbers on that plane yet, but we actually had the same thing happen yesterday where we had a plane exceed G-force limits. So that plane unfortunately went over the G limits it was kind of rated for, so then it has to exit and then go back and be inspected, and it is out of commission until it is inspected as well. The G limit, that's kind of, yes, exactly like Top Gun. If you think of Top Gun, the planes they kind of use in this are larger aircraft. They're only rated for about 2.5, 3 Gs, not like a fighter jet. So I think they definitely exceeded I think yesterday they exceeded the 3G limit. It was like 2.5 G limit. So I'm assuming they exceeded the G limit again, and unfortunately will be out of commission. However, we still have one more. And I think the main mission of them now is to delay just a little bit before going in the center, because they don't want to exceed G limits before we have landfall, because they want to have data upon landfall. They want to have the wind speed at landfall, and they also want to have the pressure at landfall as well. All that combined so we can have a pretty good look of What is this hurricane doing right now for history, for science, and for the poor people who are currently experiencing this full effect? All right, I don't know why this live camera is having so many issues. You're gonna have to shift to a different one. Let me see if I can grab one from my Discord real quick, guys. You bear with me. See if we can get a different one. See if I can get a good one. Oh, there's someone just walking outside. That's good. Excuse me. Okay, that I have a camera offline. And I think the Kingston Harbor camera is still online. So Kingston, I think we'll stick with the Kingston one, maybe. It's going to cycle through just a few more, guys. Bear with me for just a second. Okay, another stream down. So I'm looking through all my cameras I have. I'm seeing a lot of cameras down as well. All right, we'll go with this one here. Bear with me. Oh, wait, it's back. Okay, we'll keep this one up here as well. But hopefully that stays there. So this is that's Flatbridge right there for reference. We have Flatbridge in the top right. But yeah, a lot of cameras that I was trying to access are down right now, which is not too surprising as well. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We have over 2,500 people here. Hopefully you're doing all right. We're answering questions as we are nearing landfall. We've been live for over 2 hours now. My breakfast has contained this, but don't worry, I haven't cracked into the Red Bulls just yet. We'll be live all day talking about this hurricane as it crosses over Jamaica. I have a question. Is an exponentially dry eye indicate... Oh, gosh, this question's flying away from me. Is an exceptionally dry eye indicative of a hurricane becoming annular? I don't know about annular. I'd say generally more organized, right? Annular, I think, would be a decent word to describe it. I mean, look at how symmetrical it is. Like, symmetry on this hurricane is insane right now. Is it... can someone confirm? It's also 10 a.m. I believe Jamaica is in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. 1 hour behind Jamaica? Okay. Yeah, we're talking about 4 to 6 hours of the actual hurricane being right over us. The highest winds being right over Jamaica. Oh, the Central Time. Okay. My apologies. So expect landfall within the next sort of hour or two, no matter what time zone, I guess. Thank you guys for the clarification. And, oopsies. Here we go. Make sure you guys hydrate through this marathon event if you're out in Jamaica. And you can definitely see the water level is rising in the top right. Anyone in my Discord have the Treasure Beach live cam? I don't think I have that, unfortunately. If anyone wants to join the Discord and drop that link in chat for the... because I'm seeing a lot of you say that live camera is good. If anyone has the live camera and wants to join the Discord link's below me, or is also the link beneath my bio if you join my bio. I'd like to see that because I've seen a lot of you saying it. Is it downgraded when it hits? I keep seeing comments on other lives, so I come to ask you. Of course, Mason. We'd love to answer your question here. It really depends on what data they see when they're about to fly recon right into it when it makes landfall. But, I mean, looking at its presentation, it is not going to be downgraded by much if it does. We're still talking about a Cat 5 landfall throughout the entire process of this the storm moving across. Look at the latest satellite scan. Still a perfect eye within the storm. Let's see if we can get access to the radar. Nope. Still banned from the radar. Okay, we're not banned. It's just it's being overloaded right now, so we'll have to wait a bit for that. But anyways, this is kind of the second best is the satellite here, where you can see our hurricane is about to make direct landfall. First, Mason, stay safe out there. When is the next weather report expected? Yeah, it's expected actually at 10 a.m. CST. So in 6 minutes, we'll have a new update as well. Eric, what do you mean changed course? What does the live stream say? What do they say, Eric? I'd love to hear that for another live stream. Just generally because, you know, it changed course. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's in the forecast cone. It's moving north. And that's how it's going. I think the biggest update I have is Montego Bay, I'd say, has a decent chance now of seeing the eye. I went more north. Yeah, it's going a little bit more north than like the majority, but it's still in the forecast cone. It's nothing that is significant. Seeing some people join the Discord. Let me know if you guys have that link for the live. If you want to put it in the Tropics chat, I press. I can't, I don't think I can't use people, so it has to be like one of those public cameras, by the way. So, yeah, for copyright problems. Just for reference, guys. I do apologize, but yeah, as a business, this is how it goes. As a live streamer. Oh, well, he made a big deal out of it. I mean, I don't really see any big deal of it going more north. It's been expected to go either north or northeast. That's been the forecast. But Montego Bay, I'd be more worried about Montego Bay. And of course, wobbles are still possible. The actual eye is so large. I say so large. It's not super large in reference to everything else, but it's large enough where it's going to cause a huge swath of damage wherever it's going as well. So yeah, so in Mo Bay, I prepare for tornado force winds coming to your region within the next 1 to 2 hours for Mo Bay. How will we stay updated on what's happening on the island when it's gone? Honestly, Lizzie, there's not much you can do other than hold on to the main fact in which the storm will be over within the next 12 to 24 hours. The worst and the worst will be done, within the next 8 hours. So the actual eye should be gone by the next 8 hours. We're talking about impacts across Jamaica, especially the western portions of Jamaica for the next 4 to 6 hours of the eye wall. As we make landfall, we're starting to get the first portions of the eye. We might start seeing some land within our eye if it clears out enough. As we freeze it right here, you can see again. Just a reminder: official landfall means the center of the eye crosses land. So we still have not had official landfall yet, and we should have a new update by the National Hurricane Center within the next few minutes. They are doing hourly updates now. 11 a.m. is 11 EST or 10 a.m. CST is the next update for. You can see everyone is refreshing the screen here. Okay, so yes, we do have an 11 a.m. update here. They don't have any other advisory. Oh, wait, actually, they have a public advisory. So let's read this together. No change. It looks like 185. So latest advisory, brand new, right from the National Hurricane Center. Stay with me here. So maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, and we're currently present movement is northeast at 9 miles per hour. So we're accelerating a little bit, northeast, heading on towards Jamaica. Pressure essentially is 892 millibars, very, very low. It looks like we got changes with this advisory or something with Cuba. The government of Cuba has issued hurricane warning for the province of Las Tunas and a tropical storm warning for the province of Campeche. The Meteorological Service of the Bahamas has discontinued the hurricane watch for the Turks and Caicos. The summary of watches and warnings in effect. A hurricane warning is in effect for the entire nation of Jamaica. Cuban provinces of Granma, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, Halaguin, and Las Tunas. Do apologize for the mishap in there. Southeastern and central Bahamas are also underneath hurricane warnings. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for Haiti and the Cuban province of Campeche. And let's continue onwards. Discussion outlook. So this is a long discussion. At 11 a.m., the eye of Hurricane Melissa was located at 17.9 degrees north, longitude of 17. Melissa is moving towards northeast at near 9 miles per hour. Turn towards the northeast with an increased forward. Speed is expected later today, followed by faster northeast motion on Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, maximum sustained winds 185. Little change in strength is expected before Melissa makes landfall. That's pretty much expected. Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southeastern Cuba as extremely dangerous major hurricanes, and it will still be a strong hurricane when it moves across the southeastern Bahamas. All right, there you go. There's kind of our full discussion there. Won't bore you with any too much. So I'll comment one more time on the storm surge. Peak storm surge heights could reach 9 to 13 feet above ground level. Near to the east of where the central Melissa makes landfall, this storm surge will be accompanied by large destructive waves on the northwest coast of Jamaica. Near Mo Bay, there is a possibility of 2 to 4 feet of storm surge above ground level. So keep that in mind as well. Potential for significant storm surge along the southeast coast of Cuba, 8 to 12 feet. Storm surge of 5 to 8 feet. And that is also geography dependent as well. All right, that's a lot of reading, a lot of updates. Nothing has changed for our hurricane regarding strength. And additionally, we are really nearing the time where we're going to be talking about the exact point of landfall within the next hour or two here. Let me answer some questions, Al. Appreciate you guys' patience on the kind of stream there. giving some more updates. Mo Bay will be affected as a chance of seeing the actual eye wall. The highest level winds are potentially coming to Mo Bay, especially with this northern moment, the northern movement we've had as well. Can you watch some updates on TV channel? I can't put them out here as well, but I can tell you we're getting the latest information as well over here. Will the wind speed increase? Not likely from now on, especially since we don't have recon in there. I think 185 is going to be our peak. And they will decrease. I can tell you they will start to decrease as the full hurricane goes over land. It's only a matter of thermodynamics that will have a full decrease. Oh gosh, don't tell me that the secondary plane also reached its limits. I think it might be also exiting the storm. I think that might be it, guys. That might be it for recon. I think recon is officially leaving the storm. Let me consult my resources. Excuse me. All right, let's answer some more questions, guys. Appreciate you all being here. If you wouldn't mind liking this stream, let's see what we're at right now. We are at 116,000 likes. Let's see if we can hit 150,000 likes, guys. Ask us so we can get as many people on here for Hurricane Landfall. We'll be live during Landfall, and we're expecting landfall within the next hour or two, depending on where this full wobble goes. I think they're leaving because too much turbulence. I think both aircraft are done. And the recon are the aircraft that have been flying in the storm. Can anyone confirm? Has anyone seen any updates online about recon? I would almost assume that both recons are done. So that we are done with our in-flight data. And obviously, the National Hurricane Center has said no difference in forecast strength is expected until landfall. Okay, we got confirmation. Recon is officially over. So we'll be sticking at this until this ends. We'll kind of close off our recon websites, and that'll be it. And we've gotten to the point where we're now going to go in to Jamaica, and it is going to be a rough ride, but we'll get through it. Starting out right now, the eye wall is affecting the southwest corner of Jamaica, talking about White House, and looks like some other areas. White House, I believe that was Black River, Fuller's Wood, all are experiencing some very extreme winds right now. Especially in St. Elizabeth Parish is going to see very, very high winds. And moving through kind of the St. James Parish, as well as moving kind of towards the northern parish here as Trelawney Parish as well. So it is insane. We got a huge hurricane pulling up, and Treasure Beach. I don't think I have a. Wait, unless someone sent the link of Treasure Beach. Got a video of Mo Bay here. Yeah, I can't pull up other live TikToks. If someone wants to, if anyone has any YouTube links, that'd be nice. But I don't have any views inside the storm, unfortunately, other than this top right one of Flatbridge as well. If it's a private company that has the live, I unfortunately cannot display it on this one. I do apologize for that. It's just copyright law for you. Brownie said, "Don't forget to like the live and send some gifts." I really appreciate that. Yeah, if it's a private company, it's even if it's live cams, I don't think I can show it. So, I mean, you're welcome to go look at it for yourself, but I'll be giving your, to kind of make up for it, we'll be talking about things we're seeing. Generally, also providing this Q&A session here on YouTube and TikTok. And right now we're using we can actually switch our sites here. We'll switch sites. So, here is Kingston. And, okay, yeah, that's ongoing. That is so much spam. Let me switch our resources here. Well, I'll hop on Kingston real quick. Pause this. And we'll see how they're doing out over there for kind of in the hurricane kind of view here. Yeah, Flatbridge has been fully taken over by the river. I'm waiting for this ad to be out of here, please. Okay, well, we just have to wait on that. That'll be done here in a second. and we'll have an inside look of Kingston. So welcome to the stream, everyone. And thank you guys for all sticking around with us throughout this hurricane live coverage. We've been live for 2 hours and a half here. And right now we're not going to get any more recon. I believe they also stop recon when it gets too close to land as well, because it's dangerous to fly, obviously, over land. If you have a plane failure or plane something, or you don't have the ocean, or you could impact people on land. So that's probably another reason. But also we'll have more measuring tools on land, so we don't really need the recon as it moves on. So there's going to be pressure sensors, there's going to be wind sensors on land to tell us how fast things are going. But yeah, recon pertaining to the planes flying through the hurricane. Where exactly is the eye going to go in Jamaica? We're talking about moving pretty far to the north and eventually an eastern track. So look, we're going to move north, including probably impacting places like Mo Bay majorly, and eventually a little bit of east. So I think general track can be a little bit to the east, kind of where my cursor is going, plus or minus a few miles off to the east or west here. But either the storm motion is going to be either north or northeast, kind of in this region. Black River is taking a direct hit right now. They have the worst of the worst weather, the eye wall, the 185 mile per hour sustained winds. The Black River is taking a direct hit from the eye. They actually will be in the eye here pretty soon as well. I really am hoping out for everyone on the southwest corner of Jamaica. They are seeing the worst of the worst. And you see our eye is starting to make our way onto the land here. We'll pause it on the latest scan. We're just about getting where the land people might start seeing the actual eye. They might start beginning into the eye. Can the hurricane eye drastically change directions? It can wiggle, but not really a drastic change in directions. See, looking at over our last few hours, we're really marching our way kind of northeastward here, relatively fast. Mostly north though. Mostly northeast. Maybe a little bit of touch of north or east there. That's kind of our main situation here. Let's make this full screen here over in Kingston right now. This is basically if you were picking somewhere on the island with the least amount of conditions, least amount of impacts, it would be here. And least amount of impacts, I say that not lightly. There is very high impact going on in Kingston, especially flash flooding that is starting to ongo across the region there as well. Let me know if you're in Kingston yourself and have seen flash flooding yourself. I mean, I've been referencing cameras for that kind of information. Especially the flatbridge itself has been flooding and is drastically underwater right now. Thank you MTK for the donation, thank you Brownie, and thank you NYC for the donation as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge event here, guys. We got flatbridge completely underneath water. We got some pretty gnarly conditions across the entire island as well. I'm seeing the cone of uncertainty on radar. Can you explain? A cone of uncertainty is where the physical eye, the pinpoint where that eye can go to our best knowledge. We have basically a forecast. We call that the forecast cone of uncertainty. That is, I believe the National Hurricane Center shoots for, I think it's like 90% of the outcomes to be within the forecast cone. So you can be pretty confident where the forecast cone is going. That's where the center of the eye will be at some point. Reminder that the forecast cone, the eye could be as far west as the outer edge, far east as the outer edge as well. What do your professors think of that? That's a great question. We actually talked about this in my dynamics course yesterday, and we really talked about how this does not happen often. I mean, this thing is pushing the limits of what is physically capable of our ocean, of our thermodynamics, and our current understanding of weather. This is, unfortunately, the perfect storm, tapping into all conditions across the region here. So appreciate you all being here, and this is just a huge event going on. Will the cameras stay up during, or will they go offline eventually? The Kingston cameras have a chance of staying up, but all the cameras to the west and central portions of Jamaica have a drastic chance of being offline. I actually have not any contacts that I have public contacts in the southwest area as well. Sorry, I might be dumb. What is the gray area of the radar? So this is actually not radar. This is what's called infrared imagery, which we're currently looking at the color, the temperature of the cloud tops. The colder the cloud tops, the stronger the storms, the taller the storms. The coldest storms and the tallest cloud tops are this gray. So our really strong storm and convections are right around the center with the gray, and even the white. Then comes the black is the next strongest, and the red. So the gray is the white is the strongest in gray than black. And as you can tell, our entire core is perfectly symmetrical, defending against the Jamaican land here. As you can see, Melissa looks like it's not even caring about Jamaica's land right now as well. Definitely not man-made. Don't think so. This is, I mean, Cat 5s have happened before. I mean, one hasn't happened for the entire recorded history, but physically possible. If you use calculations, it is possible for this to happen. Please don't, like, advertise on stream. Appreciate that. Yeah, we were thinking about everyone in all territories. I'm in Kingston. This is definitely no. I mean, how do you even say that? Like, hurricanes happen. I'm not even doing that today. What time is this hitting? We're talking about this landfall being around. We're talking about next one hour to landfall. Honestly, we're getting very close to landfall. What was the 11 a.m. update? We sustained the 185 and 892. Nothing changed for 11 a.m. other than shelter in place and act like this is a tornado warning. I think Kingston dodged a huge bullet here. I mean, look at that. They're over here. The actual most intense winds are right around the center, so this will avoid Kingston very luckily. But at the cost of the western portion of the country. What does the pressure number mean? That is 892 millibars. The lower the pressure is, the stronger the hurricane is. It is the reading of how much air is left in the center of the hurricane. Hurricanes evacuate the air from the center. They push it out, push it out, further and further and further beyond. And the stronger it is, the lower pressure it is. So that pressure being under 900 is absolutely insane. And for reference, that's missing about 11% of the atmosphere that's normally there, which might sound like a ton, but in the grand scale of things, that is huge. 11% of the atmosphere being gone is insane. Intel cam. Okay, I can check briefly just for use policies, but I will check for you guys. Just over here. Let me see if I can have a separate tab. Okay. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna take my eye off chat just for a second, just to see if I can get any cameras. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold up. Quick, before we go back to there. Let's go back to this one. Go live. Take a look at this. This is Flatbridge, guys. That is pretty crazy on itself. It's lagging badly. That is Flatbridge. We'll keep that up just for a little bit longer, then we'll switch over to 11% of the atmosphere is removed right now from the center of the storm. And see if the okay, there it goes. Look at that. They are in a very heavy band right now. And look at the flooding. The water is really rising. We're getting up to the sign now. Yeah, we'll take a zoomed in look. Just look at this. This is Flatbridge. It is pouring down rain. The trees are swaying. There's things being carried down the actual river here. And it looks like it's coming out of its banks. You can see some water on the kind of right side here. The actual bridge, Flatbridge, is right here. It looks like a kind of a dam right now, but there's a full bridge right beneath here. So exactly Flatbridge floods. Yeah, that's because we're getting a lot of rain. So we were expecting, but man, this is crazy, right? There has been a huge amount. There's an ad. We've been a huge amount of rain, and it's only going to continue to rain in that region. We're still expecting almost over a foot of rain. So add a foot of rain on top of what's already flooding. I get that Flatbridge floods all the time. Yes, okay, so it's flooding right now. But additional foot of rain is coming. So it's flooding right now, but add a foot of rain on top of that as well. I believe the Flatbridge is around this region here. Kind of, maybe actually like kind of in this region. I can't remember where exactly. Yeah, right in that kind of pocket there. Oh man, crazy stuff going on here, guys. Measuring rain in feet is wild. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here. That's been the kind of theme of the storm, right? Has the eye hit yet? Well, the actual eye wall is hitting. We have not had official landfall. We'll pause it where we're at right now. We've not had official landfall because the center of the eye counts as landfall. So So just a little reminder, guys, until the center of the eye has crossed over land, we have not had official landfall just yet. It's pinpoint. So people might be saying, oh, it's making landfall. Well, technically, landfall is not till that pinpoint hits land. However, even without landfall, technical landfall, we are still feeling the brunt of the conditions now in the southwest corner of Jamaica. We're talking about the 185 mile per hour sustained winds, 892 millibars, Category 5, extremely strong Category 5 thing as well. Weather Channel said 252 mile per hour wind gust around the eye reported. Is that possible? Yes, that is honestly extremely surprising overall, but it is physically possible. Just a quick reminder of what the 185 means. The 185 is sustained winds over 1 minute of time. So it has to be 185 for 1 minute of time. So a long time period with that. But that wind gusts, so for a short amount of time, it can go way even stronger. Those are called sometimes we have mesovorticities, which are even stronger winds inside the eye wall. That's what's coming. That's what we're dealing with. Equivalent to a EF5 tornado is winds that are possible with this type of storm. Except we're not dealing with localized problems here. We're dealing with an eye wall that is at least 30 to 40 miles across in width. And that's what we're dealing with here today, unfortunately. See if we can hop to a new camera. Let me see if I can find one. I'm just going to do a little Google searching. Wait, where did you guys say some people had recommendations? Do you have any recommendations for live cameras? Oh, I guess I could go on Jamaica website. So, you guys yeah, landfall should be coming in pretty soon here. I'm searching around my cameras. Oh, here's kind of a split screen. Okay, let me see what this looks like. I also have to read the rules real quick. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. JSVO. One second, I'm trying to look at one specific camera that I just saw. I'm curious about. Okay, I don't see that. So we'll go back one. Let me just read this little tidbit here just a second, guys. Please bear with me for just a second while I try to get another live camera up. That's what happens when you have live streams like this. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do here is we can pull... Alright. Here's what we're going to do, guys. There's one camera I want on Intel Cam that I can't find, honestly. Let me see if I can look it up just one more time. If anyone's on Intel Cam and you see that top right camera, I'm trying to find that exact link. That's where I'm... Because I don't think I can show Intel Cam, but I might be able to show that guy who's streaming as well from Treasure Beach. Gosh, YouTube ads. So we're looking at JS. What is that? JSPH Shoto. One second, guys. Sorry for the quick pause here. While we're waiting for me to figure out how to get this camera up, if you guys wouldn't let me, or if you wouldn't let me know where you guys are currently watching from, I would like to hear where you guys are, where we're all having audiences from, and so we can kind of see what is going around. Okay, I can't exactly find that camera. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do little wonky stuff here. So bear with me. We're gonna make this work. Trust. We're gonna go to this one. We're gonna here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip this. Oopsies, not wrong one. We're going to actually crop this a little bit more. So we just get this one. There we go, guys. Okay, we're getting a view of inside the Cat 5 Hurricane. So brand new view. That is courtesy of this on YouTube. There's a link. And this is Treasure Beach. Let me just make sure it's running. Yeah, obviously, I mean, that is insane. Let's go full cam on that. Go full cam. And this is inside the Cat 5 Hurricane. I'm actually really... Wow. Look at this. This is live inside the eye wall. This is what's coming to Montego Bay. This is wait, does it have sound? I don't think it does. It does not have sound. I do apologize. It does not have sound on it, but that is inside. Like, just to get some kind of key points here, you can definitely see a power pole there, but look at you can barely see some trees like right below me. This is inside a Category 5 hurricane. And does it have sound? Let me just check. You guys, do you want that sound? Let me know if you want that sound. Oh, I don't know if you're... you might think one second, guys. Oh, you can hear it? Okay, I was wondering. It's not showing up on my, like, I have a green bar for how loud it is. Okay, do you want to hear it? I don't, it's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. That is insane. Oh, you want to hear it? Okay, we'll keep it up then. Majority rules, you guys are the people. Would you like to stay full cam or keep it split cam? What do you want? You guys are the stream peeps. Sounds like white noise. Dude, let me know if it's too loud or full cam. Okay, full cam. You guys got it. There you go. This is inside Treasure Beach. So let me get a reference point so I can kind of tell you guys what this is. Yeah, this is inside the eye wall right now. I'm looking at my end right now. This is the peak winds. Yeah, they're right on the eye wall, so I can tell you up. Turn it up. Oh gosh, it froze. Okay, it froze. Oh, you heard a little bit. Oh, it's back. All right. Let me know if it's about This is what's impacting Jamaica, guys. This is what we were so worried about. And it is going to jump a bit because obviously it's... It is a bit annoying, isn't it? We'll keep it up there. Keep the noise. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, I think I can do a poll. This is a perfect time for a poll, guys. 1 second. We will do a poll on the noise versus no noise. So quick poll. Custom. Standard. Okay. Let's make it 3 minutes. Create new. Noise on or off. Okay. Yes or no. Okay, new poll is being launched in a second. If you guys know how to... Okay, there we go. Poll is up. Let me know. If anyone knows how to fully answer the poll, please put it down in chat. The poll... You can't just say yes. I think you have to actually vote. So go vote right now. I'm going to step aside for just a second. And please vote on that so I can know if you guys want to hear it or don't want to hear it. Just majority rules. Thank you, guys. All right, it's pretty big consensus on my end. Right now, it's currently 198 to 44 yes. So how about this? I'll keep it top left notepad. What does that mean? I will keep the noise, but I won't make it super loud. Okay, so let me just turn it on, and you guys tell me if it's too loud, too quiet. Start with that. Quiet on the low end. Definitely not. You have the live satellite at the top right. This is Treasure Beach. I'm gonna need a marker here in a second for that. Can you hear it yet? Onto the coastline here. Keeping this in motion here on the top right of your screen, we're talking about 1 hour before landfall. We're getting towards that point. We're about 1 hour from landfall, so we're getting pretty close. Oh, God. Stream is getting a little bit off the rails, but obviously it's going to be insane looking at this live camera from Treasure Beach. And for reference, where we are right now, let me get that working out soon here. So I'll get that point here for you guys. Again, the stream, it is on your stream. It is just it is where the actual to be seen from that kind of same setup here, because it's just along the eye wall. This is right in the eye wall. This is the most intense part of the hurricane as well. Look how strong is that pole? Holy moly. Yeah, these power poles are YouTube is going to sound a lot quieter because I just calmed down the noise. But thank you for the reminder. I completely forgot that YouTube has the actual audio built in, so I think OBS is taking over that audio. That's why we're not getting it directly into TikTok. That's the fun of trying to stream on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. It's a bit of a challenge. Yeah, YouTube just got fixed. Thank you for letting me know. Just gonna go on. Just gonna post my YouTube link down below, guys. If you wouldn't mind subscribing and getting us to over 1,000 subscribers, we're very, very close. That goes directly to help support me. Just a little quick shout out, and also live out there. So there's that live stream as well. The chat's a lot quieter here too. So YouTube, don't be shy. Still come out. And we're currently, if you're just joining us, we're currently watching Treasure Beach live from a camera. Looks like posted somewhere up on a post or on a house. And I want to say this is very impressive. They're on the eye wall right now. They're probably in the highest winds this hurricane's producing, or at least very close to it. And I'm not seeing any like damaging stuff happening, at least right now. I'm sure there is some sort of damage happening, but the power poles, I think, are the most impressive thing here. Let's answer some questions while we observe this kind of situation ongoing. Oh no, there's a flying Bob Marley. Oh gosh. Has it made landfall yet? Not yet. You look at the top right. The actual eye has not, the center of the eye hasn't fully crossed yet. However, some people are about to break into the eye. So some people are about to get into the eye. Yes, the eye, this is the eye wall affecting the island. This is going to be the story across a large portion of the western part of the eye, part of the country. Places like Mo Bay could see very similar conditions to just like this. Cat 5 winds expected to be sustained as it continues to move onwards. What are the odds of surviving this? Well, if you protect yourself, if you are treating it as a tornado warning, you can survive. We are not in the eye here, guys. Treasure Beach has been unlucky enough to miss the eye there on the eastern side of the hurricane. The hurricane's moving north. They will be in the eye wall, which is the strongest winds for the entire event. So the eye wall will kind of dominate the weather here. There will be no eye for Treasure Beach. There will be no break, is what I'm saying. Is Kingston going to be in the eye? Nope. Pretty far away from the eye. If you look in the, we can look quickly. Just a quick little big screen here. So here's the hurricane, right where this X was. Right here is where we're looking. Notice how we are not going to be in the eye. It's just moving straight north. Kingston's over here, so you guys are out of that as well. Just for reference, we'll bring it back down here. Just for a quick pause for a reference of where we are at. And bring that X back to where we're at as well. And there you go. So there's a little bit of breakdown where we're at and how we're not going to see the eye in this situation here as well. Is that right now? Yes, this is live from Treasure Beach, Jamaica. It's covering the whole island. Yes, it basically is covering the entire island. That's correct. I have friends out in the west portions of Jamaica. What will it be like there? It will be pretty similar to this. The far west portion might see something like this. The eye wall almost stretches all the way to the west coast as well. Maybe a little bit less wind than what we're seeing right now. This is probably the peak wind. And where exactly is the eye heading? Is heading across the country at a north-northeast vector, about 9 miles per hour right now. Thank you guys for the follows. We'll be live all day, so if you have anywhere to go, if you guys wouldn't mind joining the Rainy Day Weather family, I think we're approaching 55,000 followers if we haven't done that already. So if you want to help out, get us to that goal, that'd be amazing. I really appreciate it. And been doing this coverage all morning, and we'll be here all day. I am a college student, so time is valuable, but this is very important, and I appreciate you guys being here. What's the latest one from the Weather Service update? The latest as of 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 11 a.m. local time in Jamaica is we sustain 185, 892 millibar, Category 5 hurricane. They are not expecting any drastic change throughout the actual landfall here. And just a little reference here. Thank you guys for hitting over 55,000 followers. We actually just crossed over 55,000 followers. Thank you so much for that. We'll be live all day, so stick around. If you have anywhere to go ahead and leave, and we'll be back. We'll be on live the entire time. I have caffeine on hand, and don't worry, guys. I'm thinking about door dashing food, maybe, or I have peanut butter jelly sandwiches. What do you think I should do? Peanut butter jelly or DoorDash? I'm thinking about it. Here to answer your guys' questions, give you updates, and obviously this live feed in the hurricane is very useful. We're getting a lot of DoorDash. Well, it's frozen peanut butter jelly, guys. It's uncrustable. Does that change your answer? DoorDash Chipotle, bro. Oh, that sounds so good. It's not lunchtime just yet, but we don't worry. I'm so lucky. Tuesdays are the one day I only have one class, and I already kind of solved that issue, so we're all right. Uncrustables are the best. Please don't spam 6-7 in the chat. There's really no reason for that, and honestly, that meme's dead. I'm giving you 1 minute, and I'm giving you a 1 minute timeout for you to think about your actions. Uncrustables for sure. Seeing a lot of mixed opinions on that. Oh my gosh, so loud. Just let me know when you guys are. I mean, I guess we'll do this for a little bit longer. The full cam of the Cat 5, inside of Cat 5. Let me know what you want to see right now. Do you want to see more breakdowns? I'm assuming this is honestly the most interesting part. Is just taking a second and observing. Taking a second to place yourself in shoes of Jamaica. And anyone in Jamaica, especially the southwest corner of Jamaica. This is kind of, I have access to a couple other lives from across the country. This is honestly the one that's the most crazy ongoing. You can really tell how just overall, I mean, obviously the stream, I have it a little bit quieter so you're not deafened, but if you extrapolate, you can really tell it's just so loud. Frosty, I don't know why you're being so critical. I'm trying, What time is landfall? Talking about 1 hour from now. About 1 hour from now. Okay, so a quick reminder about what landfall technically counts as. Landfall is the center of the exact hurricanes, the center of the storm. That's the center of the eye, so a pinpoint, a single point going over land. Technically, that hasn't happened yet. However, remember, the actual eye is calm. Outside the eye is very aggressively high winds. Right now, the high winds, the eye wall is attacking Jamaica right now. That's what we're seeing here. That's why it's so aggressive, yet we have not made landfall technically. Technically has not made landfall. Why is it moving so slow? Generally, it is moving so slow because hurricanes are storms that have no steering themselves. They are cars without steering wheels. They don't steer. They don't move themselves. This storm is actually starting to accelerate a little bit more than it has been. Main reason is, and I think it's getting worse in our camera here, honestly. The main reason that it is accelerating now is there's a low pressure to its north, that it's becoming a magnet as well. It's becoming a magnet up to the north. The walls are the worst, and I hope you guys are appreciating the information, and I appreciate the really kind words you guys are saying too. It goes a long way for this. So shout out to all of you guys being here and getting over 100,000 likes. I think we're getting really close to 150,000 likes. I don't have the exact number up here. Yeah, we are at 129,000 likes. So if you guys are really enjoying the stream, if you wouldn't mind liking it, it helps us get out to more people, and it directly helps to support me. Appreciate that support. I got a question for Kingston, but please don't spam the chat, guys. There's enough people here. Those coconut trees are strong. Please don't spam chat. For Kingston, not expecting the eye wall. Some great news out there. Expecting flooding to continue as well. Continue is coming. I mean, that's the kind of the most guaranteed impact. The actual eye is now starting to kind of move away from Kingston, relatively. So wind speed actually should be peaking around right now. How long will this hurricane be going on in Jamaica? We're talking about 46 hours of at least this, somewhere in the region of Jamaica. So very high-end winds. And overall, we're talking about the hurricane moving away. Let's see if I can pull this up kind of in the corner of the screen here. So if you look at your corner of your screen, you don't have to see the exact times, I'll tell you. By tonight, late tonight, this hurricane should be out of the region of Jamaica, finally. Late tonight is what we're expecting. Expected storm surge is around 15 feet maximum across the eye wall. Generally, we're talking between 7 and 13 feet, especially on the eastern side of the eye. Remember, you need onshore flow. for the eye. St. Catherine. I'll answer some location-based questions. Just give me 1 second. For St. Catherine, you are going to be experiencing your heaviest winds right about now. Luckily, you're also going to avoid direct impact from this eye wall right here. You shouldn't be seeing conditions like this. However, still getting pretty aggressive. So I'll answer some more location-based questions in Jamaica. So now you guys can feel free to put some location-based. St. Catherine, stay in your safe place. Don't go outside. We're still talking about hurricane force winds, 75 mile per hour plus winds. Rain is going to continue to fall for at least the next 18 hours to 12 to 18 hours there as well. So Frosty, stay safe. I'm glad I could answer your question. And I'm sorry that I'm not getting to everyone's questions. It's just, you know, this is just how it's going to be, right? We have a lot of people here. For Mo Bay, I'm worried now about this eye wall is kind of shifting towards Mo Bay. We're moving directly north. Mo Bay, be in your safe place. Be ready to shelter from this storm as our eye is moving on land. Trelawney. Got a lot of questions for Trelawney. I do remember that being this parish up here. Trelawney is also in risk of seeing the eye wall coming north. We are expecting at some point to see kind of northeast movement on this storm. So right now it's moving basically north, but we are expecting northeast movement at some degree. So that region should be getting ready also for these types of conditions. I mean, you can't even see the house across the road right now. That's how bad it is. But man, that power pole is built. Like I said, it was built. Thank you guys for all those donations. Thank you, Liz, for 100 coins. I really appreciate that. It goes to help support me. And I'll put it through my DoorDash fund for getting lunch. Thank you. For Mandyville. Again, I'm sorry if I don't get your exact question immediately. I'll try to answer as many as possible now. We'll do location-based questions for the next few minutes here. Just want to confirm, guys, the audio is okay. Like, it's not the screaming wind's not too loud compared to what I'm talking. Oh, look at that power pole. It's going. It's so tilted. Oh my gosh. And this is a public camera that is getting credit on YouTube, so I'm kind of adding on to it and giving some more inputs. For Mandyville, Jamaica. You guys are all, ooh gosh. I mean, look, you guys are gonna be. Looks like you're gonna avoid the actual core of the eye wall. However, you're expecting outer eye wall. Expect wind gusts from now on to the next 4 hours in the realms of around 140, 130 miles per hour. Stay in your safe place. I can basically say that for anywhere in Jamaica. Stay in your safe place. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Avoid windows at all costs. For Hanover, please be ready for that eye wall. Hanover, you're going to get that eye wall as well. Hanover, get ready for this. This image, this impact is coming to Hanover right now. Prepare for this. Mentally prepare in Mo Bay for this. Coming to Hanover as well. Keep those questions coming, guys. We're trying to keep going. Westmoreland, you're going to be right on the edge of the western eye wall. You could be seeing something similar to this, maybe a little bit less than this, but something pretty similar to this coming to West Town, or what was it? Sorry, it's West something. I'm just going to keep firing them off. Negro Point, west, far west Jamaica. Something similar to this, maybe a little bit less in degree. Looks like the actual eye wall is just going to be on your outer edge. So the western portions of Jamaica, especially the far extreme west, we're talking about the far west near Orange Bay. Also expect something similar to this. You need a shelter in place as well. Keep those questions coming, guys. This is good. We're getting productive, kind of getting specific impacts. Again, we're talking about Jamaica. If you want your question really answered, I really recommend liking the stream. It highlights your comment for me in my dashboard here. In your not mandatory, but it just helps out for me to read it. So for St. Mary, Jamaica. So St. Mary, Jamaica should be expecting your core threat is going to be some hurricane force winds as this storm comes in. Nothing really near this kind of element here, but do expect rainfall to probably be your main concern. Rainfall will be starting to pile up in St. Mary as well. Kingston, yes, of course, as the largest population center in Jamaica, Kingston, some great news for you guys at the cost of your western parishes. Is you're going to avoid this main core of the eye walls. We're going to avoid what you're seeing right now, which is some great news. However, we are still expecting it to rain additionally another foot or beyond of rain, 12 inches or more of rain. So if you're already experiencing flooding, expect flooding to increase as well. How long does being in the eye last? Right now, with the current motion of the storm, and if you're on the eastern eye wall, we're talking about the eye lasting about 4 hours maximum. 4 hours maximum, with a minimum time being around 2 hours. So the eye, or the actual being in the eye, where the calm period will be around 1 to 2 hours. But the eye wall, what you're seeing right here, will be around 4 hours if you're on the eastern or western side. So if you think it's a circle, right? If you're on the western side and it just goes right through you, you only get the eye wall for 4 hours. And you're on the eastern side, you only get the eye wall for 4 hours. If you're on the top, you'll get the eye wall for about 30 minutes. Then in the center, and then you'll get it for another 30 minutes on the southern side as well. So think about that. Think about how storms are structured. It all comes to play, and how much as well. Please do not spam chat, guys. I will not answer your question. For St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, let me look. For St. Elizabeth, you guys are getting pretty close to that eye wall, so you're probably kind of experiencing right now. Currently, St. Elizabeth, you're experiencing the peak amount of winds you'll be having. Remain in your safe place. Act like it's a tornado as well. Please remain in your safe place. That kind of goes for the entire country of Jamaica. The southern portions, you're seeing the worst weather right now. And someone just called me weather boy. That's crazy. I guess it's biblically accurate, but yes. Not confirmed landfall yet. Just keep in mind, we have to have that center of the storm cross over land. We're getting pretty close. We're in the northern eye wall is about to peep out of land. So we're probably less than 1 hour away from landfall. And remember, landfall is the center of the actual storm. Clarendon, Jamaica. You are also seeing your worst conditions right now. Expect more and more rain. Probably winds gusting into the hurricane force, 70 mile per hour winds. Nothing really as remote as excel as this, but definitely stay in your safe place as well. Still feeling hurricane force winds. My mom is in holiday in Mo Bay in shelter. Can you show that any information being Mo Bay should be worried about a possibly direct hit from the eye. Looking at, we're going directly north towards Mo Bay, sitting at I'll bring it a little bit larger just so you can get some reference. Mo Bay is kind of right north of the eye. The eye is moving north. Mo Bay should prepare for possibly catastrophic high winds. That is right now what we're looking at. And this kind of situation happening in is possible and is plausible in Mo Bay. Yeah, we're keeping that X where our current camera is. There you go. And there we go. Scariest part is when you realize you're in the middle of a gigantic tornado. That's exactly correct. I mean, to put it in simple terms, that's right. Sorry to spam. My internet isn't showing it. Uploaded my comment. Of course, you're okay, Brown Sugar. I appreciate you apologizing. Alright, guys. If you give me 1 second, we're going to continue to watch the cameras. I'll answer some more questions in a little bit. I am going to make a quick TikTok just so we can get the update out. So bear with me. You guys are going to hear the update with me. You guys are actually going to be in the TikTok, so say hello to TikTok. We're going to kind of flip around here, and we're going to make a quick video. So it'll be very informal, so we're going to just make a quick video. Okay, ready? Guys, we are live currently right now as Hurricane Melissa is in progress of making landfall. About an hour away from the actual center of the storm making landfall. However, we have the eye wall live on our stream. It can be making some incredible conditions. You can barely see. The wind is obviously loud. You can hear it on the film there. And our storm is actually peaking in strength right now. 185 mile per hour winds, less than 900 millibars in pressure. There's chat right now. We have over 2,000 people with us watching. Join up in the bottom right corner of the screen to hear about updates, get your questions answered, and have live cameras around the country talking about what we are seeing, and also preparations, life-threatening and life-saving preparations that you can take. Last-second ideas if you are in Jamaica. This hurricane is here. About for the next 48 hours, we're going to be on land with this hurricane. Then it will be eventually moving northeast. I wish you the best of luck if you're in Jamaica. Join up and follow for more updates. Stay safe out there. Alright, cool. Thank you guys for a quick pause. Again, this is just going to be uploaded really quick to TikTok. And give me just 1 more minute so I can put title on this and caption, and then we'll be back on the grind here answering your guys' questions. Yeah, Flatbridge signal has been dropping out pretty bad. Oh gosh. And we might have just lost. Oh, no, we still got it. That camera's hanging on, guys. I am honestly impressed. The camera is a tank. Any more public cameras across the island? Yeah, we do have a couple more. Like here's Flatbridge. See if I can get live. The top right. Flatbridge is flooded completely. And then in the top right as well, here is Kingston. But this one's honestly the most dramatic right now. This one said Cat 6, okay. Okay, 1 second, guys. Just a couple more seconds so I can get this post out. Again, we're making a post so we can have other people in here and so we can alert everyone on the pages. So everyone is ready and prepared for this hurricane. Chat amongst yourselves. If anyone has heard answers before and sees something I've already answered, feel free to answer them. If you guys can help me out just real quick. Again, this is just something I can get out. This is what happens when you are a one-man show, right? I have to kind of do everything myself, right? Okay. We just got to add captions. This is the last thing, guys. Never forget to add captions. Landfall is imminent. We're talking about landfall within less than an hour. Wait, is the house gone? No way. I don't see the house anymore. That's not good. Wait, maybe it's, it might just be, oh wait, that's still there. Oh gosh. Okay, I think I just saw it just briefly. The kind of compression might make it a little misleading, but I think I still see it there. Okay, we're okay. But if that house gets just, that would be insane. Again, this is what we're live inside the storm right now, guys. From a camera in Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Okay. Alright, there we go. Last thing I need to do is make my caption, so almost there. This is not a Category 6, no such thing, and it won't happen. Mainly because the difference between a Cat 5, Cat 6, if there was a Cat 6, there is no difference. There's catastrophic damage with like beyond 157 mile per hour winds, so there's really no point in making a Cat 6 category. If that makes sense. So if anyone's saying, oh, Cat 6, it's garbage. Silly. Let's shoot, that's 185 mile per hour winds and 829, 892 millibars. Storm surge up to 15 feet. And let's see, landfall 1 hour away. Okay. Almost there, guys. We're just writing the caption, and then I'll be back on to answering your guys' questions as well. It is amazing. This pole, the power pole is still standing. So shout out to Jamaican engineering and infrastructure there. I mean, we already have power going out, so like some stuff is damage is being happening. But this is making me feel a little bit better about the situation. It's giving me a little bit of hope. Okay, there we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, I did see it. The camera rotated to the left a couple of minutes ago, in which it showed a power pole leaning drastically. So that was happening as well. So keep that in mind. That there is damage being happening here. Okay, there we go. Alright, that TikTok should be uploaded now. The power pole is honestly good, but if that power pole could be as stable as my life, that'd be so nice, wouldn't it be? that thing is a beast. No, was it under? No shot. Was that under a minute? Whatever. Oh gosh. Okay. Actually, let me just. We have it anyways. Delete. Okay, 1 second, guys. Just adding a quick edit. Yeah. I'm literally clicking as fast as I can to post all these things. This is a one-man show, so you guys get a little insight of the process. This is a little bit more crazy than the normal process, so that's how it be, right? Yeah, pull. Okay, cool. There you go. Is there flooding in Kingston? Can anyone report on that? I know we have people from Kingston in chat. Can you report on what you are seeing in Kingston? Have you seen any flooding? Maybe I can send. People are sending me links. Okay. Beautiful. There we go. Now it's putting in my other ones. Hey man, I gotta say I'm impressed with you. I've been watching you for some time. You're gonna go places. Thank you, The Punisher on YouTube. Really appreciate the kind words. And we're almost ready for you guys. One more minute, I swear. Okay, there we go. Alright. One more. Just have to post to Instagram. We're almost there, guys. Also, just a quick tangent that Facebook's algorithm is terrible. This is a side tangent, but it recommends things I posted a year ago to people, and I'm I swear it's not me posting false stuff. It's just the algorithm being stupid. And let me just copy rainy day weather link. Oh wait, there we go. Okay. And the last thing is I want to go here. Okay. I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate your support. And we're going to continue onwards as well. TikTok and YouTube. Okay. Let's get back on track. All right. So, for everyone here, we are currently in the eye wall of Melissa. The eye wall of Melissa is absolutely ferocious. Look at this live stream. I mean, you barely can see anything. There is actually a house through the kind of a rain directly in front of us beyond the power pole. That is a power pole that is surviving right here. So the power pole is still holding on. And this will be the most intense winds during the day. These intense winds are expected to continue to move northward towards areas like Mo Bay, impact parishes like St. Elizabeth Parish, St. James Parish, Trelawney Parish, and Manchester Parish. I think those are kind of the worst hit parishes, and maybe even kind of towards the southwest parish as well. Expecting this storm to move relatively slowly but start to accelerate through. We are probably around 30 minutes to 15 minutes about official landfall. Keep in mind, official landfall does mean that is when the actual eye of the hurricane goes over land. The central eye as well. Central eye on the hurricane. It's a pinpoint. So if you draw a kind of cross in the eye, that pinpoint, when that goes across land, that's official landfall. Should be, honestly, really close here. We'll have official word out by the National Hurricane Center on that, and also a new update from the National Hurricane Center actually should be out by now. They should be doing hourly updates. Should be a new hourly update up by 11 a.m. and that is Jamaican local time, or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. How wide is the eye? We're around 20 miles wide right now. So yes, the physical eye wall has reached. But you gotta think about the technical term for landfall. The technical term for landfall is when the center of the eye has crossed over land. So it's about 20 miles around in radius, and the current winds inside the eye wall wrapped around the eye is 185 mile per hour winds, 892 millibars. And man, look at this view. It's just an incredible view inside. Black River is very, very bad. Yeah, Black River will be looking very similar to this. This is Treasure Beach as well. Black River is flooded on stream, and they're probably getting the storm surge. Do you have a source for that information, Lauren? Just I'd be curious to see if the stream's public use or not. Black River Fire Station are currently on the roof. The water is going up and up. Oh man, that is terrible, terribly terrible to hear in Black River. And I don't have confirmation on that, but it does sound like a pretty reliable source. I mean, you can criticize for being a student or not, but I do have a pretty extensive background in forecasting for hurricanes, and access with these sites, and I have a background. Of course, I'm not a certified meteorologist, but for TikTok, I think this is pretty good, and this is kind of going to be the future thing as well. thank you guys for, we just hit over 200,000 likes. I really appreciate that. The main reason I ask for likes is so we can get more visibility for this video, as well as more stuff. Yeah, exact point. If you don't like it, and you know, you can continue onwards. Yeah, of course, I gotta look at it all. Appreciate the kind words, guys. And thank you, Shrek, for following. Appreciate that. I was Lord Farquaad for Halloween in a Halloween party this past weekend, so it's you guys can't pay me enough to show you that photo though. How do I share this with my feed? I think there's a share button somewhere on the stream as well. But yeah, right now, guys, we are honestly Treasure Beach should be feeling these conditions for probably about an hour more, and then this is such a great feeling to say, but once you get through one more hour of this, which I know is a huge task to get through, your conditions will actually start to weaken. Once this eye passes, we'll start to have a weakening trend. We're almost at the point where I can start naming some locations where, okay, this is where we're going to start have weakening. Right now, we're still everywhere, shelter in place, major hurricane ongoing. Official landfall will be happening within the next 15 to 30 minutes. The center of the eye has to cross over land, and the eye wall is hitting land. So this is what we're seeing right now. This is the eye wall. The official eye, the center of the eye, has not gone onto land yet. I know some people can say, "Oh, it's made landfall." Well, yes, technically it's on land, but as a meteorologist, you have to be in terms with the definition. The definition is the center of the eye crossing over land, which will be very soon, anyways. I don't have any videos or photos. If anyone wants to submit videos or photos, the Discord link is down below. I'll keep an eye on the Discord. The Discord link is also in my bio. If you click on the profile, you can check that out in the bio. You can submit links for photos and videos in there. I've been keeping an eye on the Discord for information there as well. And you can also continue to follow Rainy Day Weather. Will be live basically throughout the day. Don't worry, guys. I have caffeine ready to go. If you've been with me, we've been live for almost we've crossed over 40 hours of live streams for this past 7 days. So hopefully you guys have been finding the information useful. If this is the first time you've been here, welcome to the stream. If this is you're not your first time, welcome back. I'm glad to have you here. Let's see. Great question. Is the update out just yet? We'll see. And yes, it is. Updated statement. All right, you guys ready? I know this is the boring part, but we have to read this. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening... Okay, let's try again. Restart. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. So that's a good point. Even you get in the eye, the center of the eye, you'll have a break. Do not leave shelter. The other side of the eye is on its way. Residents should remain in place through the passages of these life-threatening conditions to protect yourself from the wind. Best thing you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can avoid falling trees, is the safest place to be. You can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress or wear a helmet for extra protection. The next update will be provided at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or as needed for landfall. So there you go. Next update will be either 1 or landfall. So keep an eye out for the landfall as well. And what is it? I like your stream more. Okay. And it looks like we're continuing same strength. Yeah, continuing 892 and a 185. So the conditions continue onwards as well. Yeah, top right of the screen, where I don't really want to bore you guys with the text, but it's right here. If you want to take a screenshot of that for yourself, I basically just read it to you, but 185 winds is your current predicted landfall, and its current status right now. Yeah, you got to think of everyone in the path. I mean, you can see they're dealing with the brunt of it right now. I don't know. It's technically not made landfall. I mean, you just saw the National Hurricane Center has not made landfall. It is hitting land. Don't get me wrong. The hurricane is vastly impacting land right now. The eye, for technical landfall, the center of the eye, the very calm winds, has to hit land. And that's going to happen within the next 15 to 30 minutes. We're getting very close. Also, we're having some connection difficulties with our camera, which is not too surprising. In the bottom right-hand corner, obviously for the large screen right now, that is live in Treasure Beach. So, you know, we got an entire... also, we're going through the first eye wall. We're going through the northern eye wall. Reminder that we still have the southern eye wall to get through as well. Oh, I just heard the camera, so it's still alive, but it's trying to connect. Landfall in an hour, yeah, less than an hour, I'd say. Let me make this a little bit larger. You can see what I'm saying. So here's the coastline, the actual center, the center of the storm, the exact pinpoint center has to go over land, and we're getting very close. You see how we're getting very close to that coastline? We are getting close. Not there yet, so stay tuned for that. We should be. I'll let you know the moment we get official word on landfall. Let me know if anyone else hears a word of it that we get landfall, because they'll have a update on the National Hurricane Center website first. But of course, I have the satellite imagery right in front of me on a different screen, so I can actually see the satellite imagery that is on big screens here. So I can give you kind of a hint of when we'll be having landfall. It is much stronger than Hurricane Gilbert when it made landfall. 185 mile per hour winds. Oh, there we go. Our camera's back, maybe. And yeah, we're back. Am I getting email? Yeah, so see, someone just joined, and their reaction is pretty like what we're all thinking, right? Can't say it on stream. These TikTok will give me the no hammer. Has landfall happened yet? Not yet. We're about 15 to 30 minutes away from landfall. I think I'm going to be repeating myself a lot, so I do apologize for anyone who's been here for a bit. Someone was showing the Starlink satellite camera that still had good connection, if that helps. Thank you, Quiet Place Queen. Yeah, I think the one we have right now is all right. I honestly, there's no way this one's connected to, like, actual internet. It has to be a Starlink. I think the clouds are so thick, it actually, it could cause some issues here. Someone said that I'm the best live on TikTok. Oh, I really appreciate that. Is this the worst of it? Yeah, the camera right now is the worst of it. That is beyond bad. I can say, though, look at that power pole. That power pole is our friend right now. It's our, I think it's a glimmer of hope, right? This is currently 185 mile per hour. Oh, man. We'll see if our feed comes back. And there it is. It's our glimmer of hope. That little stick. You see it? It's like right beneath the satellite camera. That's our glimmer of hope that Jamaica is still standing strong among this absolutely catastrophic hurricane. Of course, there will be damage, but it basically is an emotional support power pole. If the power pole can sustain it, then the people of Jamaica, I feel, can sustain hunkering down for just about 8 more hours, depending on their exact location. It will start speeding up as it makes landfall, just because of general steering currents. Yeah, the satellite view is in the top right. I can make it larger if you want, but we're kind of focusing on our main camera, even though our camera is really struggling right now, as it's in the thick of the eye wall. The worst of the worst conditions. Are there any other cameras? Not at this point. Not at this kind of junction here. I have other cameras around the place that are less dramatic. Oh, look. A tree is stuck in Flatbridge. Wait, quick sidebar. Oh, gosh. Look at Flatbridge right now. A tree stuck on Flatbridge. Oh, gosh. So, even in the eastern portions of Jamaica, we're having lots of flooding issues as well. That's there. And then also, here's Kingston. So you can see there's a pretty vast difference between, like, really strong tropical storm force winds in Kingston and Category 5 hurricane winds, which are currently in Treasure Beach. Direction of movement is 9 miles per hour north. We're moving north at 9 miles per hour. So we're starting to accelerate now relatively fast. Say relatively because, you know, it's still pretty slow in hurricane speed, but compared to the storm speed we've had during the entire time, it's pretty fast. Guys, the poll's still there. Let's go. I might need to make a poll emote for the Discord. The power poll emote. Is there like a power poll emoji we can put in chat for emotional support power poll? That is crazy. Like right now, it is getting the worst of the worst. And the power poll is still standing strong, guys. Yeah, Kingston looks like they'll be able to help out in the aftermath. Yeah, I think we're... Other than the flooding, if you live in a flood-prone area in Kingston, still have a pretty significant threat. But wind-wise, we're doing all right. We need some of those engineers to install ours in the United States. I know. If a power pole can sustain... This is just insane. This entire, like, story arc of this power pole, sustaining 185 mile per hour winds is insane. So it is really scary to see this. I'm not going to lie. Like, devastation will be pretty widespread, but let's have a little bit of hope. Because look at this power pole. I mean, if power pole can survive it, I think I'll honestly be very sad if the power pole drops on our stream here. That would be
very sad for our hope. But, you know, have some hope, guys. It's important to have a little bit of hope, even if it feels like there's no room for it. I'm having a very hard time seeing the house there now. Let me know if anyone can see it, but there is supposed to be a house kind of out between the power pole and the palm tree that's the tallest in frame. I do apologize for the kind of skipping, like the jumpiness of the stream or the jumpiness of the live. Obviously, it's in the middle of a Cat 5 hurricane, so it's not doing too well connectivity-wise. And even for our Starlinks, if they vibrate, sometimes, they can cause connectivity issues as well. So if you guys are enjoying this live stream, if you wouldn't mind following up, thank you, Amy, for the donation. Really appreciate that. And please join the Rainy Day Weather family. We are now over 55,000 strong, so welcome all. We live all day, covering live cameras from around the nation, trying to give you guys views and giving you guys kind of insight into what's happening, walking you through the process of landfall. The landfall has not fully happened yet. You don't have official landfall. That happens when the center of the storm has officially crossed. And I think we're about 15 to 30 minutes away from landfall. Okay, recap. We can do that. So if you're just joining, recap is we're currently sitting at 185 mile per hour winds. This is the current look from Treasure Beach. Unfortunately, the video is really having a hard time work because obviously it's getting slammed. So Treasure Beach is getting slammed right now. And latest update is 185 mile per hour sustained winds, 892 millibars, category 5. Expecting landfall, that means the center of the hurricane, the exact center, is going to make landfall around the next 15 to 30 minutes overall. The power pole is still standing. Some great news. Now, a little bit of an update for track-wise. We're having a bit more further north than what was originally anticipated. So expect, especially in the Mo Bay region, for this event right here to continue northward and coming towards you guys. So if you're in Mo Bay, get ready for something like this. If you're in extreme western portions of Jamaica, get ready for this. If you're in St. Elizabeth Parish, you're already experiencing it. If you're in St. James Parish, get ready for it. Hanover Parish, you're going to be experiencing the outer fringes of it. And in Trelawney Parish, also expect this kind of impact to come to your region. I think we're going to have to close out of this for now because I don't think we're getting to the point now where we're losing connectivity. So we're going to go small cam on that one. We're going to take down this cam there for now. We'll keep up this cam. Just in case it comes back. But right now, guys, we have lost connection with our Treasure Beach cam, unfortunately. Very, very intense winds. Let's see if what else some cams we can go to. I think we'll switch back to this one. We'll switch here. And we'll switch back to some general questions. I'll monitor that camera. Also, if you guys are monitoring it too, let me know if that regains connectivity. But if you are just here, you've lost connection in the camera in Treasure. I believe that was Treasure Beach. Treasure Beach has just lost connection. Can you zoom in on radar? I can try to access radar. That's actually satellite imagery we have up right now. The radar website for the Jamaican Weather Service is currently being swarmed with requests, so it's really hard to get into the radar energy there. So we'll wait until we see that. And here's a current satellite loop that we just had a refresh on. You can see the hurricane is just about to make landfall, probably just a few miles off from making official landfall. So don't go anywhere for that official call of landfall on Jamaica. Take a look at the eye. It's still not losing any shape, guys. And this is what we're saying out our... Someone told me Treasure's back on. Doesn't really... I haven't heard audio yet, so... Yeah, I think it's still frozen on my end, so... And the actual stream is not. It's just that. Alright, so we'll come back to that eventually, but we'll keep this up here first. Shout out to everyone on the YouTube and the TikTok with over 20 people on YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. And now it's 1.7 thousand people right now on TikTok. Hopefully you guys are having an okay afternoon. Of course, this is a very high impact event we're talking about here. And someone says they're going to bed. You must not be anywhere near time zone. And our live camera is back on. You can tell because the noise is back. We're back. All right, there you go. Live camera's back on. In Treasure Beach. And let me bring full screen again. There we go. And let me bring you back up. Okay. We're back to this kind of setup here until we lose connectivity again. Okay, for reference, Treasure Beach is currently in the eye wall. The 185 mile per hour winds. This is the highest strength. Obviously, it's very hard to tell what's going on. The biggest piece of hope I have to say is look at that power pole. Power pole is giving a big middle finger to Melissa, defying the odds and staying up. Fingers crossed it sustains that. They are currently in the worst of the worst. We were talking about what is the worst of the worst. This is it. 185 mile per hour winds and very heavy rain. Now we're going to be answering some more questions as well. We have a live camera within Treasure Beach. Also, stay around for a landfall. Being around in probably the next 15 to 30 minutes. And yes, we still can see the house. That's some good news too. I think Mo Bay will be hit pretty hard overall, especially since our eye is moving directly towards them. They should be preparing for a scene like this in Mo Bay. Does the power pole have any lines on it? It looks like you do, so you can sort of see some lines draping from it, so it looks like it still has lines on it. Trelawney should be preparing for something similar to this too. This is a similar look that will be seen by a lot of people through Jamaica. Not everyone, but especially the western and the central portions of Jamaica will look like this. Man, just look at those wind gusts. Look at that. You can barely, oh my gosh, you can barely see anything. It's because the rain is so heavy as well. Yeah, basically white out here. White out due to rain. Nothing you really can do in a camera with that. You just have just sideways falling rain. Thank you guys. We are getting really close to over 2,000 new followers of stream. So make sure you guys join up the Rainy Day Weather follower stream. So you can tune into later on streams. And we'll have probably a debrief stream as well as we're having a kind of an off topic, but 50,000 follower celebration stream. But after this event has fully passed as well. Becoming really good at like seeing spam comments and muting them quickly. Visibility is coming a little bit back. Still can see that house right there. You can see the house kind of nestled between the trees. I would not be surprised to see absolute huge amounts of power outages. If you have any family or friends in Mo Bay and like Montego Bay, I would contact them now and say, you know, here's your last advice. The eye wall's coming to you guys. Hunker down in place. Act as it's a tornado warning. And you guys got this. Maybe text them one last little word of encouragement. Give them some words of encouragement if you have any friends or family over there, or if you are in there, you got this. You know what's coming. The eye wall is coming. This is coming. Protect yourself, your friends, your family from this wind. Yeah, about between 15 and 30 minutes before the actual the eye wall is coming pretty close to Mo Bay soon. So expect winds to rapidly increase over the next hour. The eye wall should be coming there, I would say probably within the next hour as well. When is this storm expected to end? A great question. We're expecting this storm to end around very late tonight. So we're expecting actually major hurricane landfall 2 a.m. tonight in Cuba. It actually is projected to be still a Category 5 by that time. So extreme amount of landfall in Cuba as well. And please just stay safe out there as well. My cousin is locked in her room in the Grand Palladium. Any idea how bad it is in the area? Grand Palladium, I'm assuming you're talking about Mo Bay. It is going to get pretty bad out there. The eye wall is coming. But again, if you are in, I can't go onto other people's YouTube streams unless I know I can use the actual stream. Sorry about that. But if you are in Mo Bay, hunker down, get ready to do this. Now a little word of advice, because we have some people in Mo Bay. And before we lose power out there, let me give you some words of advice on what you're going to be saying and what you can be doing to protect yourself. Things are about to get very, very serious here. You're talking about seeing this in Mo Bay. It's going to get very serious. Winds are going to be still sustaining over Category 5 strength. You still could probably see 170, 160 mile per hour winds sustained. Gust over 200 miles per hour in Mo Bay. What you want to do is you want to act like it's a tornado warning. You want to go away from all windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, okay? Also, remember there is a flooding threat, so I wouldn't recommend going to like a basement if there is a flooding threat for your region, which is most of Jamaica. But I would go to at least a lower area of the structure, so it's more structurally sound, right? The most likely area for a structure to fail is the more upper level ones, the upper level stories. Go to a lower level, and please avoid those windows as well. We are seeing what the eye is capable of right now, and it's coming to Mo Bay. If I keep glitching, that's probably just the actual this stream here. I mean, it shouldn't be. Hopefully, it's not too bad on your guys' end. Like just me, right? I'm not lagging. Saw on another stream lightning inside the eye. That should not be happening. Well, lightning does happen in the eyes of hurricanes, and actually is pretty common. So I wouldn't say it shouldn't be happening. Actually, I'm not too surprised about that one. Did the eye make landfall? Not yet. We're just a few minutes away. If you guys are just joining us, we're just a few minutes away. Ocho Rios, we can look at that too. And we're gonna be covering this all day, so make sure you guys follow and join the live stream here. Ocho Rios in Jamaica won't be seeing the highest end of the impacts here. We're talking about still hurricane force winds, peaking around mid-afternoon today, and then eventually leaving the region. Main threat over in Ocho Rios would be the flooding, and we're still expecting over a foot of rain there as well. Amy, we're not putting any negative thoughts. We're only informing. And man, the biggest hope I have right now is that power pole, though. That power pole is my hope right now for everyone. Look at that power pole withstanding the odds against Hurricane Melissa. It looks like we're gonna have a rotation here. I mean, let's look at those palm trees be absolutely whipped. Ocho Rios won't see very high winds. Rain-wise, though, still very. Where are we looking at? Rain-wise, is still very intense. Man, look at the wind like whip across the ground here. We got some. Looks like tree damage on that tree in front of us. I don't know if there's anything supposed to be above that house there. Oh, look at that! You can see the water coming down the road, I think. Oh my gosh! Again, I'm not in control of this camera here. Courtesies of IS Fotia via YouTube for this video live feed inside the eye wall. And we're kind of just giving you some analyst breakdown about it. Also, kind of the breakdown of timing and strength-wise latest update as well. Seeing some more people on YouTube. Don't be afraid to reach out on the comments in YouTube and ask questions. Also, if you guys want to be in a little bit less chaotic chat, here is the YouTube link. If you wouldn't mind subscribing over there too. We're getting close to 1,000 subscribers. We'd really appreciate that as well. It's got a little shout out there. If you don't like the chat with a ton of people, the chat right now on YouTube only has 20 people, so it's a lot slower. So you can go over there and maybe get your question answered a bit more. Oh, the pole! Are we about to lose the pole? Oh no, is it leaning? Visibility's come back a bit. We haven't got a lot more visibility over the past just 2 minutes here. I know the pole to our left is really struggling. No, we don't need to lose our pole. Oh, that's our hope, bro. Man, you can see the cables really wisping in the wind there as well. Man, just absolute terror on the southwest corner of Jamaica. This is coming towards Mo Bay. And is coming as well. Can you summarize the trail? How fast is it moving? And if it's predicted to slow down to post landfall? Right now, it is predicted a sustained speed of 9 miles per hour across the. It's currently forecast to move northeast across Jamaica, so staying in mostly the western kind of third for the island for the worst of the worst winds. That's the eye wall. If you look at the satellite imagery in your top right, we are about to make landfall. Current landfall again is when the center of the eye crosses over land. I think official landfall is going to be, let me do a little bit of cross-referencing. So, kind of where our second indent is. I think official landfall will be in White House. I think White House will get our official landfall, and maybe nearby. White House or Bluefields will get official landfall for Hurricane Melissa. Looking at previous lives from, okay, good. The pole is still hanging on. That's good. It's not leaning. How long to landfall? About 10 to 15 minutes now. We're talking about very short amount of time before landfall. Melissa is inching its way onto the country. How close is this area to where it's going? This area is in the eye wall right now, so the worst winds is what we're seeing here, right around, wrapping around the eye. Unfortunately, I don't think we will see the eye in this camera just because it is a bit too far to the east. So the eye is moving northward. However, we're on the eye wall and we're just on the corner of the actual eye. So unfortunately, I don't think we will. Remember, the eye wall is the strongest. The central eye is what we call the very calm region of the storm, the calm in the middle of the storm as well. Usually when the wind shift, when the trees pull, is when the trees and poles fall. Been in 5, that seems to be the case. Yeah, keep in mind that we've had the wind blow in the same direction for the majority of this event, especially at Treasure Beach. But it will shift towards a more westerly wind in the next coming of hours. So we'll have a little bit of a change of direction in the high winds. Instead of coming out of, coming out of the south, it'll be coming out of the west now. Yes, this is currently Category 5, 185 mile per hour sustained winds. I think the eye is a little bit larger than 7 miles. Unless it's shrunk since the last... Actually, it is shrinking a bit on satellite, so maybe it's shrinking a bit. Time is landfall. I'm scheduled for... Landfall is literally in 15 minutes. I'm scheduled for a trip Saturday. I think the airports will be open by then. Not to fully speculate. Depends on full damage. Where are you? I'm currently in Penn State. As a student meteorologist. Okay, getting some people on YouTube. Yo, man, can you drop the link to the live at Treasure Beach? Or you aren't going to change it? Hugo, I'm going to start it. I'm going to try to keep on this frame for a bit here. But if you just look up a Treasure Beach live camera, you can find it as well for yourself. I'm not going to limit you that. Is Crawford in the eye yet? Let me take a look. Thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate that. For Jamaica. Crawford Avenue. I don't have the exact town of Crawford. Oh, what? Oh yeah, Crawford. Kingston is not going to get in the eye. Kingston's not going to get in the eye because it's west. It's currently the eye is over the west portion of Jamaica. It will be moving north as well. It is still a very strong Category 5 hurricane, 185 mile per hour winds. How bad is the storm surge? Can you see that? I can't really see it on the live cameras, but the current National Hurricane Center estimate says up to 15 feet along the coastline is the current forecast. 15 feet above dry ground there. And also 2 to 4 feet in Mo Bay. They also mentioned that as well. You have the latest update there. Keeping an eye on the forecast to see the official moment they say for landfall. That'll be updated on the National Hurricane Center website about the official notice. Alright, let's go back to the live there. Where's the best view for the eye? Here watching at Treasure Beach. So Treasure Beach actually won't be getting in the eye. I don't have any camera in here, but I think the eye is going to hit around White House. White House and Blue Fields will be getting into the eye. And is in the Discord or wants to join the Discord. You're welcome to join up so I can try to find one. That's public use. Again, I need to find a camera that's public use and live as well. So keep that in mind if you're kind of sourcing me information. There probably are people who generally have cameras in there, but if they're copyrighted, then I will not be able to use them. Just copyright law, guys. I don't make the rules, but it's fair. You know, can't steal content. But this view is insane nonetheless, right? I gotta say, the Treasure Beach has been faring pretty well from this Cat 5 winds. Still waiting on getting into the radars. I look at the radar, but the actual website is overloaded right now. Or it might be just down. I can't get into it myself. Looks like it changed direction. Still heading just north. Maybe a little bit of a west wiggle. But other than that, it just basically can continue to go north. Not expecting really any high definition. Thank you guys for all the kind words. Really appreciate the kind words in chat. Hope you guys are hanging in there. If you're in Jamaica or have any loved ones, we're getting through it, right? we're almost to the point where I'm going to start naming counties and or parishes and communities that are going to start having less and less impacts. We're almost to the point where we're like, okay, we're at the peak. Now let's see of how we can get to the exit, right? How does it randomly wiggle west? So hurricanes that are spinning very fast, sometimes can actually interact with land and then slightly wiggle a bit. So little wiggles are very natural within hurricanes. We don't fully know exactly why they wiggle. Think of a spinning top. Sometimes you have like a little like judder. Sometimes it actually can happen like exactly like that. But general motion will continue to move north and east. We're not expecting any change in motion for average motion as well. When will the hurricane start to die down? We're talking about very late tonight for all of Jamaica. That's when things are going to really start to die down, mostly beyond tropical storm impacts. Landfall is not official yet. No, guys, we are very close. Let me go full screen on the here. So you see, look, keep an eye on the eye and keep it on the coastline. The center of the eye has to pass right over the coastline. We are really close. We are like just a couple minutes away. So just keep in mind, for official landfall, the center of the eye, not just the eye, has to pass over a land mass. And right now we are just probably a few miles, maybe less than a mile off the coast from a official landfall. And that official landfall, if things sustain, will be officially at 185 miles per hour with a 892 millibar pressure, Category 5 hurricane. Is there a link for which one? My satellite? My satellite, if you look up COD or College of DuPage satellite, that'll be the first thing that comes up. How long will the hurricane be present on the island? About 4 to 6 hours, depending on how quickly it gets out of here. Thank you, so for the follow. Thank you guys for growing us over 1.7 thousand followers. Again, we'll be live all day, so if you guys wouldn't mind giving a follow and a like to support the stream. We are currently live on both YouTube and TikTok, so feel free to join anyone you feel more comfortable about. The follows really go a long way, so we can get more people here. It shows TikTok that the live stream is doing well. The likes also do the same thing. It also directly helps support me, a solo creator who's currently in college, trying to eventually become full-time for the rainy day weather. So you guys are helping me make a dream come true, but mainly my main goal here is to help you guys out as much as possible. And thank you for the donations. Thank you, lady, for the donation, Magic, and thank you, Walmart. Not the official Walmart, I assume, but someone just named Walmart for the donations. Very kind of you all. I appreciate the kind words, guys. It really means a lot, especially I'm on hour 4 of live streaming. I'm expecting a live stream for probably 8 to 10 hours today. So we're just getting started. No one reminded me to stand up, so we're going to stand up for a bit because standing for 4 hours straight is not healthy. We'll move the camera up so we have a better angle. So we'll answer some more questions here. We're getting to the point where I'm almost going to DoorDash lunch, so keep that in mind as well. Your donations will directly go towards my DoorDash for tonight, so I appreciate that. And right now, looking at the hurricane, we'll do kind of a general loop-de-loop of what we're talking about here. So right now, Hurricane Melissa is mere moments away from making official landfall. That's when the center of the exact storm, pinpoint, makes an impact onto land. We're about a few moments away from that. Official landfall, I'll call it out when I see it, but I also will let you know when the National Hurricane Center calls it out. For the National Hurricane Center will announce also the exact date, the exact time, and the exact strength. If things hold, the landfall will hold the record for the strongest hurricane to ever hit Jamaica by a long shot at a 185 mile per hour sustained winds, 892 millibars for pressure, which is extremely low, extremely powerful, extremely large hurricane. This is the impacts of Hurricane Melissa right now inside, or at least close to the eye wall. You can see the high winds, but some great news over here is, like, just based off this kind of very small sample size, is things that are in Treasure Beach right now are holding up pretty well. I don't know what you guys are seeing. You have more eyes than me. Let me know if you're on any other lives or if you've seen anything else, any other reports around the way. I do have to say, Flatbridge, though, is currently underneath a big ton of water. If you look at the top right, big ton of water, and it's also trapped under, or there's a tree trapped on Flatbridge. So there's debris flowing through this flash flooding happening in the eastern portions of Jamaica. So keep that in mind as well. Hopefully our camera just didn't die there as well. Main goal for this live stream is to answer as many questions as possible, inform you guys of current location impacts and ways to prepare for impacts that are coming. And we'll continue that kind of trend here. I actually am going to take a quick pause because someone reminded me to hydrate. Thank you for that reminder. 1 minute pause. I'm going to use this minute for you guys to How about you guys say where you're watching from right now? Let's see who's on Jamaica and who's outside watching right now. I'm gonna fill up my water. I'll be right back to answer your guys' questions right when I come back. Please like the stream and share with your pet dog so we can alert more people with more information. Thank you guys so much. I'll be right back. To like dramatically walk out the door. Oh wait, I want one more thing. One more. All right, we're back. All right, how we doing, guys? How we hanging in there? Seeing a lot of people from all over the world, actually. So, thank you for all being here. Really appreciate you being here. Let's answer some more questions as well. Hopefully, everyone's staying safe. Got just a new link from Cool Cats in Discord. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, okay. I definitely cannot show that on stream, Cool Cats, but thank you for that. So, looking at Mo Bay right now, it is looking pretty rough as well. So Mo Bay's conditions are degrading. The eye wall is getting pretty close to Mo Bay as well. So get ready in Mo Bay. Next probably 30 minutes will start to get very, very rough. Let's answer some more questions here. Landfall now. Let me look. Let me look at the latest satellite refresh. It was just a few minutes ago. Oh, I think we might have gotten it. Next refresh. So about 5 minutes, I think. I think we might have officially made landfall. I don't see a report on the National Hurricane Center website just yet, but I almost was going to give it to you guys. Next refresh, though. Next refresh, let me see where it is. I think we are officially on Jamaica. Next refresh is in 30 seconds. Would you know the wind speeds on land? Well, if the sustained winds continue... Oh, I forgot I'm down here. I was like, what is going on? The sustained wind speeds are 185 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 9 miles per hour. You talk about the storm surge. Yes, the storm surge right now, according to the National Weather Service, on the eastern side of the eye wall is looking around 9 to 15 feet. Is our current estimate of storm surge. It's really hard to say because we don't have a lot of gauges out there on exact kind of totals, but man, significant storm surge is definitely likely. And here is a new refresh by our satellite imagery, so give us 1 second as that loads. Thank you, JB, for the donation as well. Appreciate that. And yes, 9 to 15 feet as well. And let's go to the latest update. It's loading. It's loading, it's loading, it's loading, it's loading. I think I'm going to call it, at least it's going to be really close. I want the National Hurricane Center to call it with me. But it should be any moment now. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you look at just the latest update here, let me zoom it in for you guys on the big screen. We need the center of the eye to cross land. I don't know. What do you guys think? We're really close. I don't know yet. It looks really close, but I just don't think I can give it just this landfall just yet. You think the center of the eye has made landfall? Let me know what your guys' opinion is. Looking at it is really close. Maybe just a quarter mile or half mile off, or very close as well. Let me shrink this down. There we go. Curious to what pressure does a hurricane... Wait, what? Curious to what pressure does to hurricanes increase or decrease severity. So lower pressure is associated with stronger hurricanes. Hurricanes want to evacuate as much air as possible from their centers to strengthen. This one is at sub 900 millibars, which is evacuated about 11% of the atmosphere from the eye, which might not sound like a ton, but it is actually a huge amount. A huge amount of air have left the eye. So you remember, if you go up in planes, they're pressurized. because if you go up in the air, it's lower pressure. Same sort of phenomenon, but now there's lower pressure at the surface, causing a huge amount of force inwards. What's the radar called? This is a radar. This is a infrared satellite, but if you look up College of DuPage or COD on your browser, College of DuPage satellite, this will bring you here as well. Not sponsored, but it's a really nice like meteorology kind of website. Shows you a bunch of satellite views. This one, if you go to mesoscale floaters, that's how you can get to the exact this view. All right, let's get some more questions. Did it significantly slow down? They said 5 a.m. landfall yesterday. Yes, it actually did significantly slow down compared to yesterday. That's just, sometimes it just changes, right? It was expected to accelerate a little bit more than it was, at least about 24 hours ago, but now, obviously, we're here now, right? Moving slower is a bad thing because we prolong the impacts of very strong winds in the region, and also the rain. The winds plus rain and surge all get upped the longer the storm is. Landfall not officially yet. Very close at any moment. Gotta wait for that exact pinpoint in the center of the eye to make it cross. How long till the storm hits? Well, the actual landfall is in just a few minutes, so hits. But I mean, obviously, it's here now, so I would consider it hitting Jamaica. Do you think houses will fly away? I think houses that are not well built will. Infrastructural damage is extremely certain. Great news, though, in Treasure Beach is it looks like we have some tanks of houses and also power poles. Because I'm not really seeing any visual damage here. And I think they were pretty close to the eye wall, if not in the eye wall at Treasure Beach. So very impressive. It's hard to say exactly what winds they saw without any measurement, but you gotta watch that as well. Where are you watching from live? Currently in State College, Pennsylvania. I'm not gonna bet on when there's landfall in the YouTube group chat, the YouTube chat there. Same power pole, yes, the power pole is still standing. So I don't think the eye was in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's many communities like White House and Bluefields and Black River. Like those people live there. I wouldn't say like just because it doesn't hit a big community, the eye, and also the eye wall is going to continue moving northeast, does not mean like it is insignificant. And that's just how the kind of forecast is going. Yeah, it technically still has not made landfall. I know it's a little confusing, right? Because you have to get the center out, but the center is still on. How could a system sit that long and not start an eye replacement in that? It's honestly baffling a lot of my department in meteorology. We actually don't really fully know. The eye wall replacement cycle is still something that's being heavily researched. It's just, we don't really know. This one didn't go through one. And it was a surprise, right? Pretty insane type stuff. Jody, you mean eye wall replacement cycle? Actually, Mesomat's been in the chat before, and yes, I have watched some of his TikTok videos. In my chat sometimes. Okay, Jody's asking, what is an eye wall replacement cycle? Which is a great question. Let's see if I can get on the radar, because this would be so much easier to explain if I was allowed to be on the radar. Please. The eye inside is calm, that's correct. The eye wall is not. Okay. Ugh. Sorry, I'm raging over the radar. I think there's just too many people on the website. So obviously it's a pain to get this fixed. Well, I still can explain it without the radar, but it just would be so much easier to. Silly goose. Okay, there you go. Let's see. Are we gonna be allowed on the radar? What do you guys think? Is it gonna land as a Category 5? Yes, that is very certain. Current winds are 185 and 892 millibars. And okay, we're just not allowed to use a radar apparently. Great. Come on. And yeah. What would happen if I flew an airplane through the eye? That actually happens. We've had hurricane recon through the just through the past couple of past week. They've been there, and you'd have to have a really well-built airplane to go through the eye. But if you were technically in the eye, it would be very calm. If you went just outside the eye, it would be extremely dangerous, extremely windy as well. Someone made an X account called Treasure Beach Poll. That's actually so funny. It's become famous. Probably because everyone's yeah, I mean, obviously everyone's using the radar. So, now we can kind of take a look at the somewhat aftermath here. We're still gonna have pretty strong winds for at least a couple more hours here. I mean, as you can tell, the gusts are still breezy. I think I see debris in the kind of right corner of the screen. It's hard to say. Anyone like across any other live stream seen anything kind of in particular of stuff like that, damage-wise? Any reports? We are not going to see any weather from the hurricane in Pittsburgh. We'll be all right. That's a good question, though. Yep, I'm out in State College. I'm originally from Pittsburgh as well. Flooding and storm chasing. Yep. So flooding is definitely an issue, right? We go to our flat bridge, completely underneath water, or really just becoming a raging river over here. Tons of rain falling down and causing some issues here. This apparently does flood a decent amount, so it's really not that concerning. But here's Kingston. Maybe a little bit larger, so it's a little bit easier to see. Here's Kingston. Obviously, the winds and waves are not as bad as Treasure Beach because they're way far away from the actual eye. However, still getting impacts from the flash flooding as well. Will Melissa decrease intensity over land? Yes, it should start to weaken, especially when the eye is over land. Well, what's your YouTube? I can post it in chat. I must have lost the URL. There we go. Here's my YouTube and chat if you guys want to subscribe and follow live on there. It's the same stream, but it's a little bit quieter of a chat if you don't like all the people here. Camera is crashing. Yeah, it's really starting to struggle as well. All right, guys, we should be getting word of a official landfall any moment now. Any moment, the National Hurricane Center will release an official statement. I think we'll do a little switcheroo here. I think we'll bring this camera to the side because it's looking a little bit less intense. So bringing that up here. I can grab it. There we go. And bringing you out of here. Okay, so Treasure Beach will be up our top right now. We'll keep an eye on it to see anything else. I'll also be monitoring the situation for any more live cameras. Does anyone know if anyone who's watching in the Discord has a live camera from Mo Bay that's from like the Jamaican Watch or Jamaican See Jamaica YouTube channel? That is public information, so I could use those, but I don't. Oopsies. Not too sure about the other one. There we go. Okay. What's up, Tough Sweater? How you doing? Pretty crazy event here, right? Black River is horrible. Where did you get that report, Jada? And I mean, I've heard reports of that already. Westmoreland is getting hit. My grandma said it's getting bad. Oh my God, I can't hear from her. Yeah, I mean, communications are probably knocked out. Westmoreland is definitely starting to feel from the eye wall that is now marching its way on the western portions of that. Where are you guys getting Black River content from? I'm just curious because I'll look at it on my own so I can develop perspective. But a very insane event here. It's bad, really bad. Roof's gone, trees gone, and a light post. So it looks like Black River received the highest level. And that kind of leads me to believe Treasure Beach was not our full intensity eye wall. And the reason I say that is because we are on an east-west difference. You see Treasure Beach is over here on the east, with Black River being a little bit further west. That probably had more of an intense eye wall as well. You have a good stream, Tufts? Yeah, I'm gonna stream it all night, so it's all day. It's gonna be a marathon. So Black River, I think they were the ones who got the worst of the worst. I think Treasure Beach did get some pretty intense winds, as we saw, but I think Black River was the worst. Okay, still don't have a official update for landfall. I have stuff to do, sadly. I have homework to do, but I'll be doing that a little bit later. Can you find a Black River stream? Does anyone have any sites to help me out? Again, just for clarity's sake, I can't provide any live stream that is not free use, especially from people who are like our meteorologists, like stuff like that. I can't use any free. It has to be free use for video. That's just the way, unfortunately, it has to go. Don't worry though. In the future, follow up if you want to support us being in a hurricane later on in the future, like when I graduate, or maybe even next season, early next season. If you wouldn't mind following and liking the stream, and that is all coming towards helping me out for becoming full-time after I graduate. So if you want to see me We don't have to do this thing where I'm sitting here, but I can actually just be in the view of the camera. I have lots of technology already to do it. I just didn't have the time and the logistics to do it. If you don't mind liking the stream, giving a follow, joining the rainy day with our family as well. This should be a homework pass. I don't think that's how it works in college. Okay. My most views ever at once, 550 people. That's great. That's great, Tufts. Congratulations on that. It has been a crazy streams over the past. We've been streaming 7 days straight here. On Twitter, they're saying it made landfall. Okay, I'm waiting for the exact update on National Hurricane Center. I'm assuming it's really close, if not updated on my end yet. So I wouldn't be surprised if it already has happened. I'll give you guys the official update. Jamar said, tap, tap, tap. You should be at 1 million by now. I appreciate the kind words. We are at over 200,000 likes. So if you want to make a run at it and you have very, very fast fingers, join up. Thank you, Tufts, for the donation. Very kind of you. And I wish you best of luck on your work, and hopefully it gets done quickly so you can join up again and watch the madness continue. I can't show other TikToks, unfortunately, as well. Let me try to get some more. Does anyone on Discord have a good link for for live cameras? I'm trying to look for some more live cameras that could help us out. Let me just do a little poking around. A little bit of poking around. Kingston, halfway tree. So there's someone just walking out right now in halfway tree. That's great. Someone driving right now. Nice. It's a normal day, I guess. Unfortunately, I just don't think I have the stream for that. My gosh, look at the downpour though. Another stick just came in over here. Let's move this up to live. Yeah, extreme amount of rain went across that region as well. Keep that up. All right, we'll switch back to there. Yeah, again, I can't use official newscast, guys. As an official business, you can't copyright stuff. If you go on Facebook and Jamaicans Abroad, they have a list of live cameras. Okay, I might have to poke around in that as well. And again, we are basically on the verge of receiving landfall confirmation. I'm still waiting on the actual National Hurricane Center official statement. Let me try to poke around a little bit more on satellite here. And it is moving. Is it moving northwest due to terrain? That is something that could be affecting its general motion. It looks like it's moving northeast. No, looks like it's moving northeast now, though. Let me see if I can look on Twitter for anything that is really eye-catching. Something I can share with you guys. Okay, so there's the wind. There's wind inside. We got. I don't know whose source is this. This is inside the Eyewall Black River. This is very rudimentary, but there you go. It's just insane. I mean, this is sights being seen across the entire southwest portions of Jamaica as well. Why is it so important when landfall hits? The direction won't change until then. Well, it's just kind of an official historical thing for when landfall officially hits. It won't really change, obviously, impacts as well. And I think Treasure Beach is looking pretty calm. I think we're going to switch our camera now back over to... So pause that. And we're going to switch back over to Flatbridge with our kind of our flooding monitor now. Let's go back over here. Go here. Let me also recrop this. Oh gosh, apply. What is going on? Let me crop, please. Nope. Great. One of you guys, almost there. I appreciate you all being here. We are, once we get that official update of landfall, and we'll continue to monitor cameras. I'm going to try to search for some new ones to keep going about. We got a report that Alligator Pond is completely flooded. And if you have any reports or have any video sources, if you wouldn't mind joining the Discord, so you can submit, or you could DM me on TikTok. That would be a little bit more difficult on my end because then I have to log in. But if you want to DM me on TikTok, I guess that's another way you can reach as well. If you wouldn't mind giving the stream a like and a follow, that'd be amazing. Thank you, Tufts, for all those donations. Thank you, Amy, as well. And let me answer some more questions as we continue to watch for a official call on landfall. Should be pretty soon here. The birds should be out of the eye finally. Hopefully they hunker down. I don't understand the term landfall. That's a great question here. So landfall, technically in the meteorological sense, is when the center of the hurricane, the exact center is the pinpoint area, just on the southwest corner, crosses over land. So when it crosses over land, that center of the eye, that is the official count of landfall. Let's continue. Connectivity-wise, it's going to get very difficult to connect as the eye wall keeps going through and through, right? Looking for more updates online. Saw the live where the wind has died down significantly. Does that mean the part of the eye has hit them? They could be in a portion of the eye and where they're getting clipped. But yes, the eye is currently over Black River right now. So if you have any view on Black River and it is calm, keep in mind there is an entire rear end to the storm of equally and more dangerous winds. The actual wind direction will completely change 180 degrees. And that actually can lead to more snapping of trees. Because think of things bent way over. Well, guess what? It's going to flop right back over and just snap it. So keep in mind, we still have a long way to go with this storm. We still have the back end of the eye wall. The southern eye wall still has not made landfall, or has still not made it onto land. The actual landfall here should be any second, though. We should be getting a post from the National Hurricane Center about the eye wall as well. Making landfall, yeah, I mean, it's any moment. Answering your guys' questions, the back end of the eye wall can be deadly. Stay sheltered in place. Great comment by Cool Cats there, guys. Don't forget, and please do not leave shelter during the actual eye. It will only be very brief, and it will be equally as dangerous or even more dangerous on the back end, just because the wind direction changes as well. The lives of locals are wild. I bet they are. Some crazy times. Again, the main goal of rainy day weather is to be on site eventually. So, you know, in the future, rainy day weather will be in the field. Just right now, as a college student, logistically, that is basically impossible. I do appreciate you all being here watching the stream. Let's see how many people we've reached so far over the course of our almost 5-hour stream. We've reached over 200,000 people over the course of the stream. So thank you all for being here. Over 200,000 people have tuned into the stream. As we continue to monitor the situation and wait for our official landfall, it's kind of a landmark in our stream and landmark overall. Did we get an update from the National Hurricane Center? I haven't seen that yet. I guess I can monitor Twitter. They usually post on Twitter first. And nothing on Twitter yet of an official landfall by the National Hurricane Center. When is it going to hit land? It is already hitting land, but the actual... Here's the visible. You can see our actual eye is just... basically right. Well, let me refresh it. Right. Oh, let me refresh it first. It is coming, and it's basically over land. So the heart of the storm is over land. The Discord link is beneath me, but also an easier way to access it if you go to my profile. It's in the bio. Look at this image. Wow. Let's just pause and wait for it to move. But let's take a moment to soak in this satellite imagery as an eye directly moves over the coast here. It directly moves onto Jamaica. See if there's any more questions going on. Santa Cruz St. Elizabeth is going crazy. Stay safe out there. Remain in your safe place as well. And there it is, guys. There is the eye moving on to the coastline. You actually can see a little bit of misleading here. You can see the actual eye right about here. So it's a little hard to see. You have to remember, like, kind of on an angle, and it should be any moment, though, that we should get the official release of the eye making landfall. Also, keep in mind they have to do a write-up on it according to current status of strength and, other stuff like that. Shout out to everyone on all the pages here, all the people on TikTok still joining us. Again, we are on a marathon stream, so shout out to everyone who's been sticking with us, but also people on YouTube, over at 33 people on YouTube. If you guys have any questions on either platforms, just keep going. The main core of the stream will be continuing to answer your guys' questions as well. And how's our poll? So we can take a quick look at our poll. I'll refresh it. A little bit of refresh. It's still there. Don't worry, it's still there as well. So I think honestly it's Treasure Beach might be sort of in the eye, sort of not in the eye. It's a little bit of a weird spot of where they're kind of in the eye, kind of not. What's the YouTube channel name? I'll post the link in the chat real quick. But man, this is just insane, right? Take a moment to take this in. This has not happened. This is the current strongest hurricane ever to make landfall in Jamaica, with the current statistics being 185 miles per hour sustained, with a pressure of 892 as well. I'm trying to do full-time like social media business management and full-time kind of storm chasing, and like actually this is would be perfect full-time. This plus being out in the field would be nice. Got a good question. What are the most important factors that cause the intensity of hurricanes? Number one is definitely the ocean water heat content. How the amount of energy in the ocean directly plays a fact into how strong hurricanes can be as well. So that's number one. Some things that can limit it is like sheer and general location of where it is, and directional kind of movement. But intensity, the name of the game is how hot is your water. In this case, where we had a very large hurricane, very strong hurricane, we had extremely warm waters with this hurricane. It is extremely warm waters. And yeah, YouTube is linked in chat right there, pinned on comment. If you want to, if you guys wouldn't, if you would like to subscribe to the YouTube, we're also live over there as well. I appreciate the support. And we are don't go anywhere. We are about to get the official statement on landfall. I'm literally just refreshing the National Hurricane Center website for them to do the write-up on the landfall. I basically give this official landfall now. Looking at the latest satellite, it would be. Where are you guys seeing that link? Official landfall according to NOAA. It should be just coming out unless I just missed the update. But yeah, unless we had something post just like a couple minutes ago. I guess we've had a spam of posts. But incredible amount of eye wall with 155 miles plus per hour winds right up on the National Hurricane Center. Did it not pin? If you didn't see my YouTube link, you can go to YouTube and just search up rainy day weather YouTube. That's the first one that comes up. Oh, it just updated. Okay, thank you guys for that. There it is. Category 5 Melissa makes landfall in Jamaica, one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. Let's take a look at this together, guys. A new update. Let's read through this. It's history, where we are witnessing history. Melissa, it has made official landfall in southwestern Jamaica near New Hope with an estimated maximum winds of 185 miles per hour. Estimated central pressure of 892 millibars. This is an extremely dangerous situation and a life-threatening situation. Do not leave shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly, rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. So remember, if you're currently in the eye, you still have the other side of the eye wall to go through. Residents should remain in place. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. The interior room without windows, ideally where you can also avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress, wear a helmet for protection, protect yourself. The next update will be at 2 p.m. There it is. Officially, we have shared landfall, and they have done it. We have officially one of the strongest hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin to make landfall anywhere, and officially the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in Jamaican history. What we were very worried about and what is reality now is witnessing right in front of our eyes, guys. You're watching it as well. What is the most powerful storm to ever hit land? Oh man, off the top of my head, this is getting really close to it. I have to look at that for more research. Yeah, I can't show ABC. If anyone sees the ABC live stream, usually it says the source of their live stream. Let me know if there is a source. If there's a source, I can go to the source. So I can go to source, but if there is no source other than an ABC News, then unfortunately I can't go to the live stream live. It's just unfortunately copyright infringement. But if anyone else has any interesting live cameras they want to feature, I also can go about that as well. What did I miss? You just missed official landfall by Hurricane Melissa. Official landfall. And flash flooding ongoing everywhere. Our eye wall is moving towards Mo Bay. It's homing in on Mo Bay. In denials with the report, Hurricane Allen was the strongest winds of landfall, 190 miles per hour. All the live cameras I was watching crashed. Yeah, not surprising here, guys. So that's why the source is Tornado Pagey. Anyway, where's Tornado Pagey live on again? Make the live camera a little bit bigger. Okay. There you go. Hopefully that's a little bit bigger. Again, this is a flat bridge currently underneath going flooding. Hundreds without power. Probably thousands without power as well. Is the pole still standing? Let me take a look. Let's get a pole check going on. Yes, it is still standing. Still standing over there. We're still hanging in there. Looks like the wind died down a bit over there. So looks like we're getting some friction to get some interference with the actual eye wall. The treasure beach is also starting to get removed from the eye wall as well. She's on YouTube. Okay. Let me see. Let me look. Let me take a look real quick. Okay. Oh no. Let me keep that source over here. No, wrong source. Give me one moment, guys. Bear with me real quick. We're trying to get some cameras up in a new location. So we're about to relocate to a new location to possibly get some more insight. Looking around. I'm just gonna first look at this just to get a kind of reference point. Oh my gosh. We'll mute that. I might just briefly show this on stream. I don't think I can show it just for copyright issues. Oh yeah, that's not good. Dang. So this is what I want to do eventually, but I'll hop this on stream really quick. This is live, and you can see the water. This is live on stream. An extremely dangerous situation as well, and hurricane landfall is just confirmed. You can see basically water inundation surge is going up, and the wind is still blowing as well. Appreciate that source, but where was that again? I think the person who suggested that, can you let me know where that was exactly? But yeah, the water is inundating, is moving into the region, and that is what we got. Is it not fair use? It's kind of a gray area, honestly, and I don't really want to risk it for fair use. I am providing my own commentary, so I mean, it's definitely a gray area. I feel like it's a little disrespectful to do something like that. Maybe I'll provide a mini cam of it. How about it? We'll find a kind of. I won't do a large cam just because I feel bad about that. But I'll do a mini cam for fair use as well. Let me take a look here. So just a fair, just completely, to be fair here, it is a Tornado Pagey source, Tornado Pagey on YouTube. If you want to check it out for yourself, go ahead. This is going to be the live camera. We'll keep it up for just a bit here. Well, since we're kind of talking over it and we're educating over it, it is adding onto it technically. The actual law is a little bit of in a gray area, but we'll continue on. As a emergency event, I think we're okay here. Let me get the description of where this is. I don't have the exact location of where they are. They're in Mandeville. Wait, what? That is not Mandeville, Massachusetts. What? Well, anyways, I don't really know. I think they're in the southwest somewhere. Oh, there goes something. There goes a tree. My gosh. Incredible view here overall. When will it end? We're talking about 4 to 6 more hours of this nightmare, unfortunately. So yes, we have officially made it through landfall now. So hopefully things will start to weaken. That's kind of the main goal and kind of the main point of landfall. Like after landfall, okay, things should still weaken. We still have a very clear eye. You can see all the way through it as well. Location's at the bottom right of the screen. I can't even. It's like it's so low in like resolution. I can't tell. Unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly where it is. Somewhere in the, probably in the Black Forest region. Or Black River, I should say, not Black Forest. On hour 5 of streaming, we're trying to get the streamer's mind. Is it going to hit Cuba? Yes, we are very confident it is going to hit Cuba, moving to the northeast relatively fast. It's Tornado Pagey on YouTube for the upper right. Yeah, put that on. Let me move back to this camera here. So that's kind of just a little bit of insight. Join her stream, like her up, follow, give her a subscription. Tornado Pagey, she's actually really close to 35,000 followers as well. So definitely hop over there. We'll keep it on over there. It's like a little bit of insight of what it looks like coastal wise with the interior flooding as well. You're gonna make a great meteorologist. I hope your professor's watching. Prayers for Jamaica. I appreciate the kind words. Very nice. What is the latest update? The latest update right now by the National Hurricane Center is 185 mile per hour sustained winds with our hurricane that has officially made landfall. Melissa has officially made landfall just next to New Hope, Jamaica. And what's the name of her channel? That would be Tornado Pagey. Look up Tornado Pagey on YouTube for that link. We've changed kind of sources here. We're now back up to open source, so we're going to keep that. How old am I? I am 21. So a junior in college. And for meteorology, how fast is Melissa moving right now? Latest update, let's see if they write it in text, was 9 miles per hour north-northeast as well. Help Jamaica has plenty of rescue helicopters and 8 international help arrives. Yeah, I mean, there'll be, I think that the photos and videos will slowly start to come out. Of course, people with Starlink now will have access to photos and videos a little bit earlier than what we've had in the past, which is great. We'll have a better idea of how this full event kind of trickled out overall, but it is going to be a long cleanup process. Guys, we're really close to over 2,000 new followers this stream. If you wouldn't mind giving the stream a follow, I would really appreciate that. I'm getting to the point where I might take a brief break because I might need lunch here. And just general sources. I mean, we've lost a lot of sources in from me. We've lost a lot of sources out in the western portions of Jamaica that are public use. So it's really, really tough. Yes, we have made landfall now. And also I'm getting a bit, I guess I could crack open a Red Bull, but I'm getting a bit fatigued as well. So I'll keep answering some more questions here. And yes, we have officially made landfall in Jamaica. I do want to point out latest scan here. The eye is starting getting a little disorganized as well. And also notice how we're having some more lighter colors around the center, and our really, really dark temperatures, our really cold temperature cloud tops are starting to weaken a bit. So the entire structure of Melissa is at least showing signs of weakening. Yes, we lost. We have video back on the poll, but honestly, not much is going on. It's a bit calm. I'm keeping an eye on it as well. Thank you for the kind words, Kat. Is it moving slow to relative to other hurricanes? It's moving pretty slow overall, yeah. 9 miles per hour, getting close to more average movement for hurricanes. Still pretty slow significantly, but over its lifespan, this is the fastest it's ever moved. I'm going to see you. Perfect. Thank you for joining us, Storm Chasing. Just a little quick shout out, guys, as the stream kind of starts to wrap up its kind of peak here, because we were really waiting for that landfall. Now we've gotten it, and now we're basically just we're watching, right? There is nothing else we can do. We basically, let me see if anyone from Jamaica still have, actually, let me preface this. Anyone from Central or Western Jamaica on the stream still? Let's see if anyone has internet yet, or at this point. Because I can kind of get a sense that we're losing a lot of people from the Western and Central portions from that region. So I'm just wondering if anyone still has internet, or from Mo Bay, or anywhere in the Western portion, Southwest. There's no way there's no one from Southwest. I'm wondering. Yeah, if there's some people live there, then also I have to say, hopefully there's not any bad actors pretending to be somewhere else. Some were from Westmoreland, but it looked horrendous. I think it was a combo of, I think we've lost people in chat just because we've honestly just lost power. People just hold on for dear life, and that is totally respectable. We peaked around right before landfall, so it really makes sense. We've unfortunately we've been reduced our numbers by half, and I wouldn't be surprised. That's a lot of our Jamaican population is now sheltering in place. So now let's think about them and hope. Yeah, I just asked. I didn't get any response for anyone in Western or Central Jamaica, so that really does just show you what's happening here. That report that Jamaican phone companies are completely offline, really. And that would kind of show you why the actual audience is split in half. Storm surge now is the National Service says 15 feet, close to the eye wall, 15 feet for storm surge. Any signs can strengthen as the eye gets back over water. There is chances it will re-strengthen before it hits Cuba. It won't have much time though, so I think it might regain category. I think it will continue Cat 5 strength, just because of the general kind of view here. And the way it's going pretty far west in Jamaica, so the actual eye won't have too much terrain to deal with over the course of its motion as well. Yeah, we're thinking about everyone getting through this. I mean, this is a catastrophic event. I'm sure the videos and photos coming out of the region. I've officially lost all contacts with the people. I have people in Jamaica on WhatsApp sending me videos and updates. I've lost contact with everyone in Jamaica. So I can only hope that they are okay and they are fighting through this and defending against an extremely strong 185 mile per hour hurricane that has officially made landfall in Jamaica. The first Cat 5, and at that, a strong Cat 5 to make landfall just next to New Hope, Jamaica. Insane conditions being felt across the island and the nation. When will it pass over Jamaica? About 4 to 6 hours before this thing gets out of here, at least the eye wall. Full impact should stop around... so I'm just looking where this is from. JS Photography. Where is this from? I really want this video. Full impact should stop around really late tonight. So then we can start the cleanup and recovery as well. I mean, Kingston people are still outside, a few cars on the road. Yeah, I mean, Kingston, honestly, I don't think it's getting too bad now. Because the actual eye, you can see the main kind of hurricane shield, the overcast shield is outside of you guys. Or just over here, here's the main kind of hurricane force winds. So really dodged a bullet for Kingston, but man, it was at the expense of the western parishes that obviously we don't have. I have just made a call out. We have not had a single person from the western portion of Jamaica or the central portions of Jamaica who are currently there in stream. And we've had people there all week. So I really think we've lost all communications and all power in the central and western portions of Jamaica. And I was kind of curious of why the the viewage was going so far down, and I think I know why. It's because we have lost the Jamaican population. Okay, so we do still have some from Mo Bay. Okay, so we still have some people from Mo Bay, but definitely less people than we had before. Still power and internet. Oh, that's good. You might be... Yeah, exactly. Kinston's dodging Melissa at the expense of poor St. Elizabeth. And Mo Bay will be feeling the extensive impacts of the eye wall here relatively soon as the eye continues to march. It's honestly stalling and starting to wobble a bit because it's interacting with a lot of land, but it's still kind of meandering its way northward. I'm from Mo Bay, and the wind is very bad. It's only getting started, unfortunately. You're just only getting to the outer eye wall. Someone said, what does 892 millibars mean, and what does that kind of signify? So that's the pressure level, 892. Pressure, it's very low. Pressure is measured how much basically air is in the column above you. It's like force, right? Force per area squared. The lower pressure there is, the more suction there is towards the center, the higher winds there are around the hurricane. This low pressure is almost, I think it's in the top 5 of lowest pressures of all Atlantic hurricanes. So you can see this is just an absolute monumental hurricane, an insane one as well. I'm in California, but can still see my camera. I'm in Duncan's Trelawney. That's good to hear. You guys still have a connection out there. But anyone in the southwest area, I mean, I have not heard anyone from there, so they're getting absolutely pummeled right now. Let me see if I can find where this camera is. I'm like looking online right now of one that looks interesting, but I don't have an exact source. JS Photography. Let's see if that's live on YouTube. Again, this is like a little bit of an Easter egg hunt for finding cameras that are JS Photography. Bye. Okay, there's one there. Okay, why there's like so random. Not really seeing anything that was the one I was looking for. Some of these videos are a little ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. Where is this from? What is the source? Okay, that's definitely copyrighted, so don't. All right, well, we'll keep it on. Even on the. Oh man, look at that. What? There's people out here. Take a look at a tornado. Again, this is Tornado Pages. What in the world is going on? This is Tornado Pages. Oh yeah, be careful of fake stuff too. This is Tornado Pagey on YouTube Live, so you can go ahead and join her. I believe she has commentary. What are they doing? Is that a dog? Oh my god. That is insane. Let's go full cam for just a second here, but can you believe this? It's just a normal day for them apparently. That is incredibly dangerous. Because look at the wind. Let's say the sign goes flying and that hits you at 100 miles per hour. We're talking about a deadly force. So extremely, let's just put it the way it is, extremely stupid. Extremely stupid what's going on right here. And also bringing the dog along too. That has to be, look at these cars and there's people like acting like it's just a normal day. Oh my gosh. Look at the wind. They must be getting in the southern eye wall now. And that is actually insane. That is extremely dangerous. Being out here, just walking around like it's a normal day. It is not a normal day with the wind gusts gusting well over 100 miles per hour. We're talking about if something hits you there, deadly impact. So I don't really understand that. It's just insane. It's just silly. Yeah. So checking on that, we'll check in on it briefly some a couple times, and we'll head back over to. Oops, wrong one. Where is my Flatbridge? Yeah, head over back to Flatbridge. Go old Flatbridge. Get to see our flash flooding ongoing. If the camera's still up, yep, you can see a pile of debris forming, and it looks like a little hut's getting some issues there as well. Okay, cool. Great. There's literally people recording themselves out and drinking it. Okay. Well, I guess crazy people will be crazy people, right? Those vehicles are definitely cooked. Okay, drinking in it. I see. Not drinking it. I was a little confused there. Is the emotional support electric pole still standing? That's definitely gonna become a meme in the community now. I need to make an edit for that. Let's see. I believe it is. Yep, it's still there, guys. We're still good. Oh wait, actually, let's go live. Oh wait, what the heck? What happened? What happened to our pole? Oh, they must be in the southern eye wall now. What the heck? Let me get this cropped out for y'all. No, I moved it wrong ways. Alright, so let's go back to our emotional support pole. I can't see anything now. I don't know what happened. This is in Treasure Beach. It's gone? Well, like, you can't see anything. They have to go back in time to see what happened. Go back 20 minutes. Oh, I think the lens... Oh, I know what's going on. Alright. I know exactly what's going on. So, you see how it's so fogged up? Right now, it is probably in the center. It's really near the center. It is so warm in the center. It's actually fogging up the camera. You think about the camera was really cool outside the core. The core is so warm. It's actually causing complete like it is fogging over the camera right now. So think about that. As Treasure Beach sits really close to the eye or inside the eye right now, we actually can't see at all because the entire camera is indeed just covered with actual dew. It's stewed up. Yes, we have officially made landfall as well. And yeah, there's a little bit of a science kind of nerd breakdown. I was really wondering, like, oh yeah, what happened to the emotional support pole? And now you can't see. Oh, we got a question for Foulmouth. Foulmouth? The reason we can't see right now is because it's so warm in the core. The camera was cold, and if you think about when you bring out a cold thing into a warm air, what does it do? It dews. Huh. Little pun there. But yeah, that's why we can't see. This probably will get to, start to get the dew off as it kind of equalizes with the environment. But we can't even, we guess we are at a cliffhanger right now. Do you think the pole is there or not? Pole is there or not? But there is dew filming right on the camera here. Got a question for Foulmouth, Jamaica. Foulmouth. My mouth is getting sore, I should say. Oh gosh, for your friend Bella, you could be seeing the eye wall there within the next 30 minutes. So the most intense winds are coming to your region there, Bella, on YouTube here. So hopefully your friend is hunkering down and treating it as a tornado warning. Same kind of situation for Mo Bay. What are you guys seeing in Mo Bay right now, in Montego Bay? Let me know what you're seeing out there while you still have power. Again, we're going to keep it here for specific cameras. And just a reminder, I can't show, specific people for longer term because it is technically copyright infringement. That's tough. But don't worry, guys. Maybe not next hurricane season, but if it's early hurricane season, next hurricane season, I will be on site, so we don't have to jump around cameras. You guys can just see in there. So if you would follow, you're basically investing in that. And additionally, we're just getting banned by TikTok. Additionally, beyond my graduation year, I'll be at every hurricane, even maybe going internationally, like to Jamaica. I try to go to this one, but of course I am in class, and skipping class for a week in a meteorology field is not a good idea. I can tell you that. That's something I've learned. Remember to stand up. Thank you for letting me know on YouTube to stand up. We'll stand up for a little bit just so we don't lose my legs. As we just hit hour 5 of live streaming. But yeah, exciting stuff in the future, guys. So this has probably been the second biggest rainy day weather live stream by viewership over the course of the live stream. We've hit over 250,000 people. So thank you all for joining. We had a little bit of a calm down, but I honestly think the sad part about that is the reason is Jamaica has lost communications, at least the majority of it. So keep that in mind. That'd be so funny if I lifted the entire stream. I have too much stuff on my desk for a standing desk. So keep that in mind that things are kind of quiet around here generally, but I think we've just lost so many people to power outages. It's just kind of the full thing there as well. So that's how it goes, and we just keep going. Someone tell me when is gonna hit Cuba from there. I'm so scared. Okay, yes, for Cuba. Let's talk about Cuba. So right now, of course, we're getting hit pretty hard out in western Jamaica. It's going to continue moving northeast over the next coming hours here. So eventually going to get off of Jamaica, probably the next 4 to 6 hours, and then it's going to accelerate. We're expecting landfall in southern Cuba around 2 a.m. tonight. So pretty late tonight, we'll expect a landfall. Expect a pretty strong hurricane. Unfortunately, Melissa won't be stopped too much by this land impeding its way. So expect that Cat 5 landfall there as well. Extremely high winds, lots of rain, and some significant surge, especially along the eastern side of the eye wall upon landfall as well. Has the storm made landfall in Jamaica? Yes, it has officially made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane. 185 mile per hour winds and 892 millibars of pressure. Very low pressure indeed. I need a merchant discount code. It's crazy. Yes, we've made landfall, and of course, I hope you guys are staying safe out there. And for all the people with loved ones in Jamaica, we are really thinking about them. But if they are taking shelter, they should be all right. Remember that. There are some well-built structures. Looking at these cameras is making me a lot more confident that we're going to have some people who prepared and are going to get through this storm, right? It's going to end. The damage is going to take time to recover from. That's the important thing. I mean, we still have our emotional support pole, a power pole that's in the live camera on Treasure Beach. However, it's fogged up right now because it's so warm in the eye. We'll see if that emotional support pole is still there. But some hope, because that was sustaining some pretty heavy winds as well. There honestly will be devastation. Can't lie about that one. But there is hope out there. Oh, looks like someone's actually touching the camera. They're wiping out. There's actually someone out there. I'm surprised this camera's out on its own and it's fogging up right again. So someone just tried to wipe off the camera, but that did not work. That was a rough attempt. They're trying again. This is quite entertaining. I do not have a relief link yet. I am anticipating on posting one that I trust and I verify is useful. I will be posting that later on. Cameraman never dies, I guess. What do you think will happen on the north coast of Jamaica, say Ocho Rios? For Ocho Rios, mainly just a rainfall threat for the remaining of this event, especially because we're moving so far. We're moving just basically north right now off the eye wall. Expect gusty winds, but nothing really significant in nature here. More and more rain throughout the next 12 to 18 hours for your region. We are almost there, guys. For Kingston, for the east portions of Jamaica, we're almost to the point where I can say, okay, the conditions are going to start becoming more favorable. They're going to start becoming less aggressive, and that is honestly such a good feeling to have that I can give you some good news. I just got to say, fair warning is there's still some significant rainfall scheduled for your region and forecasted for your region as well. Yes, of course, Mary. Circuit has live cam. Okay. Appreciate the comms here, the communications. Significant rainfall still out for the eastern portion of Jamaica, especially if you are in an area that is flood prone. We're talking about rain on top of very saturated grounds. It won't take much to flood, of course. How do millibars relate to hurricanes destructivity? Great question. That is, right now we're sitting at 892 millibars for pressure-wise. The main kind of correlation for that is lower pressure means stronger hurricane. Think of the lower pressure being a lower pressure in your vacuum cleaner. The lower pressure there's in your vacuum cleaner, the more air that wants to rush in. Think of that as the eye, kind of as the vacuum cleaner analogy. Very low pressure at the center of the eye, sucks in tons of air at the surface, sucks in tons of energy, and then rotates that energy around the actual storm. So lower the pressure, stronger the storm. This is why with a 892, sub 900 millibar pressure, we are at 185 sustained winds. This has about 11% of the atmosphere evacuated from its center. An absolute incredible amount of strength. Excuse me. It's wild how the physics work behind all this. One gust of wind can do so much damage, yet not. Yes, exactly. I mean, it's crazy. Learning about this in chat, or I've learned about this exact process in class this semester, about kind of cyclogenesis and the balances between forces in here. It's really, really crazy and cool to look at. So if you ever have any more in-depth questions, don't hesitate to reach out in my community Discord when we have more time to discuss, and I won't bore the people here. But overall, that's how it goes. It's very fascinating. This is why I like to do this, is so I can share this technical stuff. There's not really a meteorology position outside of this kind of unique realm where we have a unique one-on-one conversation where I can talk about very in-depth mechanics, or I can have a discussion with you, because normally you're on TV and you're going like this, you're going like this, and you're not talking to anyone. That's really tough. You're just giving general information, but here we have a unique kind of opportunity to discuss things like this at a personal level. All right, what do we got? We got a donation from Walmart. Thank you, Walmart, for the donation. And oh no, Tufts, you have to watch out. You cannot show Storm Chaser information. It is technically copyright infringement, so you have to be very careful when you live stream. I do apologize for that. Hopefully, you didn't get suspended for too long. But that's one thing we that's why I'm not sharing videos that are not for use. You have to be very careful when you do this type of stuff. And we've been getting a lot of questions on that, so that's a rule I stick to as well. Gotta stick to the rule. Watching from work at Walmart right now. Yeah, someone named Walmart just donated, so thank you for that. Not official Walmart, mind you guys. Bella said, "I've been watching since 8 a.m. Thanks for the updates. You are very good at this." Thank you for the kind words, Bella. Really appreciate that on YouTube. Appreciate you guys' support. Of course, the main reason I do this is just so I can share you guys my insight, but also there are a lot of people who don't have the opportunity, like, get their questions answered. So this unique platform I really enjoy as a meteorologist because it allows for a lot of freedom as well. It's a perfect platform to talk about this stuff. I wouldn't say perfect. It's nothing's perfect, but it is very much better than some of the other ones. Cool Cat says Ethan is a bomb.com. Appreciate that. What is going on? This whole thing is devastating. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Remember, you guys got to hold on to some hope. And remember to support your neighbors, your friends, your family as we get through this. Because guess what? We are getting through this. That is the best thing is this storm will end. We still got a long way to go. We're getting there. The storm will end, and we will come out the other side. And the good news is hurricane season is, knock on wood, is basically wrapping up. There really is no threat for the next 2 weeks. And after that, hurricane chances are extremely low because we start losing heat content as well. So some good news overall. Of course, I know that doesn't help kind of right now to say that. But, have to look at some of the hopeful things when we're talking about an event like this as well. And it's just, you got to look at some hopeful stuff, right? Let me crop this. Oh, my gosh. Nope. Melissa, calm down over there. I'm just trying to crop you. You can see me like struggling and battling with the TikTok kind of UI as well. Thank you guys for the follows. Really appreciate that. We're almost at 2,000 new followers a stream. So thank you guys so much for that. Hopefully this has been helpful over the live stream. We've been live for all morning now, sitting at 5 hours of live stream. And I got a question on YouTube. Do meteorologists enjoy hurricanes? Gives them jobs they can storm chase in. That's a great question, right? Because I'll talk as an unbiased person. I'll give you the truth, right? It is exciting to see something like this, where Mother Nature is basically challenging our perception of meteorology. It is exciting. It honestly, deep down to me, I don't get any enjoyment out of it because as someone who's educated in the impacts, I know what it means. So, you get the site like, oh, wow, like Category 5 hurricane, it's so strong. Well, that's really cool. But deep down, as someone who knows what's coming, I don't get any enjoyment out of it. It's just, it's sad. It is sad. It's fearful. But you kind of funnel all those feelings into one main goal of informing, educating, and preparing. And that's just how you kind of cope with things like this. So I'm sure there's people who completely are enjoying this, and, they don't really are not mentally processing the impacts, but I can say the majority of professional meteorologists, we all kind of have that center feeling of like deep down in our stomach, like, ooh, this is not good. I'd rather be seeing this in the middle of the ocean. Like that was the best time earlier this year. We've had 2 Cat 5s in the middle of the ocean. That was a lot of fun because that wasn't going to hit anyone. And you get to see the ocean basically show off and then just disappear. This is not fun. That's my kind of general take on it. It's not enjoyable. I've almost admired extreme weather. Superstorm Sandy had me outside making my own weather report. Yeah, I mean, weather impacts everyone on Earth, so it's something we all can really relate to. I think that's a very unique thing for weather, so it's also something I try to tap into as well. How long before the wind died down in Westmoreland? So wind's going to continue to be pretty strong, probably the same strength for about 2 hours in Westmoreland, and then start to expect things to start to degrade start to recede wind-wise. So you're almost there, Westmoreland. Hang in there for a few more hours. Then we can call this storm history as it continues to move north. Starlink is going strong. That's good to hear. The Starlink is getting tested. I gotta say, all the Starlink hype and stuff. It is pretty amazing technology. I have one for myself for storm chasing. If you guys didn't know, we are storm chasing this coming late spring and summer on this platform. So follow for that. And we storm chasing instead of being at the screen, being at the surf, being here. We'll be actually in the field, and it'll be pretty cool. Of course, we'll see some crazy stuff. So join up for that. Appreciate you guys being here. Let me see if I can answer some more questions. So it's the actual eye wall is just east of Westmoreland. The actual eye. So you won't see the eye in Westmoreland. Here's the eye, and here's Westmoreland, right here. You probably won't see the eye because it's moving northward. However, Mo Bay, get ready. The eye wall is basically there. Anyone in Mo Bay, what are you seeing right now? Well, please don't put yourself out in danger, but what are you hearing? I should be asking because you'd definitely be hearing it. Does a slow movement of the hurricane always make it worse? Generally, yes. There's really not any solutions where a slow-moving hurricane has any benefit, other than if it's slow-moving, then maybe catches a different upper-level dynamic. But that's a rare, that's kind of a except case. Slow-moving hurricanes usually draw out the impacts longer. Someone said, I have family in Mo Bay and haven't heard from the 6 hours. I do. I feel for you. And I really hope they are in their safety, in their shelter. And just remember, we have a lot of hope. We have a lot of hope this stream. I think that's something we've been trying to focus on. It was we've had places go through the eye wall and survive, and lots of structures survive, even in our emotional support pole. So it is scary, but there is a very good chance if they're safe. It is going to be one crazy ride, but they're going to get through it. What does GPS drop mean? Like GPS drop in what terms, what kind of context? GPS drop just probably means that you lost your GPS, your global positioning system. I actually don't know what GPS drop means in accordance to wind. And someone said, will you be in the Midwest storm chasing? Yes, next kind of late spring, early summer, into midsummer and late summer, I'll be storm chasing wherever the storms take me. So anywhere in the Central Plains and Midwest region. Don't know if I was chasing Dixie Alley. That one's a bit sketch. It's moving fast now, and it's still moving pretty slow. About 9 miles per hour northwards. No, we're gonna continue just showing public source cameras, especially since we have reports of one of a fellow streamer getting banned for showing copyrighted content. Can't do that. That's why I haven't been doing it, guys, because I don't want to get banned and then we won't have this commentary at all. And who knows how long that is. They're very strict on it, which it makes sense because it is technically illegal to reproduce. And I get it, right? Because when I'm going to be storm chasing, in the Central Plains, I wouldn't be happy if someone repopulating my content because I'm the one out there risking my life and doing that. So that's why I'm using public source content as our key for actual content here. So bear with me. I know it's frustrating in the future. I promise we'll have more kind of live cameras, more logistical stuff to make the live stream even more encompassing. But right now, this is as a college student, this is what we got. So hopefully this is all right for you. I mean, if it's not, you're welcome to look at other sources. But you got. Don't worry. You always have a home here if you come back and ask your question. So we got a report in Mo Bay, scary winds picking up. Yeah, you guys are just about to get the eye wall, looking at the future, kind of looking at the satellite here. You can see our eyes really starting to get wiggled through. So the eye is getting very, very small. So less and less people will actually be in the eye, getting that. You still can actually see the ground beneath the eye. Look how insane that is still. It's pushing inland. So the entire eye is almost within land. You can see our eyes becoming a pinwheel. And that is because we are now dealing with an absurd amount of friction. So the storm is actually, instead of going around with it, it is now, the winds are starting to turn a little bit more and more in towards the center as friction adds a different component to the wind that allow the winds to turn in more centrally towards the actual eye here. Fifi said, thank you very much. You made my home working day much more interesting. Of course. I'm glad I could help with that one. Apparently it's a drone dropped aircraft that's was picking up 252 winds. Oh yeah, I mean they do have a UASs, unmanned, I forget what it's called. It's not UAVs, I think it's UASs that they drop in from the airplanes. From the airplanes they fly into the storm, they drop in things that can actually glide through the storm. And there was a wind gust picked up about 250 miles per hour. I think we're not going to see that now, especially the amount of friction we've seen. And keep in mind, last little reminder here is current conditions, that mile per hour, that 185 is the wind speed averaged over 1 minute. So you have to have 185 mile per hour winds over an entire minute or above, or it has to average out to that. That's kind of what I'm saying. But you can have wind gusts above and you can have wind gusts below that kind of spectrum there. hurricanes are not just one constant wind speed. They're huge gusts of wind, and then they're backing off, and huge gust of wind. And well, this one like is just gonna be a huge gust of wind over and over again, and then a huge gust of wind of 200 miles per hour plus. Man, connectivity of Flatbridge is really not looking too good. There we go. So are the cities in the eye the safest? Well, if they're well built, then I'd say yes. They're safe. But yeah, we're still dealing with an absolute absurd amount of wind. Even on land, is still going to work its way down on the surface. How big is the eye? It's really shrinking down right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we're down to like 5 miles. I can do a little measurement here really quick. Just a little rudimentary measurement with my measuring tool. And thank you guys for the support of the stream. Might take a break here relatively soon. And I actually don't have the eye on my thing here. Yeah, we're probably down to around 7 miles, if I had to take a guess. Around 7 miles, the eye is really shrinking. It's collapsing, as I should be saying. And I got a good question from Kim. So think about the reason why the eye is shrinking right now, which the actual winds are probably spreading out a little bit more than like the really high winds that are wrapped around the eye. What's happening is usually winds go, it's called tangential towards the circle. So think of a circle. Winds are going right, like if you draw a tangent line, or if you draw a line that is parallel with like the circle of time, it only goes around the circle, right? Around. It never goes like into the circle. It's not like it doesn't go like all the way in, right? But when you add friction to the equation of going around and around, you actually add a component of friction where you draw a little bit in towards the center. So instead of going around the center, you actually go around and a little bit in, and then around a little bit in, and around a little bit in, around on all sides. So then the actual eye starts to collapse like this. More and more friction, the eye's going to collapse until it like completely starts to squeeze off, and where you don't have an eye anymore, and the walls of the eye collapse on itself. We might have a full eye wall collapse during this event. It is not incredibly likely though, because there's so much momentum behind this eye. I think it's going to sustain at least until it gets to the other side, and we'll see. But yeah, that's kind of the full mechanics. Great question though, of why is the eye getting smaller upon landfall? Crazy winds in Kingston currently. Wow, really? That means outer bands are also producing some pretty dangerous conditions, as you're pretty far away from the actual eye. Will the eye go through foul mouth? Not likely. It's too far east. But very heavy winds will be very close. You might get the actual eye wall, which is the extreme amounts of wind around the eye as well. Appreciate you guys being here. Let's see what we got on likes. 226,000 likes. Over 200,000 people who've joined our stream. Thank you guys for that as well. I think we might have dropped out of the algorithm, unfortunately. Okay, good. Just making sure that we don't have any problems. Crazy wind. Okay, yep. All right, guys, keep those questions coming. Again, we have the flashlight. Oh man, there was just a tree that was sunk under flat bridge. Just make that full cam. So going back to our full cam, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You know, Kingston is not getting the really hefty winds, but they're still getting some pretty absurd amount of flooding going on here. You can see this is flat bridge, which is currently being kind of torpedoed by a couple of trees. So pretty incredible event happening here, even without the high winds. You can see there's debris flowing all the way down this river here, and this is definitely the worst I've seen it during this entire event overall as well. I wonder how the pole is doing. You can take a little peek at the pole. Pole, we can't see it. It's still overshown. So we can't see it just yet, unfortunately. Still can see our river, though. Apparently our river is chill, but the pole, if the pole is there, it is strong. Yeah, I think it's still there, because we checked in on it after the main eye wall went through, so I have a good feeling the pole is still there. However, we will see, right? Let me bring this back down. Now the chat has calmed down a bit. And yeah, this river has really increased in height. Keep those questions coming, guys. We might be wrapping up here relatively soon. At least we might be taking a midday pause. Generally, I'd probably take a midday pause and then be posting most of the day. Then maybe back live tomorrow or tonight for the Cuba recap for things that are going to happen in Cuba, and then maybe a damage recap for Jamaica. But just generally, because the forecast is not changing and we've lost a ton of connection for our basically everyone in Jamaica, other than some of our friends over in Kingston and just a few people in Mill Bay, we might have to wrap it up. So this is a great time to ask you questions before I fully decide to wrap it up. Also going to grab get some lunch as well. If it was moving 2 miles per hour yesterday, is it still moving slowly? Right now, it's accelerated actually a lot to 9 miles per hour to the north. Let's see how many more. Guys, if you wouldn't mind, oh gosh, we're really close to 2,000 new followers. If you wouldn't mind joining the Rainy Day with Our Family, if you've been enjoying this. It's funny because on my app, on my TikTok app, it says I have over 2,000 notifications, which is not surprising, but it's quite funny for that kind of stuff there. Did we lose that camera? Which one are you specifically talking about? One of the top right's still live. Here in Mo Bay, winds are intensifying. Okay. If anyone's in Mo Bay, it would be, well, depending on your comfort level, if you have a window or has any video, if you want to submit it, there's a couple ways you can submit it. I'll actually open my DMs too. So if you want to submit any video from anywhere along the island, feel free to DM me on TikTok. It's going to say you're going to need a request, but go ahead and request, and then you can send it to me. Or another way you can do is join the Discord and send it to me there. And I really would appreciate that, just so we can share it with everyone. Don't feel like, first of all, keep yourself safe here. Do not go out into anywhere that will risk having you get injured. But even if you just send me a account of what you're seeing in chat, that'd be great. Or what you're hearing, I should be saying. There's a lady posting from the top of St. James Mount Hill. It's getting a bit bad. Oh my God. On top of a hill during a hurricane? Oh my gosh. Questionable decisions being made as well. Pull cam that was fogging up. Yeah, I think the pull cam is still fogged up. I've been checking it. Yeah, it's still fogged up. Okay, there we go. Oh no, we lost our river cam. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, you really can tell. If you look at the eye, it is just absolutely shrinking very quickly because it's starting to collapse on itself as well. How fast is the eye moving? Around 9 miles per hour to the north. Why is it turning west? It does not look like it's turning west to me. Let me see. It looks like it's doing a little bit of wobbling again. So a little bit of wobble to the west. Unfortunately, I don't think Mo Bay is going to get into the eye. So I think you're just going to be in the eye wall. If it continues this northeast track, if it continues more northward, then I'd say yes. But Mo Bay, maybe a chance. Maybe a chance to get into the actual eye wall here. The actual storm is starting to look more ragged, though. You see how we're getting these outer bands here that are not circular? Which is good news. It is becoming weaker. But, of course, it's a little too late, right? A little too late. There's a sturdy house, but the roof's looking like it could come off. Window has gone in. Where is that report from? There's oh yeah, you're on the lady from the top of the hill. Oh man, I would not be on top of a hill during a hurricane. That has the highest winds. The higher you go, the higher the winds, at least relatively to the ground. Okay, well that's. I don't know. Someone just sent me a video of a hotel. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it's like from a week ago. Check your messages request. Okay. You be an eye out. Don't see anyone yet from anyone who is actually like saying stuff. So we'll see. Additionally, look at the Discord. If the request should be fine because my requests are open. I just have to let you like message me after you request. I don't see yours, D, unfortunately. Watch the live. Okay. No, I accidentally followed someone. Whoopsies. Couldn't watch live stream on this device because you're live on another device. Okay, I can't watch a live when I am live, so unfortunately, I guess I can switch my. Yeah, I won't be able to watch it live. I accidentally just followed someone. That's oopsies. Oh wait, I actually beat it. I beat the signal. Oh wait, no. It's kicking me. Oh no, it lets me go on and then it kicks me out. So never mind. Yes, it has made landfall as well. Let me see if there's any more message requests before I fully kind of move on from this. Crazy stuff. Overall, I mean, we'll start to see, you know, some film and just general comments start to trickle in for impact-wise, but just an incredible event as well. Will they get the water surge or not as bad as Mon Bay? They won't really get any storm surge, Bella, on YouTube, just because we have offshore flow, so some good news over there as well. Goofy Jesse says, appreciate the cover today. Of course. Thanks for the kind words. Thank you guys all for those donations, too. Joining the fan club. I think you got that one coin, that heart, lets you join the fan club. The National Hurricane Center update is up for the next one. Is that true? Let's see here. Yes, the new National Hurricane Center forecast update is up. So let's take a look. This is public advisory number like 800, bro. All right, some good news is we have a little bit of a little bit increase of pressure, 899, and a pretty large reduction in wind speed, which is not surprising because we are losing a lot of obviously the friction is doing a number, so we will update our statistics here. So we have decreased to 165 mile per hour winds. Still a Category 5 hurricane. So I really can't say enough that it's still a significant hurricane. That means they've seen enough proof to keep it at 165 mile per hour winds. So if you're in Mo Bay, this is what you should be expecting. 165 mile per hour winds, a 899 millibar, still sub 900 hurricane, heading as a Cat 5. And that's completely over land. The entire eye is over land. That's very rare. We have an eye over land and still Cat 5. What parishes are getting storm surge? The eastern parishes from the eye wall, parishes of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon are getting the worst ones, especially along the southern portions. And then St. James Parish will be getting actually some storm surge between 2 and 4 feet as well. So a brand new update, guys. 165 mile per hour winds. Still a Category 5 by 8 miles per hour. So still a pretty solid Cat 5. And the current forecast is calling for this thing to at least maintain major hurricane status throughout Jamaica and then cause major hurricane landfall in Cuba. Can't send. If you're having problems sending to me on DMs, I recommend trying the Discord next. Unfortunately, there's just no other best route. How's Westmoreland? They're getting the worst of the worst right now. Not in the full eye wall. However, conditions should start to improve in Westmoreland within the next 30-ish minutes. Hasn't made landfall? Yes. Hurricane Melissa has made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane. Of course, Claire, appreciate the kind words. And it seems like our poll camera is still fogged up. Great. Tried, guys, but that camera is really fogged up. Just because the eye is so warm and the southern portions of the storm are so much warmer than the northern portions of the storm, it's causing fogging going on. All right, so what's going on? Okay, cool. Just making sure things are good. How about the eastern side? The eastern side of Jamaica? I'm assuming you're asking about eastern side of Jamaica. We're looking. We definitely dodged a huge bullet. The main threat for the eastern side of Jamaica is now just going to be rainfall. Okay, yes. It's just going to be rainfall, maybe some more gusty winds. Your winds actually should be peaking right now. So the winds you're getting will be the highest winds throughout this event. That's it. Some very great news over in eastern Jamaica. Let me know if you're getting any flooding in the eastern side or if you've seen any flooding. But yeah, not as bad as the west coast right now, the western side. We're getting no wind. See, there's just too much friction in the way, and you can see the main core of the storm is around this kind of black blob. That is the big difference between. That's why landfall is such a key difference between where the actual hurricane makes landfall, because the actual highest level winds are pretty compact around the center. We're getting a little rain, nothing major. Okay, that's good news. Let's see if we can get on the radar, which we've been trying to get on for forever. Come on, Jamaica, let me in, please. Let me use your radar. Nope, still nothing. Still being overloaded. Quite unfortunate, whatever. Will strengthen up as it moves off land again. Yes, most likely it'll try to organize to some degree. It won't have a lot of time, though. We're talking about 6 hours, probably over water until it's hitting Cuba again. It will have a lot of momentum with it, so it won't really need a lot of strengthening to maybe get back to Cat 5 status or maintain Cat 4 status as well. Yes, it will be off Jamaica by, I think impact should fully cease by about 5 a.m. tonight into tomorrow morning. Wonder how much higher that river is going to rise. I really don't know. Without radar, it's really hard to say how much more rain you guys are going to get. So, unfortunately, it's a bit tough. Someone just said, is it hitting? Yes. That's it. Thank you, Jazz, for the donation. Someone asked, where is this? It's currently just Jamaica. Top right is kind of the eastern portions of Jamaica. We're watching our flood threat grow as we have more and more rain happen. Generally, we're getting to the point, guys, where impact-wise, this hurricane has basically peaked. I think we've seen the highest level storm surge. We've seen the highest level of wind, and that's probably it, right? That's probably the highest level of wind we're going to see. That 185 was seen to the southwest corner. I have to say, this is still a very, very dangerous storm. But I'm trying to give you guys some good pointers of some good glimmers of hope here. That we've now really passed the highest strength that this hurricane will ever be. And Melissa is now officially trying to get out of here. I mean, it's still moving through. I mean, it's really like in the middle of Jamaica right now. If you look at its current eye, all over land. Especially look at the current satellite. Oh, well, is that filled? Looks like the actual eye is filled. So you look at the eye wall. Looks like we might have a completely filled eye just generally. So you see how you can see a little bit of clearing down there? Looks like we're almost fully filled up, meaning the actual storm is starting to lose strength. Not much, though. It has so much momentum. We're still sitting at 165 miles per hour, which is about 20 miles per hour down from where we were upon landfall and as well. It really goes to show you that the friction of the land has such a huge impact in the strength of these storms here. What does a filled eye mean? It means the actual storm is starting to strengthen. Or, excuse me. Oh, gosh. Streamer brain. 6 hours of streaming. The storm is starting to weaken. Filled eye means weakening trends. Some good news out for my friends out here in Jamaica. It hit Round Hill Resort in Montego. Let me see. Montego. I mean, everywhere in Montego. Oh, Mobe. Montego is about to get the eye wall, so it hasn't fully peaked yet in Round Hill Resort, but we're talking about that 165 mile per hour winds, that inertia, that momentum is heading towards Mobe, down where all those resorts are. So hopefully everyone is sheltered in place. We're talking about tornado-like conditions. I think that's really going to be the finale of the storm here. Is Mobe seeing hurricane force conditions within the eye wall within the next hour. And then after those hurricane conditions peak, then the actual eye will start to get out of here and the full hurricane will officially be passed. We're talking about another four-ish hours of misery, unfortunately. How does this compare to Katrina? Well, I've talked about this earlier. It's really hard to compare events like this because they really are. They are standalone events. They are so large and impactful. I've seen initial damage reports. It's not looking too good, especially along the places got 185 mile per hour winds. But honestly, we've lost so much communication. It's really hard to know exactly what we're looking at. Just there's no comparison, right? I'm not saying it's like worse or better than Katrina, but different locations and different scenario. I just don't like comparing stuff like that. And also, if you look at Katrina from a viewpoint, the actual evacuation was more deadly than the hurricane. Just a little shout out. So the actual logistical stuff made Katrina really bad. Just a little side tangent on that as well. Some news sources are saying it's worse than that's silly. I don't get that comparison. That saying, oh, it's worse than Katrina, because that's insulting towards the people who went through Katrina, and that's secondly insulting towards people in Jamaica because you're comparing them to things that have like no kind of correlation to each other. The impacts are very location dependent. Jamaica's houses are a good point. Okay, Jamaica's houses are built differently. Evacuations are differently. Population centers are different. There's just so many different things. So it's just really no reason to compare them. I appreciate the question though. Nothing against you. It's just you can't really compare them. Yeah, the recovery. I could go off on hours for Katrina, but we're not going to get into that side tangent of Katrina. Exactly. It's like comparing tomatoes and footballs. Hopefully you guys like that. I'm gonna say Bumbleclot. Depends on how the government responds. Yeah, I mean you guys can get into that. I'm not gonna get into the logistics and politics of Katrina because unfortunately there is politics involved in that one. There shouldn't be politics involved in weather, but that's how it be, I guess. Moving on. I'm looking around at some reports here. I'm really trying to look at videos so I can kind of get some opinion based on what our, damage is looking like right now. I'm looking at for like damage indicators. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot. Okay, does not look good. Seeing how there's absolute tons of water flowing through someone's house. Not seeing anything really. Yeah, I mean, Mo Bay is about to get. Bro, this guy's the best. I appreciate that. Mo Bay is basically been unfortunately the finale for this peak full storm. But man, I gotta say, well, even though most of Jamaica is probably not on the stream because they've all lost power and internet connectivity, it has been a pleasure helping people respond and prepare for the storm. I'm hoping everyone is all right, and I'm sure we'll have a kind of a debrief stream. I think I'll have a debrief stream once this hurricane's out of here. We'll talk about what happened, what went right, what went not right, forecast-wise. I actually will probably pull up my own stream, our first day of stream, just so I can reflect upon forecast. A big thing that meteorologists tend to forget to do, or just hate to do, is reflect on our forecast verification. So big thing is I look back and see how well did I communicate this threat, and what could I have done better to communicate what happened, what actually happened. So that will be a huge thing to look at for a little bit of a debrief. So stay tuned for that one. My parents are in Mo Bay. I just FaceTimed them. It's getting bad. Yeah, Chrissy, the Mo Bay is about to get the eye wall. The strongest winds are actually inching their way into the sector right now. What the heck? Okay, so that's really annoying. The floater, which is currently looking at Melissa so this is like a satellite floater. I don't decide where these get put, but someone else who's controlling the satellite does. They just changed the location, but they also just dropped Jamaica from the map. So I don't know why we did that. Because now I can't see where Jamaica is compared to the satellite imagery. That is a little stupid. Hopefully they fix that here in the next coming scans, but that'll be making me a little mad. Most of Jamaica has lost power as, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'll try my best to remember where the actual hurricane is, but oh my gosh, what is going on? But yeah, it's annoying that they did that. Some people still have power. Grandma is in Sav, and she has lost power. Yeah, I mean, hey, that power pole sustained some pretty crazy winds, so maybe some places are still seeing power. I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away for just about a minute. Don't go anywhere. I think we might do some closing thoughts here soon. I'm gonna take a brief break and then be live a little bit later here. I'll be right back to kind of fully decide on that. All right, I'm back. Still have internet and power in Mo Bay. That's good to hear. And D, did you say you try to DM me on TikTok and see if I can DM you? Because I think you were one of the ones who tried to contact me to get video or something, or kind of your input. Let me do a little kind of thing here. And yeah, Mobay is about to get the kind of the peak storm strength. So you guys are getting pretty close to seeing there. Hunker and down in place. And get ready. Oh, TikTok's trying to ban me. Oh no. Okay, we're back. I don't know what happened. My internet just jumped. That was weird. That was a little weird. Let me look at that. I gotta post input first. So yeah, you should be able to DM me now that I follow you. Just briefly here. I also got a link to paste. This is right now I'm on data. Cool. Can I have an update I can send to St. James? Oh yes, of course. Let me see. Oh my gosh, just clicked on something random. St. James, Jamaica. So St. James, yeah, I mean, the St. James, honestly, I think your storm has peaked in intensity. We're now kind of moving away from the eastern portions of Jamaica. So the winds should be right around their peaks. That's pretty much it. Still a lot of rain coming, maybe about a foot more of rain. We're kind of getting towards the tail end, but some good news is, at least for the eastern portions of Jamaica, we are really starting to get out of this full threat here. For the entirety of Jamaica, the western portions of Jamaica, we still have a decent while to go for this eye wall to fully get through. Mo Bay is up next for extremely high winds. Yeah, we're still sustaining at 165 according to the National Weather Service. So stay up to date on that one. And stay in your safe place for that extremely strong winds that's coming into Mo Bay. Lucia, give me 1 second. Just looking at this one thing. Okay, why is this link not working? Okay, great. Cool. Of course it wouldn't work, because why would it? Lucia. Yep, let's go. Lucia. Jamaica. For Lucia, Jamaica. Why am I, like, upside down? Kind of same thing. Wait, no. Wait. We're on the wrong side. There we go. Prepare for the highest level winds within the next hour for Lucia, Amy. Right now, I'm not expecting the strongest eye wall to get to you, but still some significant 100 plus mile per hour winds. Stay in your safe place during this event. Do not go outside. We're talking about 3 or 4 more hours of very intense winds, and then things will start to settle down and continue to go over. Whatever happened to the live in Black River, we can't go back to there. Just because copyright issues, and we're not going to have that. It's Lucy. Okay, appreciate that. Appreciate the clarification. And Black River, there's been reports of some pretty bad damage out of there. I'll have more information posted as well. Is it going to get worse, or has the worst passed? So the actual strength of the storm, relative just to the storm strength, the worst has passed. Now, that's not for every location, though. So if we move to Mo Bay, which is about to get into the eye wall, the worst has not passed yet. So you still have to go through the eye wall, which will be the strongest of the strong winds. So keep that in mind. We haven't fully gone out of the neck of the woods yet, so we have to wait for the full eye to pass, and then things will start to get. But we are getting close now. I gotta say, we are getting closer to having this event be behind us, finally. Look how fast it's going to go. By Sunday, this thing's going to be out of here as well. Here's the latest update by the National Hurricane Center. As of 2 p.m. today, this storm is directly over Jamaica, and tropical storm force winds have already reached the southern portions of Cuba. Hurricane warnings have been extended westward in Cuba, and tropical storm warnings have been extended westward as well. Hurricane warnings remain in effect for the southern Bahamas, as this is supposed to just drill bit through and eventually leave our area, maybe hit Bermuda kind of Thursday, very late as well. There's your kind of full update. And the worst has almost passed Westmoreland. We're still expecting some more gusty winds, but nothing should really go higher than what is right now in Westmoreland. For Hanover, kind of the same type of deal here. The wind should only be weakening because of the friction. And you can see the eye is just a few miles across now. The eye is just collapsing on itself. Kind of imagine that the country's still there. I hate that they moved the floater and then removed the country. I don't know why they did that. That was stupid. But that's just my opinion. Basically, just remember that the storm is still moving out of here. Expect impacts to really start to lessen everywhere but Mo Bay and nearby Mo Bay. We're basically getting to the point where we're getting through. Anyone who still has internet, I guess it really doesn't matter because people who are in the worst places do not have internet. I was gonna see if anyone had reports of people without internet. Oh no, I just shut that off. Without internet, but we'll have to wait and see what we got from other people. Where is it expected to exit in Jamaica? Really in the kind of foul mouth and St. Brandsburg area. Continue moving north, so between Montego Bay and like Rio Bueno, between this region here. And that's going to be its exit point when it shoots out towards Cuba. Any reports from Mo Bay? We were still there. I see someone was going to DM me too. I'll just quickly check that as well. Okay. Thank you guys for the support too. Will Montego Bay still get harder than it is? Yes, Allie, we're expecting it to only increase and sustain this type of wind for about 2 more hours. So Mo Bay, you're basically in your safe place. Falmouth. Okay, I've heard it pronounced, or someone told me a different way last time I said. That's funny. Has the hurricane hit? Yes, it is hit. It's currently hitting. Still got a way to go. All right, guys. I'm giving a last call for information. So if you have any information, unfortunately, there has already been 3 confirmed fatalities. I am expecting that number to rise, but I cannot confirm exactly what I think is going to happen. There's really no reason to speculate on casualties, but I'm hoping for as low as possible, especially since we had all that warning time ahead. My friends in Kingston, she still has power and internet. I know Kingston might get out of this without losing power, so that's very good. As you see, Kingston is all the way out in the eastern side of this storm. They did not have anywhere near the highest level, so very great news for the highest population center in Jamaica. However, this was at the cost of St. Elizabeth's Parish as well as Mo Bay, taking a direct hit from the eye wall as well. Where do you suspect it will exit around Falmouth and between Falmouth and Mo Bay, somewhere in that kind of scope there. Maybe over east as of Rio Bueno. Is hurricane like a world thing, like tornado, or is it just wind in the air? Wind in the air. So the process is very much different for hurricanes rather than tornadoes. But with this one, it was producing up to tornado strength winds. So very intense, very dangerous. Also, hurricanes honestly have the pronged threat of storm surge plus rainfall alongside their very heavy winds. It is basically a consistent, very high winds with some gusts very higher than what the actual sustained is as well. There's another different pronunciations of how to say Falmouth. Is it Falmouth? 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 Yeah, you guys are confusing me. Will the southwest get hit hard again from another end of the eye? The other end of the eye, I think, is already passed as well. Actually, the southern end of the eye is hitting right now in the regions that are, but it's starting to exit. So just right now, the southern portions of the eye is starting to hit. Everyone's arguing about how it's pronounced. Great. Thank you guys for that. You guys make me laugh sometimes. Thank you, JJ, for the kind words. Moth. What's your personal favorite type of storm to follow? That's a good question. I really like severe weather and tropics, so either one of those. What's the timing of an exit we're talking about within the next 3 to 4 hours? And use the Chicago accent. Say it like Falmouth. Okay, great. All right, guys, this is last call. Last call for questions on YouTube and TikTok. Thank you guys all for being here. We are live for 6 hours, starting all the way back in this morning. I might be live later tonight, depending if I can get my coding homework, which is due tonight at midnight. So cross my fingers I can get that coding homework done. Don't worry, I'm still focusing on school. I'm getting my degree, but, you know, of course, I literally woke up at 5 a.m. I got coverage ready for you guys and hopped right on. So I appreciate you guys all being here. Really, really appreciate it. Please, like, you know, I really appreciate the likes, but the likes help other people see it. And, you know, without you, of course, it would be very boring just talking to myself all day. So thank you guys all for being here. This is kind of the last little call. Last little wrap up is the threat is nowhere near over. For my friends in Mo Bay, this is going to be the worst. Probably 1 hour of your stay in Jamaica. Other than that, you are going to be in paradise. Hopefully the damage is not too bad as it continues to move out of there. Stay tuned on the page for more reports on damage. I'll be looking out online for reports of damage, as well as further strength issues for the Cuba, eastern portion of Cuba and Bahamas region. Current sustained winds, 165 mile per hour winds, 899 millibars of pressure as well. Coding in meteorology, yes, we definitely code in meteorology. There is a lot of coding, actually. And wait, I still check because, for my people who have been checking. Oh no, they changed the source. So they actually changed to the one we were talking about earlier. I do believe that is copyright infringement, so we'll kick that one out of the way. And a great way to kind of end the stream. Last little bit here is we'll look at that one. Look at the river, Flat Bridge. I think Flat Bridge is still there. It is just a piece of rock, so it's pretty well built as well. See if there's any more last kind of second questions. I've been here since 7 a.m. Thank you for being here this entire. If you guys have been here this entire time, a portion of the entire time, thank you for being here for the support. Your questions, really great questions we've had as well. Where is it exiting? We're talking about exit somewhere between the Rio Bueno region, between between Mo Bay. So Rio Bueno, Mo Bay, kind of somewhere in between here, moving towards whatever you guys want to pronounce this as. Foul moth, foul mouth, foul mooth, foul moth. I literally heard all 4 of those recommended me to pronunciations. Whatever floats your boat. I'll say them all so you're not confused. Here's the latest satellite imagery to kind of end off on it. There goes everyone. Foul myth. So there we go. Everyone, please argue in the chat about how to pronounce that. And I wish you the best of luck. The exiting is still a very dangerous Cat 5 hurricane and still will be very dangerous as it moves its way towards Cuba. Any last second regards? Let's see if there's anything else other than how to pronounce that town name. Let me see if I can get my textures here. Okay. Oh wait, that is outdated. Let me just update this, and then I'll be closing off the stream. What's it looking like for Mo Bay? The highest winds are coming within the next 30 minutes. Get ready for the highest winds. So shelter in place, act like it's a tornado. Should last about 2 to 3 hours maximum time. But then after that, you'll be basically reducing impacts throughout the evening. Okay, beautiful. There we go. There's my last closing advice, and stay safe, everyone. When will it hit foul mouth? Gosh, you keep making me say it. And when is it exiting? Expecting, this is the last one, expecting it to exit within the next kind of 2 to 3 hours. So pretty soon here. It's still moving pretty fast, and it will hit foul mouth somewhere around the 1 to 2 hour mark. Was it Ashley said no, don't go. Sorry, I need to go eat lunch, but I will be back on later, guys. I've been out for 6. This is what happens when you're a solo creator and sitting down. If we were in the actual situation, we'd be live the entire time, but I do have homework, because unfortunately, I'm getting my college degree. So this is an investment for your future. Think of it as an investment for the future of rainy day weather. This is the last chance to follow. Come to our later live stream. We'll have a little bit of debrief, hopefully some more videos of what actually happened in the eye wall and a full damage report, and possibly an updated, hopefully low fatality report as well. Thank you guys all for being here. Have a lovely afternoon. I'm going to go eat and do some coding. Good luck on your homework, and I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words, guys. Follow for more updates, and thank you for the very kind words. It really means a lot to me. I tell you that. Peace out.